Imagine failing your job interview so badly that you end up getting stabbed through the chest and waking up as a government secret weapon. Maru spent 5 years studying for a safe and boring civil servant job just to secure a stable life. But instead of pushing papers, he gets slaughtered by a creature from a nightmare and drafted into a secret war against demons. Everyone thinks he is the weakest recruit, but he possesses a terrifying secret ability. He does not just hunt the monsters. He literally devours them to steal their powers, turning him into the ultimate predator. But before he became a monster eater, let us go back to where this disaster all began. We open on a restricted area sign completely swallowed by a thick, eerie yellow fog. This is definitely not the kind of place you go for a casual hike. Further in, an abandoned campsite is also being choked out by the yellow smoke. It looks like whoever was camping here left in a massive hurry. A man in a red jacket is slumped on the ground, trembling and covered in blood. Behind him, his friends are lying motionless in the dirt. Things just went from 0 to 100 real quick. The guy is absolutely losing it, crying and yelling about something being in the yellow dust. Whatever he saw has him completely paralyzed with terror. A massive, dark silhouette looms over him from the fog like a total nightmare. He's staring right at his end, and he knows it. Then we see a huge, blood-stained blade with bells hanging off the hilt entering the frame. You just know those bells aren't for decoration. The bells jingle with a chilling sound as the weapon is raised. It's the last thing you want to hear when you're trapped in the middle of nowhere. The man reaches out with a shaking hand, desperately pleading for help. The poor guy is literally begging for his life, but there's no one around to save him. From a high angle, we see him trying to crawl away through the thick fog, but a massive shadow is already descending upon him and he has nowhere left to run. A bloody hand reaches up and slides down the screen, leaving a long, gruesome streak. Yeah, I think it's safe to say things didn't go well for him. His body is violently dragged into the thick brush by an unseen force. Whatever is out there is definitely hungry, and this is just the beginning. The man lies dead or unconscious, his face a bloody mess. Above him, a speech bubble simply says, "What a pity," showing just how cold-blooded this killer is. Suddenly, a group of people in yellow uniforms appears, looking down at the body. The woman with long black hair wonders why he even entered a restricted area in the first place. The team stands over the victim, noting that they'll have to file a formal report. Judging by the footprints, they realize they're dealing with something massive. The black-haired woman looks pretty annoyed about the situation. She's complaining that a big one means they're definitely gonna have to work overtime. The group stares into the deep forest as the yellow fog continues to swirl. They can feel something watching them from the shadows. The black-haired woman gets into a combat stance, looking ready for a fight. She's not playing around anymore. She draws a specialized knife with a taped handle, holding it with a practiced grip. This clearly isn't her first time hunting monsters. Without hesitation, she slices her own palm open with the blade. I hope she knows what she's doing because that looks painful. She drags the knife across her skin, letting the blood flow freely. Whatever she's preparing for requires a serious sacrifice. As her blood flows, her hand begins to turn dark and the veins bulge out unnaturally. This is definitely some kind of supernatural power activation. Her eyes glow a menacing red as she grunts through the pain of the transformation. She's tapping into something truly dangerous. Her teammate points into the dust and yells out to Officer Kang that it's here. A massive shadow is charging right at them. A giant, dark beast lunges through the smoke with terrifying speed. This thing is way bigger than I expected. Officer Kang stares it down with those glowing eyes and simply tells them she'll handle it. That is some serious main character energy right there. She stands her ground against the towering monster, wielding a massive sword that's almost as big as she is. This is about to be an epic showdown. We see the back of her jacket, Ministry of Environment Special Yellow Dust Task Force. Who knew the EPA had such a badass division? The scene shifts to a sleek, modern skyscraper in the middle of the city. We're going from monster hunting to corporate life real fast. A sign on the wall points toward the Seoul City Level 9 civil servant interview room. Looks like someone's about to have a very stressful day. The hallway is packed with nervous applicants in suits, all waiting for their turn. The voice on the intercom calls out, "Applicant number 12." In the bathroom, a voice groans that they feel like they are going to die. The pressure is clearly getting to someone. We see a young man, Maru, slumped over a toilet having a full-blown panic attack. He just wants to go home and avoid the interview entirely. He stands at the mirror, clutching his chest as his heart races out of control. He thinks his heart is trying to kill him, and yeah, we've all been there. He desperately splashes cold water on his face to try and snap himself out of it. He's trying his best to hold it together, but it's a struggle. He looks at his reflection, looking completely drained and miserable. The poor guy looks like he hasn't slept in weeks. He stares down at the sink as the water runs, realizing he's in no condition to go in there. He thinks to himself that this just isn't going to work. He pulls out a bottle of pills, considering taking an extra dose just to calm his nerves. This is getting pretty dark. He stops himself, looking down at the bottle with a conflicted expression. He knows he can't just medicate his way through every problem. Suddenly, a small bird perches on a branch just outside the window. It seems like a peaceful moment, but something feels off. The bird looks directly at him with a creepy, human-like intensity. Maru is understandably confused by why the sparrow is staring him down. The bird actually opens its mouth and asks what he's looking at, calling him a punk. I'm sorry, did that bird just talk? Maru stands there in shock, realizing he's officially lost it. He yells that he's screwed, thinking his brain is finally snapped. On a TV nearby, the news reports about 4 people going missing while camping on Manhwa Island. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Maru is in a locker room now, repeating that he can do this like a mantra. He's trying to psych himself up for the biggest moment of his life. Intro text pops up introducing Maru, a 29-year-old who looks like your typical stressed-out young adult. He looks down with a somber expression, calling himself just an ordinary young man living in South Korea. We see a flashback to his graduation, where he was full of hope before the reality of the job market hit. Like everyone else, he struggled to find his place. He reveals he's been studying for the level 9 exam for 5 years, enduring 4 failures, but finally he's made it to the interview stage. The receptionist opens the door and calls for applicant number 35, Maru. This is it, the moment of truth. He jumps up with way too much energy, shouting that he is here. The guy sitting next to him looks totally weirded out. He grits his teeth and tells himself that this time, he is definitely going to pass. He's putting everything on the line right now. He walks into the interview room as stiff as a board, looking like a robot. He thinks to himself to just do this, but his body is barely cooperating. The interviewer sits there with his hands folded, light reflecting off his glasses like some final boss. The atmosphere is incredibly tense. Maru gives a heavy gulp as he prepares to answer the first question. You can practically see the sweat dripping off him. The interviewer asks the classic question of why he applied to become a civil servant. It's a trap question if I've ever heard one. Maru gives the textbook answer, saying he wants to contribute to the community. He's playing it safe for now. In his head, he's thinking the real reason is just a stable life and a steady salary. Can't really blame him for wanting some security. Next question, what would he do if his superior asked him to do something unethical? This is where they really try to trip you up. He says he'd find a solution while being flexible, but internally he's thinking he'd just ignore it to avoid trouble. Real honest of you, Maru. The interviewer scribbles some notes and asks about his interpersonal relationships. Maru's face starts to twitch. He remembers how classmates used to whisper about him having adult ADHD behind his back. Relationships have always been a nightmare for him. He lies through his teeth, laughing and saying he has great relationships with everyone. The contrast between his thoughts and words is hilarious. The interviewer looks up with a very confused pardon, and Maru realized he might have messed up. He shouts that he misspoke with his face turning beet red. Way to stay cool under pressure, buddy. The interviewer moves on to the last question. What was the most challenging moment in your life, and how did you overcome it? Maru blanks out, stuttering that nothing particularly challenging comes to mind. That's probably the worst possible answer. Internally, he's screaming that the most challenging moment is right now. He's losing his mind in front of these people. The interviewer tells him to just calm down and try to assess his problem-solving skills. They're actually giving him a second chance here. Maru scratches his head and starts a story from his childhood about going to the mountains. He's really reaching for something here. He mentions going to the mountains with his dad, and suddenly his expression shifts. A dark memory is starting to resurface, but fate had other plans. We see a glimpse of a young Maru standing in yellow fog, looking at a shadowy figure. This is getting ominous. The memory becomes more vivid, a terrifying, multi-eyed creature looming in a red sky. Maru's face goes pale as the trauma hits him all at once. Visions of creepy, staring eyes on black tendrils fill his mind. He's having a full-on flashback right in the middle of the interview. The silhouette of the multi-eyed monster towers over everything in his memory. This is way beyond just a challenging moment. We see a young Maru covered in blood, standing in a daze. The poor kid clearly went through something horrific. Back in reality, Maru's eyes are wide and swirled with panic. He's hyperventilating and completely disconnected from the room. He falls backward, his chair clattering to the floor. The interviewers are probably wondering what the heck is going on. Maru's vision starts to blur and fade as he loses consciousness. This is a total disaster. Everything goes out of focus as he stares up at the ceiling lights. He's completely out of it now. The screen goes almost entirely white. Maru has officially left the building mentally. The interviewer rushes over to catch him, asking if Mr. Maru is okay. It's safe to say he's not passing this time. Maru makes a face like he's about to lose his lunch. He really went and threw up in the middle of the most important interview of his life. The scene shifts to the exterior of a rundown building. Maru's voiceover simply says that he blew it. Understatement of the year. He's back in his tiny, messy room, lying face down on his bed. He's questioning if he can even live a normal adult life at this point. He starts crying into his pillow, lamenting his lack of a job, a girlfriend, or even friends. He's at rock bottom. A loud banging on the door suddenly startles him. He looks over, wondering who could possibly be visiting him. He peeks through the door with a nervous expression. Whoever is outside is being very persistent. His mom stands there looking like a ghost, asking why he didn't pick up his phone. She looks pretty scary when she's mad. She looms over him with an intense gaze. Maru looks like he'd rather face the multi-eyed monster again. His mom walks into the room, revealing she brought some side dishes for him. She says she's leaving right away, which is a relief for Maru. She hands him a bag full of containers. Maru admits he actually needed some food, so this is a win for him. He gets all excited, panting like a puppy and hoping there's meat in the bag. The guy is clearly starving. Turns out it's just kimchi and braised beans. His disappointment is immeasurable and his day is ruined. His mom looks around his room with a very judging expression. She's definitely not impressed by his housekeeping. We see a close-up of the trash-empty ramen cups and beer cans everywhere. Yeah, this is a pretty sad state of affairs. She lets out a huge sigh and starts cleaning up the mess herself, grumbling about the state of his room. Maru tries to stop her, telling her to leave it and that he'll clean it later, but we all know that's a lie. While she cleans, she asks the dreaded question, "By the way, how did the interview go?" Maru freezes like a deer in headlights. He stands there in silence, sweating profusely. There's no way he can tell her what actually happened. He imagines himself admitting that he threw up on the interviewer's face. Yeah, that would definitely go over well. He just stares at her with a blank expression, unable to find the right words. The silence is deafening. His mom assumes the worst and tells him he'll do better next time. Maru lets out a frustrated scream that probably scared the neighbors. He's still annoyed, but his mom is already busy tidying up. She's used to his outbursts by now. She hands him a brown envelope, guessing that he's out of allowance money. She's always one step ahead. Maru blushes, feeling embarrassed about still taking money from his mom at his age. He claims he can handle a part-time job himself. She tells him to just take it while she's offering. She's not taking no for an answer. He finally accepts the money, thanking her with a defeated look. It's a tough pill to swallow for his pride. She mentions a fortune teller who apparently got some things right about his interview. Maru looks intrigued despite himself. She gives him a serious look that makes him pay attention. This isn't just a casual suggestion. She tells him that he needs to visit the mountains. He's understandably confused by such a random request. The scene shifts to a beautiful coastal town with a busy harbor. Looks like Maru actually followed her advice. He stands at the dock, stretching and looking out at the water. He's clearly not happy about being back in his hometown. He sighs, admitting he really didn't want to come back here. The memories associated with this place must be pretty heavy. He walks through the town with a backpack, heading toward the mountains. He's a man on a mission now. He remembers his mom explaining that she asked a famous shaman about his job situation. This is some next-level career counseling. The shaman told her the reason he's struggling isn't ADHD or panic disorder. It's something much more spiritual. Maru thinks about his dad, who left home 20 years ago and never returned. That's a long time to be gone. According to the shaman, his dad died on that mountain, and his spirit is now blocking Maru's path. That's a lot to drop on a guy. He's told that he needs to pour some liquor and appease his dad's spirit to pass the exam. Maru is huffing and puffing as he hikes up the trail. He finally reaches an old, abandoned house and says that he found it. This must be the place where it all started. He opens the creaky blue gate and steps into the overgrown courtyard. The place looks like it's been forgotten by time. He looks around with a somber expression, memories flooding back. It's a lot to take in after 20 years. He remembers being a young boy in this very spot. A vision of his younger self appears before him. The young Maru runs across the courtyard, full of the energy he's long since lost. It's a bittersweet moment for him. The kid stands by a doorway, peeking inside. Adult Maru follows the memory to the entrance. Inside, the kitchen is dark and gloomy. A silhouette stands in the middle of the room, looking very eerie. The figure is hunched over, seemingly ignored by everything else. It's a really unsettling image. It's his dad, but he looks dark and distorted. This doesn't look like a happy family memory. The young Maru reaches out a hand, calling for his father. The kid has no idea what he's dealing with. The boy looks up with wide, innocent eyes, telling his dad that he is hungry, not realizing his dad is basically a monster now. Adult Maru watches the scene with a horrified expression. This memory is clearly more of a nightmare. His dad turns around, his face completely blacked out except for a creepy white smile. This is straight out of a horror movie. The figure makes a guttural sound, looking more like a demon than a human. Maru is reliving his worst trauma. The monster lets out a terrifying yell as the memory intensifies. Poor Maru looks like he's about to have another panic attack. Suddenly, the memory fades and he's back in the empty, sunny room. He looks completely rattled by what he just saw. His shadow stretches out on the floor as he stands in the middle of the ruined house. The atmosphere is heavy with sorrow. He clutches his chest, feeling a crushing weight in his lungs. He gasps that it feels suffocating. He's having a physical reaction to being back here. He's clearly not over whatever happened in his childhood. He takes some deep breaths, trying to regain his composure. He tells himself to finish this quickly and go back down. He pulls a green bottle of liquor out of his bag. Time to do what his mom told him and appease the spirits. He He pours the liquor into a cup and then onto the ground as an offering. It's a traditional way to show respect to the dead. He splashes the rest of the bottle around, hoping his dad is doing well wherever he is. He's trying his best to be sincere. He prays to the mountain spirit as well, just to cover all his bases. He's not taking any chances with his future career. He mentions how his mom struggled to raise him alone and asks the spirits to help him get a job for her sake. That's actually really sweet. He pours out the very last drop, finishing the ritual. He's done everything he was supposed to do. Suddenly, some strange yellow smoke starts to swirl around the area. This definitely wasn't part of the plan. Maru notices the smoke and gets worried. He wonders what this yellow smoke is. He starts to panic, thinking there might be a wildfire. He yells, "Safety first," and starts to run away. The words, "Safety first," appear in big, bloody red letters. This is getting very creepy, very fast. Maru stops and looks back, confused. He thought he heard someone repeat exactly what he just said. Through the thick yellow fog, a dark silhouette with a long spear approaches. Someone is definitely not alone out here. The figure gets closer, its shape becoming more clear and more disturbing. This is not a regular person. Maru stares at the stranger with a bewildered expression. He's trying to process what he's seeing. He sees a sharp bamboo spear being carried by a very strange-looking creature. This is definitely not a hallucination. A grotesque monster with a giant, swollen belly and a split-open head appears. It has the words, "Safety first," floating right above it. This is terrifying. Maru rubs his eyes, convinced he's just hallucinating again. He's really hoping this is just his brain playing tricks on him. He looks absolutely horrified as the monster continues to approach. He cries out, asking if he's hallucinating again. The creature is right there in the yard, standing only a few feet away from him. This is way too real for comfort. Maru realizes this feels way too ominous. He decides it's best to just run away as fast as he can. But as he turns to bolt, he sees a huge spray of blood. Someone just got hit. A dark, featureless figure has stabbed Maru right through the chest from behind. He didn't even hear them coming. He falls to the ground in a pool of blood, coughing and gasping for air. The spear is stuck right in his gut. He thinks about how he's going to die after spending his whole life just studying and working. It's a pretty depressing way to go. He feels like his life sucks and that no one would even be sad if he died. He's given up all hope. Close up of his bloody mouth as he laments his miserable existence. He thinks to himself that life sucks. But then he has a vision of his mom working hard and drinking alone at night. He realizes that she would definitely be sad if he was gone. He grits his teeth, blood dripping from his chin. He screams for his mom in his mind, finding a sudden surge of will to live. He struggles to his knees, clutching the spear. He growls that it is not yet, refusing to give in to death. He looks up with a fierce determination, blood smeared all over his face. He's ready to fight back. He shouts that he can't die yet, his eyes burning with intensity. This guy just got a major power-up. The monster moves in closer, its massive jaw opening wide to show off its huge teeth. It's about to finish him off. The creature with the Safety First sign is right in his face now. This thing is the stuff of nightmares. It lunges forward, its split head revealing a huge, lolling tongue. Maru is in serious trouble here. Maru stares right into the creature's gaping maw, his eyes wide with shock. He's seeing something even weirder inside. Down the monster's throat, he sees a single, large, green eye staring back at him. That is absolutely disgusting. He thinks about the eye in the mouth, completely revolted by the creature's anatomy. It's a weirdly specific detail. The monster tackles him to the ground, pinning him down under its weight. Maru is struggling with everything he has left. He yells for it to get off as he tries to push the beast away. He's covered in blood and dirt, but he's not giving up. The monster bites down on his shoulder, its teeth sinking deep into his flesh. Maru is screaming in absolute agony. Maru feels like he's finally losing his mind. He starts to hear weird, distorted voices telling him to eat. A shadowy version of his dad appears in his mind, repeating the word eat. It's like a primal instinct is taking over. The figure looms over him, urging him to strike back. Maru is being pushed past his limit. His eyes start to glow a bright, menacing red as he lets out a primal roar. He's not the one being eaten anymore. And that's when everything changed. Maru bites down on the monster's neck, giving it a taste of its own medicine. He's literally fighting like an animal. He rips a huge chunk out of the creature, blood spraying everywhere. With his glowing red eye, Maru looks way more terrifying than the monster right now. Maru is letting out a soul-shredding scream while blood sprays everywhere. It looks like he's being torn apart from the inside out during this transformation. Deep inside his throat, a creepy green eye is staring back at us. This isn't just a physical change, it's like another entity is taking root. The eye is huge, with a cross-shaped pupil and a glowing green iris. It's pulsating with an energy that definitely doesn't feel human. The camera zooms in even tighter on that monstrous eye. The intensity of the gaze is enough to give anyone nightmares. Suddenly, the vision is shattered by a massive black impact or shadow. It feels like Maru's consciousness is being completely snuffed out. We see a red-tinted, sketchy vision of Maru's face, looking hollow and haunted. His eyes are just glowing white dots in a sea of red static. A hellish landscape of tangled red bodies appears. It looks like a literal mountain of the damned, showing just how far gone Maru's mind is right now. One of the red figures, a multi-armed monster, is letting out a silent scream. The atmosphere is thick with despair and pure horror. The monster stands atop the pile of bodies as the two green eyes from before hover in the red sky above it. Maru is trapped in some kind of demonic dimension. Voices start whispering in the dark, asking what's happening and who's talking. Maru is completely disoriented, lost in the void. He thinks to himself that he died in the end as he describes a metallic taste in his mouth. He's convinced he's crossed over to the other side. Suddenly, a casual, "Hey!" cuts through the silence. Maru is shocked that someone else is calling out to him in the middle of his supposed death. Two bright lights appear, looking like eyes opening in the darkness. A voice asks what he is doing here since this is a restricted area. Maru's vision clears, and he sees two people, a guy in a floral shirt and a woman staring down at him. He's back in the real world, and he looks like he's seen a ghost. He stares up at them with a bloody mouth and a dazed expression. He can barely even form a confused sound as he tries to process that he's still alive. He snaps upright, looking around frantically and wondering where the monsters and the yellow dust went. The forest looks perfectly normal now, which is even more confusing. He continues to look around in a panic, still trying to wrap his head around the sudden shift. The guy in the floral shirt asks him to repeat what he saw. The guy reaches down and grabs Maru, looking way more serious than his shirt would suggest. He's desperate for info on the yellow thing Maru mentioned. Maru explains that the yellow dust appeared out of nowhere and then a monster attacked him. He's still clutching his bloody chin, looking completely traumatized. He checks his stomach, expecting a massive hole, but finds nothing. He shouts that he thought he was going to die because it just attacked his stomach. The guy and woman exchange a skeptical look. They aren't sure whether to believe this kid or if he's just lost it. The floral shirt guy mentions that the demon alarm stopped yesterday and he thought it was broken. It turns out the situation is weirder than they thought. The guy says no way as he looks at Maru sitting in the dirt. He realizes that Maru might have actually killed the demon himself. The woman adjusts her glasses and tells him that even if he gained power from demon blood, he can't use those abilities right away. She's dropping some heavy lore on him. The guy stands there silently, taking in the information. He looks like he's reassessing Maru's potential. Maru is still out of it, so the guy asks if he remembers what happened yesterday. Maru is totally caught off guard by the timeline. Maru asks what he means by yesterday, looking completely confused. He thinks only a few minutes have passed. He starts digging through his pockets for his phone to check the date. He's sweating bullets as the realization starts to sink in. He pulls out his phone and sees the time is 1030. He screams, seeing something on the screen that terrifies him. He realizes he's been unconscious for a whole day. He's having another panic attack, realizing he's been lying in the woods after getting mauled by a monster. The two adults watch him freak out, noting that he hasn't even begun to grasp the situation. They seem surprisingly calm about the fact that he survived a demon. The guy in the floral shirt waves a hand dismissively and tells Maru he just needs to figure out what happened, saying they all went through the same thing. The guy grabs Maru by the collar of his torn shirt and starts pulling him along. Maru has no choice but to follow this mysterious stranger. The guy says with a sly grin that he came at the right time and needs to participate. Maru is getting dragged into something big, and he has zero say in the matter. Maru asks what he's participating in, looking absolutely miserable. The guy adds that they need to get him a change of clothes first, since his current ones are shredded. The scene transitions to an overhead view of a densely packed city. The story is moving out of the woods and into civilization. We're at the Manhwa Island Dust Emergency Department headquarters. It's a plain government building, but you know some crazy stuff goes on inside. Inside, a banner reads, "New E-Employee, Orientation, Special Service Government Official." Looks like Maru just landed a job he didn't even apply for. Maru is sitting in a chair, looking completely dead inside. He's dressed in a bright, ridiculous floral shirt, probably a loner from the other guy. He's sitting in a room full of people in professional black suits, looking like the biggest sore thumb in history. Everyone is staring at him, and it's super awkward. He thinks about what just happened, looking at his own reflection. He went from dying in the mountains to a government orientation in less than 24 hours. From a high angle, we see the room is full of new recruits. Maru is questioning why he's even there in the first place. He looks around at the other recruits and notices they all have terrifyingly intense or blank expressions. He thinks that they are so strange. He starts biting his nails, completely intimidated by the scary vibes in the room. He definitely doesn't feel like he belongs with these people. Suddenly, we hear the click-clack of high heels as someone approaches the front of the room. The real authority is about to show up. A woman with long, red fingernails places her hand on a podium. She looks like she means business. She introduces herself as Yu Young-yoon, a chief in the Seoul headquarters. She's got wild purple hair and a look that says she eats demons for breakfast. Maru raises a hand and stammers that he doesn't think he can attend this event. He's trying to bail before things get even weirder. The people around him turn to stare, looking annoyed by the interruption. Maru is sweating, feeling like he's making a massive mistake. Chief Yu Young-yoon drops the bombshell. He's already been hired as a special official. Maru is shocked because he literally never applied for this. She continues her speech, explaining that everyone there is a new recruit who gained demon abilities this month. Maru's jaw is basically on the floor. She tells them work to protect lives and warns them not to tell their families or anyone else. This is some serious Men in Black stuff. She emphasizes that leaking information will result in being punished for violating the national security law. Maru is officially terrified. Maru stammers about violating the national security law. He just wanted a stable civil servant job, not a lifetime of government secrets and demon hunting. The chief explains that when demon blood enters your body, there's a low chance you'll gain a demon ability. Maru is starting to realize exactly what happened in that mountain house. Maru remembers the monster biting him and the blood spraying everywhere. He looks down, his face going pale with realization. He wonders if he got bitten by the monster. The memory of that nightmare is finally starting to make sense in the context of his new job. Chief Yu continues, explaining that demons fortunately only appear in uninhibited mountains. She looks like she's reciting this from a very grim textbook. We see an image of a massive, terrifying demon silhouette surrounded by yellow dust. It's a reminder of the scale of the threat they're dealing with. She explains that the higher the level of the dust, the stronger the demon that appears. She then turns her attention to a guy named Mr. Sean-woo. The floral shirt guy from the woods. Sean-woo raises his hand and says yes, looking way more composed in this setting. The chief reveals that Cheyenne-woo got his ability from a level 7 strong demon. She says she's looking forward to his work, which clearly means he's a big deal. Seon-woo bows respectfully and says he'll do his best. He's the star student of this demon hunting class. Then she turns to Maru and asks what ability he got from his level 1 demon. The drop in level from 7 to 1 is pretty brutal for his ego. Maru laughs awkwardly and admits he still doesn't know what his ability is. He looks like a total amateur compared to everyone else. Seon-woo lets out a scoff, clearly laughing at Maru's lack of knowledge. Maru is fuming, realizing this guy is totally looking down on him for being a level 1. Maru thinks to himself that this brat just laughed at him, his face twitching with anger. He's already developing a rivalry with the floral shirt guy. He tries to clear his throat and tell himself that escaping this strange place is more important than his pride. Good luck with that, Maru. Suddenly, a loud grunt fills the room. Everyone jumps, wondering what on earth is going on. The chief checks her tablet and announces that a demon has just appeared. She has a chillingly excited look on her face. The scene shifts to a lush green mountain path. It looks peaceful, but we know better by now. She yells that it's time for practical training and for them to hurry up and climb the mountain. Maru is once again questioning his entire life. Maru is running up the trail, complaining about how strange things have been since yesterday. His legs are probably already like jelly. He's huffing and puffing, looking like he's about to pass out. He is definitely not in peak demon hunting condition. He wheezes, safety, trying to maintain his mantra despite the exhaustion. He's struggling just to stay upright. He adds, first, as he sees something that makes him stop dead in his tracks. The familiar yellow smoke is starting to curl around his feet. He screams, his eyes wide with terror, that it's the dust again. This is exactly what happened before he died last time. The thick yellow fog is rolling down the mountain like a tidal wave. It looks even more menacing than before. Through the dust, we see a dark silhouette standing tall. Someone is already facing the threat head-on. It's a woman with a dark, shriveled-looking arm. Maru wonders if that person's arm is okay, looking horrified. The woman turns around, her face splattered with blood and one eye glowing a bright, demonic red. It's Captain Kang, and she looks absolutely terrifying. Maru stares at her with a look of pure shock. He's seeing firsthand what a special official actually looks like in action. Behind her, a massive demon has been stabbed right through the head. Blood is dripping down the weapon, and the monster is clearly finished. Captain Kang stands victoriously in front of the fallen beast. She's tiny compared to the monster, but she's clearly the most dangerous thing on that mountain. Maru collapses to the ground, his mind completely blown. He stammers about what the hell is happening. The other recruits watch Captain Kang with a mix of awe and fear. They're all starting to realize what they've signed up for. Chief Yu addresses the group, asking why they're all so tense. She tells them with a big, scary smile that they will begin the practical training now. She explains that this is a yellow dust level 1 demon, the weakest type despite its massive size. If this is the weakest, Maru is in serious trouble. The monster's head is split open, revealing its brain and rows of sharp teeth. It's absolutely grotesque to look at. The chief notes that Captain Kang has already stuck a knife into the demon's brain so it can't move. It's essentially a giant, terrifying punching bag for the recruits. Captain Kang looks bored, leaning against a tree as she watches the recruits. She's already done the heavy lifting for them. She looks over at Maru with a curious sound. She seems to recognize him from somewhere. She wonders if Maru is the man who single-handedly defeated a demon yesterday. She's clearly impressed by his supposed feat. She wonders what ability he got, staring him down. Maru was sweating, feeling the pressure of her gaze. The chief shouts at the recruits to use their abilities to fight the demon. She looks like she's about to join in the fun herself. Maru stammers, looking like he's about to lose it. He thinks the chief has officially lost her mind. He stares up at the massive demon, towering over him like a building. He thinks to himself about how he can fight that, looking completely dwarfed. His vision starts to glitch and turn blue as his panic disorder kicks in. He feels like he's suffocating all over again. He gasps that his panic disorder is acting up again. His chest hurts and he can't breathe. His body is literally failing him under the stress. We see an image of a heart beating rapidly in a sea of red. Maru's pulse is off the charts right now. The heart is covered in a dark, gooey substance, and the veins are bulging. It looks like his demon ability is trying to force its way out. Inside this dark, red, watery void, we see these creepy clawed feet stepping through with a splash. Below them, Maru is gasping for air, looking completely overwhelmed by the situation. He's breathing heavily and looks totally spent. But his reflection in the water is definitely not Maru staring back. It's a dark, clawed monster just waiting for an opening. We see the beast from a high angle, crawling across the red surface with a sickening grace. It's like it's hunting him inside his own mind. Maru is still doubled over clutching his chest, completely unaware that a massive, pitch-black claw is reaching out from the shadows. Talk about a "he's right behind me" moment. The creature is literally looming over him now, its dark hair and monstrous form dwarfing poor Maru. He looks incredibly vulnerable with this nightmare-fueled beast practically on top of him, and then, nightmare confirmed. We get a close-up of the monster's face, showing off rows of sharp, jagged teeth and a single, glowing yellow eye. Yeah, I think it's safe to say things are about to get real ugly. The monster opens its mouth wide, revealing rows of sharp, needle-like teeth. It whispers into Maru's mind, telling him to eat. Back in reality, the other recruits are looking around, confused by Maru's behavior. He's standing there, mumbling to himself while everyone else is ready to fight. Maru starts drooling, his eyes going blank. He mumbles that he wants to eat, looking like a literal zombie. Suddenly, his eyes glow a bright, menacing yellow as he lets out a primal roar. He screams that he wants to eat, and you just know that level 1 demon is about to have a very bad day. Maru's eyes are looking completely vacant and clouded over. He's definitely not in his right mind right now. He's hunched over, drooling with a dark aura pulsing around him. It looks like the demon inside is trying to take the wheel. We get a gross close-up of a second, monstrous set of teeth appearing inside his mouth. This is getting way too intense for a training exercise. Suddenly, Maru snaps out of it as someone flicks his shirt. His eyes go wide with shock as he realizes someone is right in his personal space. It's Sonwoo, and he's laughing at Maru. He asks if Maru is laughing because he's scared, totally looking down on the newbie. Maru laughs awkwardly, wiping drool and sweat off his face. He tries to play it off like he was just in pain, but he looks absolutely rattled. Sionwoo is not impressed, calling him a pathetic noob. This guy's ego is seriously off the charts. He walks away with a heavy sigh, muttering that everyone else is worthless. Someone needs to humble this dude, and fast. Maru clutches his stomach, realizing he was just incredibly hungry. He's trying to figure out if that weird losing control moment was just a one-time thing. Chief Yu stands on top of a rock and screams for everyone's attention. The orientation is officially moving into the dangerous phase. She tells the recruits that before they test their abilities, she needs to explain some basics. Maru and the others look on, probably wishing they were anywhere else. She explains that the thick yellow dust is actually emitted by the demons. The scarier part? The stronger the demon, the denser that dust becomes. Within that dust, demons have insane regenerative powers. They're basically healing as fast as you can hurt them while the fog is up. She pulls out a knife and says that's not all. She's about to give a very bloody demonstration of how their powers work. Without flinching, she slices her own hand open. She explains that they've received demon powers too, which changes the rules for them. She shows her bleeding palm and explains that when they're in the dust, their wounds will heal just like the demons. It's a double-edged sword for sure. She gives them a chilling warning. If they receive a fatal wound, they will actually die. So, the healing isn't a get-out-of-jail-free card. Sonwoo is in the back looking completely bored, yawning while she gives this life-saving info. He's basically the definition of too cool for school. Maru is watching Sionwoo, who thinks the chief is just talking about useless info. He's already over the lecture. We see the whole group standing in the field with the captured demon. The tension is so thick you could cut it with Chief Yu's knife. Sonwoo steps forward and says, "Let's see," as he prepares to show everyone how it's done. He bites his own lip hard, drawing blood. Apparently, self-harm is the on switch for these powers. Blood drips from his mouth as the dust starts to react. It's a pretty metal way to transform. Red, glowing energy erupts from his body, and his eyes turn a bright, menacing yellow. He's tapping into some serious power. He explains that wounding himself lets the yellow dust seep into his bloodstream to activate the power. He looks like a completely different person now. He tightens his gloves and asks if they should start then. He's looking at the demon like it's just a warm-up. He delivers a massive, explosive punch to the demon's head. The impact sends shockwaves through the air. The demon's head is crushed under the force of the blow. Captain Kang watches from the side, looking unimpressed but focused. Suddenly, the demon starts thrashing and screaming. Captain Kang looks shocked. It shouldn't be moving. A massive surge of yellow dust explodes from the demon, knocking the recruits back. This training session just went south real quick. A dark silhouette looms through the swirling smoke. It's the demon, and it's looking way bigger and meaner than before. It lets out a terrifying roar, showing off rows of sharp, jagged teeth. This weak demon just got a major second wind. The demon stands tall, glowing with a purple aura. It's literally screaming at the recruits, and it looks like it's out for blood. It slams its fists into the ground, creating a shockwave. The power it's putting out is insane. The recruits are absolutely losing it, screaming as they try to run for their lives. This orientation is a total nightmare. Captain Kang steps in and tells Chief Yu not to interfere. She wants to handle this herself before people get killed. Chief Yu holds her back, telling her not to interfere. She's surprisingly calm given that her recruits are about to be demon food. Captain Kang argues that this is way too much for the newbies. She's worried they're all going to die before they even start. Chief Yu coldly says there's no time for practice. If they can't handle a monster at this level, they'll just die in the field anyway. That's some brutal logic. The demon is sniffing around, hunting for its next target. It looks completely feral. It turns its head with a creepy, jerky motion. Those teeth are definitely not just for show. It lunges forward with a loud roar, and Maru is right in its line of sight. He looks like he's about to have a heart attack. Maru is shaking, wondering why the monster is looking specifically at him. He's definitely not ready for a round two. The demon strikes. It swipes its massive claws through the air with terrifying speed. A recruit is sent flying through the air, and Captain Kang looks on with a grim expression. Someone just got hit hard. Maru is on the ground, clutching his bloody shoulder. He's groaning in pain, and it looks like a nasty wound. We get a close-up of Maru's hand on his shoulder, and blood is soaking through his shirt. He's really hurting. He looks up and sees another recruit leaping through the air above him. He wonders what is happening all of a sudden. The demon lands right in front of him, its feet digging into the grass. It's literally inches away. Maru is pinned down by the demon's shadow. He looks like a tiny mouse staring at a very hungry cat. The demon looms over him, its body half swallowed by the yellow dust. It's an incredibly imposing image. Close-up of the monster's face and Maru's terrified profile. The demon is definitely enjoying this. The demon raises its sharp, clawed hand. It looks like Maru's about to be history. It smashes its fist into the ground, shattering the earth where Maru was standing. He just barely managed to dodge. The demon grabs someone else and starts thrashing them around. The sounds of impact are gruesome. The monster is literally biting into a recruit's neck. This training just got way too real. Suddenly, we see a red, bug-like monster with glowing eyes. Another recruit is transforming. Text pops up identifying him as a centipede demon ability user. This guy looks like he's about to go on a rampage. He charges at the demon with incredible speed, running on all fours like an insect. He delivers a series of rapid-fire strikes to the demon's body. It's a total blur of motion. Another recruit jumps in, delivering a powerful flying kick to the demon's head. Text identifies a woman with long hair and sharp claws as a Hojo demon ability user joining the attack. The demon screams as it gets blasted from multiple sides. It looks like the recruits might actually have a chance. The Hojo user stands over the fallen demon, celebrating their victory. She yells that they defeated it and won. But the demon's head is already starting to sizzle and regrow. That regenerative power is no joke. A massive chunk of flesh is bubbling and reforming on the demon's head. It's absolutely disgusting to watch. The demon growls as it stands back up, looking completely healed. The recruits' faces are full of despair. Maru and the Hojo user can't believe it. They cry out, asking how its wound is already healed. The demon reaches out and grabs a recruit's leg with its massive gray hand. It starts swinging him around like a weapon, smashing everything in its path. It hurls the recruit directly at Maru. Maru's eyes go wide as he realizes he's about to be a human bowling pin. The recruit slams into Maru with a loud impact, and they're both sent tumbling. They skid across the ground in a cloud of dust. Maru is coughing and trying to get back up. The demon lets out a victorious roar. It's completely dominating the battlefield now. It grabs Maru's teammate by the throat, hoisting him high into the air. The guy looks like he can't even breathe. The poor guy is gasping that it hurts as the demon squeezes tighter. Maru watches, feeling completely helpless. Close-up of the demon's face as it opens its mouth wide, ready to finish him off. Maru is crying out for help, shouting to be saved. He's totally given up on fighting. Suddenly, a hand grabs the demon's wrist. It looks like someone finally decided to step in. It's Seonwoo. He delivers a brutal kick to the demon's neck, knocking its head back. He punches the demon away, freeing the recruit. He asks with a smirk if it thinks he'd let it go that far. Seonwoo stands there with his hand in his pocket, looking totally unfazed. His eyes are glowing with a powerful yellow light. Text identifies him as a temple demon ability user. Seonwoo is clearly on a whole different level than the other recruits. The demon growls and lunges at him, looking more enraged than ever. This is about to be a real fight. Sumo just stands his ground as the demon charges. He's got that cool main character energy going on. He calmly raises his fingers to his mouth, looking like he's about to cast a spell. He points his hand at the demon and shouts for it to die. A massive wave of pressure erupts from his fingertips. The demon's head literally explodes from the force of the invisible blast. It's a total one-shot kill. The headless demon collapses into the red void of the dust. Seonwoo really didn't break a sweat. The monster's body hits the ground with a heavy thud. The orientation just took a very dramatic turn. The demon is down for good this time, its body landing with a heavy sound. Seonwoo steps on the demon's head to make sure it's dead. He explains to the shocked recruits that a demon dies if you cut its throat to stop the dust. He's a level 7 user for a reason. The other recruits are staring in awe. They whisper that he took it down alone in an instant. Seonwoo mutters that it's a shame because he wanted to try out some other things. He's such a show-off. Captain Kang yells at him and marches over. She looks absolutely furious. She accuses him of breaking her knife on purpose just to wake the demon and test himself. She's not playing around. Seonwoo just gives her a smug look and asks for proof. He's got that can't touch me attitude. Captain Kang grabs him by the shirt and pulls him close. She threatens to break his fingers if he ever pulls a stunt like that again. She's screaming in his face, but Seonwoo just looks bored. The power dynamic here is super tense. Suddenly, we see a close-up of hands clapping. Someone is actually enjoying this drama. It's Chief Yu. She claps and tells Seonwoo that for a first-timer, he handled it well. But then she gets a serious look on her face and adds a mysterious "but." She looks around and realizes someone is missing, asking where they are. It's Maru. He's running away as fast as his legs can carry him. He's bolted through the trees, screaming in his head that he didn't sign up for this demon-hunting life. He yells that he better run, and that running away is the only way to live. He's officially a deserter. He stops to catch his breath, sweating and wheezing. Maru is absolutely gassed, doubled over and panting like he just ran a marathon. He's sweating bullets and wondering what the heck just happened with that crazy demon encounter. Captain Kang is deep in thought, replaying the earlier chaos in her head. She saw a massive shadow looming over Maru, and it's definitely got her suspicious about what this newbie is hiding. She's questioning her own eyes, wondering if that monster was specifically hunting Maru the whole time. It didn't feel like a random attack, and she's trying to figure out why a low-level demon would be so obsessed with him. King decides to leave finding Maru to the others for now, but something else is bothering her. Even though the demon has been taken out, that eerie yellow dust is still hanging around the area like a bad omen. A sudden realization hits her like a ton of bricks. She stares intensely as the pieces of the puzzle start clicking into place in a way she totally didn't expect. The whole team is still standing in the thick of the dust, looking confused by the lingering fog. Meanwhile, we see Maru peeking out from the bushes, clearly trying to avoid any more unwanted attention. Maru spots something strange through the fog, a massive, ancient-looking gate. He wonders why there is a gate here. The gate is glowing with an eerie light and is covered in strange markings. It definitely doesn't belong in the middle of a modern mountain trail. A gray, shriveled hand reaches out from the gate, clutching the side. Something is trying to crawl through. A terrifying skeletal demon steps out into the light, its body glowing with yellow energy. Maru is literally right there, frozen in fear. He huddles in the bushes, terrified. He thinks to himself that he finally escaped, so why does he have to face another one of those things? He peeks through the leaves with a terrified look, asking if it's gone. He looks out at the empty path, hoping the coast is clear. He wonders if it left, but then we see the skeletal demon standing directly behind him, looming over his shoulder. Maru has no idea he's about to have a very bad time. Officer Kang and the purple-haired chief are standing in the woods when a light blue-haired woman, Yoseok, comes sprinting toward them from the distance. She's shouting for the officers to get their attention, looking like she's about to drop from exhaustion. Yoseok is completely out of breath, clutching her chest as she yells out for Officer Kong Chana. She's clearly panicking about some urgent news from headquarters. Yoseok finally reaches the two women and hunches over, gasping for air. The chief looks at her with a calm but questioning expression, asking what all the fuss is about. Still gasping for breath, Yoseok explains that the office just called with a major update. She looks totally stressed out, her face flushed from both the run and the news she's carrying. The chief's eyes go wide with shock as she processes the report. She mutters that it can't be right, since Rakshasas have never appeared concurrently in the same area before. This is a total anomaly. Officer Kang looks absolutely fierce, her eyes narrowing as she shifts into combat mode. She demands to know exactly where the new monster appeared so she can go handle it. Back at the restricted area sign, a hand reaches out from the fog and grips the top of the signpost. Someone is desperately trying to pull themselves through the thick yellow dust. A foot steps down hard on the grass as a blurry silhouette rushes past. Whoever it is, they are in a massive hurry to get away from the mountain. It's Maru, and he is sprinting through the yellow fog like his life depends on it, because it probably does. He's just a dark shape against the hazy woods right now. Maru is hauling as he runs, glancing back over his shoulder with a look of pure terror. You can see blood splattered across his floral shirt and his arms, showing he's already been through the ringer. He's moving with desperate speed, his teeth gritted as he pushes himself to keep going. He realizes he has to keep distance between him and whatever is stalking him. Close-up of Maru's face, and man, the guy is absolutely losing it. Sweating and crying all at once. He's screaming for someone to please save him in his head, completely terrified of dying alone in the woods. His luck finally runs out as his foot catches on a root or a rock while he's looking back. He's about to take a very nasty spill. He goes down hard, slamming face first into the grass with a loud impact. That had to hurt, especially with the injuries he's already carrying. Maru is on his hands and knees, rubbing his head and groaning in pain. He looks completely exhausted and beaten down, like he's at the end of his rope. Suddenly, he spots a small, traditional house in a clearing through the shifting fog. His eyes go wide as he realizes this might be the perfect place to hide and catch his breath. He scrambles to his feet and sprints toward the building, thinking that he can hide there. He's hoping the walls will provide some kind of protection from the monster. He leans against the wooden wall of the house, gasping as he tries to regulate his breathing. He looks around nervously, wondering what that terrifying thing back in the woods even was. Maru peeks around the corner of the building, checking the path he just came from to see if the coast is clear. He's hoping against hope that he managed to lose his pursuer. But as he turns around, the skeletal demon is standing right there in the yard, looming in the fog. Maru's face drops as he realizes the nightmare is far from over. The skeletal demon has these strange, sharp shards floating in a circle behind its head like some kind of twisted halo. Maru is totally confused by the creature's design, wondering what those leaf-like things are. A tight close-up on Maru's face shows him sweating bullets as he stares in shock. He's completely baffled by how the monster managed to appear so suddenly without him noticing. A shadow falls over Maru's face as the monster looms closer, the yellow light catching his eye. He's paralyzed, watching the threat approach. Suddenly, the gate creaks open, and an old grandmother walks out, holding a bowl of food. She looks around the foggy courtyard and asks who's there. The grandma squints into the thick yellow fog, waving her hand through the air as she complains that she can hardly see. She has no idea she's just stepped right into a horror movie scene. She continues to wave her hand blindly while the skeletal demon stands tall right in front of her. This is a total disaster waiting to happen, and she's completely oblivious. We get a horrifying close-up of the demon's mouth as it opens wide, revealing rows of jagged, needle-like teeth. It's ready to turn this poor woman into a snack. Maru is hiding behind some crates, watching the scene unfold with a look of pure horror. He realizes the grandmother is in grave danger and knows he has to help, but he's still terrified. He's frantically trying to think of a plan, knowing he has no combat experience or real power. He remembers the chief's lecture. We, who have received the powers of the Rakshasas, can heal in the dust. Maru's eyes widen as the realization hits him. The dust is the key. He thinks to himself that this is it, finally finding a glimmer of hope in this nightmare. Then he remembers the catch, but be careful, a fatal wound can still kill you. His newfound courage starts to waver as he considers the risks. His hands are trembling uncontrollably as he clutches his arm. He thinks to himself that he might die, his survival instinct battling with his conscience. He leans against the wall, his face full of doubt. He's seriously considering staying hidden rather than risking his life to save a total stranger. He stands there shaking, trying to justify his cowardice with the mantra, "Safety first, I have to survive." Meanwhile, the grandmother calls out again, wondering if Changsik's mother is visiting. The grandma is squinting into the fog, totally unaware that death is literally inches away. She's just a normal person caught in a supernatural nightmare. The skeletal demon looms over her, its clawed hand raised and its mouth wide open. It's actually mimicking her words in a creepy, distorted red speech bubble, asking for Changsik's mother. Maru's feet start moving before his brain can even catch up as he sprints forward. He's yelling at the monster to stop mimicking him, finally finding his nerve. A close-up of Maru's eyes shows a fierce determination shining through his fear. He's decided that he can't just stand by and watch an innocent person die. The skeletal demon stands tall and spindly, its ribcage visible through its translucent skin. It looks like a literal walking corpse. The grandmother finally sees the monster and collapses to the ground in absolute terror. She cries out, asking what this is, her world turning upside down. The demon looms over her, its head twitching as it repeats, "Changsik's mother," like a broken record. This thing is way more intelligent and cruel than the others. The demon raises its long, bony finger with a sharp sound. It's about to launch an attack that the poor woman could never survive. The sharp shards floating around the demon's head start to spin rapidly. They're sharpening and aligning, ready to be fired like projectiles. The demon points its finger forward, launching the shards with a powerful hum. They fly through the air like deadly bullets. Blood sprays everywhere in a gruesome fountain as the shards tear through flesh. The scene is a chaotic mess of red splatters. The grandmother has her eyes squeezed shut, waiting for the end. She's trembling, wondering why she hasn't felt any pain yet despite the noise. It turns out Maru leaped in and took the hit for her. He's standing over her, bleeding from several wounds but refusing to fall. He gives her a shaky, pained smile and asks if she is okay while blood drips from his mouth. Talk about a hero moment for the level 1 newbie. The grandma looks up at him with wide, tearful eyes, realizing he's been badly hurt protecting her. She stammers in shock about his arm. We see Maru's arm is a bloody mess, with the shirt shredded and flesh torn away by the demon's shards. He's barely standing, clutching his injured limb as blood pours down. He grinds his teeth and tells her to run away quickly while he holds the monster off. He's struggling just to stay on his feet, his knees shaking from the pain. He stands there, bleeding out, and thinks about how pathetic his level 1 ability is. He feels like his combat power is just as worthless as his job resume. The skeletal demon just stands there, watching him with a creepy, motionless face. Maru is convinced he's going to die because he doesn't have real powers like the others. The grandmother is crying about what to do while Maru internally begs for someone more skilled to come save them. He's completely given up on himself. Maru's vision starts to fade as he thinks that if anyone could just come and save them, he's at his absolute limit. He collapses into a dark, mental void, clutching his head and whispering to be saved. He's completely broken and terrified of the end. Suddenly, the massive wound on his arm starts to pulse and glow with a strange energy. Something deep inside him is reacting to the near-death experience. Red, glowing veins start to spread across his neck and face as his body undergoes another transformation. The primal EAT instinct is taking over his mind again. Close-up of Maru's mouth as he makes a guttural sound, his breath visible in the cold fog. He's losing his humanity to the demon blood. Maru's eyes are glowing a bright, menacing yellow and his teeth have become sharp fangs. He looks way more dangerous than any level 1 should ever be. He lunges at the skeletal demon with terrifying speed. He's literally flying through the air with a roar, teeth bared. The skeletal demon stands there, seemingly shocked by the sudden violent shift in its prey's behavior. Meanwhile, Captain Kang is sprinting through the woods toward the sound of the commotion, her feet moving in a blur. She's moving with incredible speed, her eyes fixed on the building ahead. She knows something is going very wrong. She bursts through the line of trees, ready for a fight. She's not going to let another monster claim a victim on her watch. She skids to a halt at the edge of the courtyard, her eyes widening at the chaotic scene before her. Captain Kang is frozen in place, her pink eyes trembling as she watches the fight. She can't believe what she's seeing. Maru has tackled the skeletal demon and is literally biting a massive chunk out of its shoulder. Blood is spraying everywhere in a gruesome red fountain. Kang is totally weirded out, wondering what he is doing. That is definitely not a standard demon hunting technique. Maru is snarling like a wild animal as he rips flesh from the monster's face. He's completely surrendered to the primal EAT drive. He delivers a series of brutal, high-speed punches to the demon's head. The force of the blows is sending shockwaves through the courtyard. The skeletal demon is sent flying backward from the sheer power of the impact, slamming into the ground with a loud thud. Maru stands there, covered in the monster's blood, looking like a total psycho. His eyes are shadowed, making him look even more menacing. He makes a sickening gulp sound as he swallows the flesh he just ripped off the demon. Yeah, he's literally consuming the monster's power. The skeletal demon struggles to get back up, its face a mangled mass of blood and bone. It's growling, but it's clearly on the verge of death. The demon is swaying on its feet, looking totally disoriented after Maru's savage attack. Captain Kang notices something incredible. The monster isn't regenerating the area Maru bit. She's baffled, wondering why as she realizes Maru's ability might be a complete game changer. Close-up of Kang's intense eyes. She tells herself that now isn't the time for questions and prepares to end the fight. Kang lunges forward with a massive burst of speed, her body appearing as a blur of motion. She delivers a powerful spinning kick that sends the demon's head snapping back. She's not holding anything back now. She reaches out and grabs a shard of glowing energy from the air with a firm grip. She clutches the energy shard, which starts to glow and vibrate with intense power. She readies her specialized blade, which is now humming with energy. She's moving with practiced, lethal grace. The skeletal demon lets out one final, terrified screech. It knows its end is near. Kang delivers a devastating horizontal slash through the demon's torso. The force of the strike is massive. She follows up with a series of high-speed slashes that are almost too fast for the eye to follow. Close-up of her glowing yellow eyes as she focuses all her power into the finishing move. She delivers a massive overhead strike that creates an explosion of golden light. The demon is hit by multiple cross slashes simultaneously, its body being torn apart by the energy. She holds her sword high, the blade dripping with dark blood as she finishes her lethal dance. She brings the sword down in one final, clean slash that ends the struggle once and for all. The skeletal demon's head is split right down the middle, its jagged teeth exposed for the last time. The two halves of the head slide apart as the demon's body begins to dissolve into black smoke and yellow dust. Captain Kang stands victoriously over the remains of the monster, looking like a total badass. She wipes her face, which is splattered with blood, and lets out a heavy sigh. She's exhausted, but the job is done. The skeletal demon's body fully dissolves into smoke, leaving nothing behind but the memory of the nightmare. From a high angle, we see the courtyard is a mess, but the danger has passed. Kang and the grandmother are the only ones left in the frame. Kang kneels down to help the grandmother up, asking with a soft expression if she is regaining her senses. The old woman looks dazed and confused, her eyes slowly focusing on her savior. She asks what happened just now, the memories of the Rakshasa already starting to fade from her mind. Kang gives her a gentle smile and tells a convenient lie that it was nothing, just a wild boar that appeared before running away. She notes that ordinary people naturally forget about Rakshasas once the yellow dust clears. The grandma just grumbles about wild boars ruining the crops again. Kang reassures her, saying that the public servants will handle everything from here on out. The grandma bows gratefully and tells her to take care as she heads back inside. Kang turns back toward the house, her expression immediately becoming serious and intense again. She starts walking toward Maru, her boots clumping on the ground with a rhythmic sound. She stands over Maru, who's sitting on the ground looking totally dazed and lost. She wonders what's with this newbie, her eyes scanning him for answers. She notices that Maru's severely mangled arm has already regrown completely. She's shocked and asks him if he's really just a level 1 Rakshasa ability user. Maru is absolutely losing his mind, screaming into the void while he's still in bed. It looks like he just woke up from the worst nightmare of his life, but honestly, his reality is becoming even scarier. He checks his phone, and it's a total disaster. He has a message telling him to start working at the special bureau tomorrow morning. His hand is literally vibrating with stress as he realizes there's no way out of this demon hunting gig. The trauma of the orientation is hitting him hard, flashing back to that terrifying monster with the jagged teeth and blood-red skin. This thing looks like it crawled straight out of a horror movie. The nightmare vision gets even worse, showing the full scale of the creature as it looms in a sea of red energy. You can see why Maru is terrified of being in the same room as one of these things again. He slumps on the edge of his bed, looking like he's aged 10 years overnight. He groans that he doesn't want to go, still physically shaking from the shock of the mountain incident. Maru flops back onto his bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to convince himself he can just quit. He shouts that he's definitely not going, even though we all know his bank account says otherwise. He lies there in the blue light of his room, his face full of conflict and regret. He's desperate for a job, but Demon Slayer wasn't exactly what he had on his LinkedIn profile. Close up on his eyes, and you can see he's basically dead inside at this point. He's just staring into nothing, realizing his life has taken a very weird, very dangerous turn. He grumbles that he might as well go back to sleep as he pulls the blanket over his head. It's the classic move when your life is falling apart. Just hide under the covers and hope it goes away. From above, we see Maru's messy room, but something is wrong. A dark, wispy shadow is starting to rise from the floor. It looks like the demon in his mind isn't finished with him yet. The shadow gets thicker and more defined, swirling over his bed like a physical presence. It's incredibly ominous, and poor Maru is fast asleep, completely unaware he's being watched. His subconscious is a total hellscape right now, filled with red, tangled bodies and screaming faces. He's trapped in a nightmare world where everything is made of blood and terror. The monster from his dream is absolutely grotesque, with multiple arms and a mouth that's literally split open. It's a vision of pure, unadulterated horror that's clearly tied to his new powers. Two simple words flash on a black screen, telling him to come back. It's like the monster is calling out to him, refusing to let him go back to a normal life. Maru wakes up with a massive gasp, his eyes wide and full of panic. He's covered in sweat and looks like he just dodged a bullet, which, mentally, he probably did. He sits there in the dark, hunched over and panting like he just ran a marathon. The heavy breaths show just how physically taxing these nightmares are getting for him. He stares at his trembling hands, realizing these visions have been haunting him ever since the orientation. It's like he's carrying a piece of that nightmare inside him now. He wonders if it's already morning as the first light of day hits his room. He hears a strange sound from outside and looks toward the window with a confused expression. He looks through the glass, trying to see what's going on in the neighboring buildings. It's still dark out, but something is definitely happening in the distance. Maru peeks his head out of the window, his face illuminated by a strange orange glow coming from the mountain range. He's got a really bad feeling about this. The horizon is literally on fire, with a massive blaze consuming Chungye Mountain. He asks what that is, realizing that the demons are already making their move. The city looks peaceful in the foreground, but that massive fire is way too close for comfort. Maru thinks to himself that it won't spread this far, trying to stay calm. Inside the heart of the fire, a dark, muscular silhouette is standing tall amidst the flames. This isn't just a wildfire, it's an invitation to a fight. It's a massive magma demon, its body made of cooling rock and glowing lava. It lets out a terrifying growl that probably shook every window in the city. Suddenly, a woman with long black hair is seen descending through the air right above the fire. She looks totally calm despite the chaos below her. Her eyes are glowing with a brilliant white light as she taps into her power. The label tells us she's a water Rakshasa ability user, which is exactly what you need for a lava monster. The demon gets blasted with high-pressure water, steam hissing as it hits its molten skin. It's a direct hit, and the beast looks absolutely pissed about it. Next up is a guy in a flannel shirt using his own specialized power. He's an Ice Rakshasa ability user, and he looks ready to freeze this whole mountain solid. The two ability users stand near the frozen beast, catching their breath. They're looking around the burning forest, making sure no more of these things are hiding in the smoke. The water user shouts to her leader, pointedly noting that Rakshasas aren't even supposed to appear at night. Something about the rules of this world has fundamentally changed. The team leader yells back, telling her to focus on the wildfire first. He's sweating and looks stressed, probably realizing that a night attack is a very bad sign for everyone. Of course, the ice starts to crack with a loud sound. The magma demon is already breaking free, and it looks even angrier than before. The team leader draws his weapon, a wicked-looking ice scythe attached to a long chain. It's glowing with cold energy, ready to strike. He declares that he'll handle this one, his eyes turning a sharp white. He's stepping up to take the beast head-on while the others manage the fire. He sprints toward the demon with incredible speed, his feet barely touching the ground. This guy clearly knows what he's doing, but this monster is a whole different beast. Suddenly, a beam of dark energy slams into the mountain peak from above. It looks like an orbital strike from hell, and it's definitely not from the task force. Creepy green eyes glow in the darkness as a voice whispers, "Bring." It feels like something much more powerful is pulling the strings behind this attack. The magma demon roars as the voice command to bring him to me echoes through the air. This thing isn't just attacking, it's on a kidnapping mission. The team leader wraps his ice chain around the monster's arm, trying to hold it back. He's straining with everything he has, but the demon's strength is overwhelming. The demon throws a massive magma fist right at the leader's head. It's a total power move, and the air around the strike is shimmering with heat. The fist slams into the ground with a deafening impact, sending a shockwave that probably flattened every tree for 100 yards. It looks like a direct hit on the team leader. The leader is sent tumbling backward through the dirt, the impact clearly doing some major damage. He's lucky to even be alive after a hit like that. He's slumped on the ground, bleeding heavily from his shoulder and coughing up dust. His teammate screams for the team leader in a panic as she sees him go down. The woman looks absolutely horrified, her face pale as she realizes their strongest fighter is out for the count. She's completely alone against the magma beast now. The demon is glowing with an intense yellow light, its magma body pulsing as it prepares its final move. It looks like a ticking time bomb. It lets out a massive pillar of fire that reaches all the way to the stars. The word WHY appears on the screen, echoing the confusion of everyone watching this nightmare unfold. Close-up of the leader's eye as he watches the fire pillar, his face lit up by the glow. He's completely defeated and can only wonder why this is happening. The silhouette of the massive demon stands against the fire, and it seems to be getting even larger. Someone asks if it's getting stronger, and the answer is a terrifying yes. The scene shifts back to the Seoul headquarters, a sleek skyscraper standing tall in the middle of the night. You just know the higher-ups are freaking out right now. Inside the control room, everything is a mess of screens and flashing lights. A voice asks what the current status is, and the answer is definitely not good. Chief Yu, with her signature purple hair and sharp gaze, is at the helm. She looks stressed but focused, demanding an update on the situation. The monitors are filled with data, maps of Korea, and rising graphs. It looks like the demon activity is literally off the charts tonight. A massive red alert appears on the screen along with sirens. They're officially in a national emergency, and the news is about to get even worse. One of the operators shouts out the report, "We're being attacked concurrently on 20 mountains nationwide. This is a total organized invasion." The screen shows that the appearance pattern of the Rakshasas has completely changed. They're no longer random attacks. This is a coordinated military-style strike. Chief Yu remembers the orientation from a week ago, where they noted that multiple concurrent appearances in the same area were impossible. That rule is officially dead. She's rubbing her head in frustration, her eyes red with exhaustion. She mutters to herself that all of this started a week ago during the OT, but why? Suddenly, a subordinate yells out that there's an urgent call from the Busan branch. It seems like the chaos has spread to the southern coast too. Chief Yu's hand reaches for the intercom, her fingers trembling slightly. She's expecting the worst, and Busan is about to deliver it. She asks what the matter is, her voice steady despite the madness. She's a professional to the end. In Busan, we see a man in a sharp suit standing behind yellow caution tape. He sounds way too casual, calling her big sister like they're at a family reunion. It's the Busan branch director, Bai Myung-sik. He's lounging around, asking how she's been and when she's coming to visit. Read the room, dude. Chief Yu is not in the mood for games, telling him to get to the point, greetings aside. She's got a city to save and no time for his banter. Myung-sik gets a creepy, smug grin on his face. He says there's a situation on Jumjeong Mountain in Busan, sounding way too happy about it. A massive, glowing golden gate has appeared in the middle of a swirling yellow fog. It looks ancient and definitely like the source of all the local trouble. People are standing around the gate, which is literally pouring out golden energy. Myung-sik says the portal has remained open for 3 days straight, which is unheard of. Chief Yu looks absolutely shocked, screaming about how it's still open. Normally these things close after the demon is killed, but this one is sticking around. A red, hooded demon peeks through the gate, its mouth open in a silent scream. The voiceover describes the endless battle of killing them over and over. The monsters just keep crawling out of the portal like an endless army of nightmares. This is a war of attrition that the task force is losing. A female officer is shown covered in blood and looking completely spent. Myung-sik reports that the Gyeomjong Mountain team is completely exhausted, and you can see why. The red demon in the hood is smiling, and it's one of the creepiest things I've ever seen. Chief Yu asks if they've identified why the portal won't close. The demon reaches out with its long, spindly claws, looking like it's searching for something or someone. It's a pure, predatory motion. Close up on its mouth, and we see those jagged yellow teeth again. There's a static-like noise effect, showing it's communicating something non-human. The demon's full form is revealed, and it's incredibly thin and tall, looking more like a puppet than a living thing. It's absolutely skin-crawling. A schoolgirl with a backpack stands in the glowing portal light, looking up at a massive, shadowy figure. It's a really eerie and beautiful shot. The girl turns around, her face bloody and one eye glowing like a demon's. She says to bring him to her, clearly being used as a mouthpiece. Chief Yu is completely baffled, shouting about who to bring. She's realizing this isn't just a random invasion, it's a targeted hit. The tall, hooded demon stands against the full moon, its silhouette looking like a grim reaper. It's a very dramatic and terrifying image. It seems to be floating or descending from the sky, its ragged clothes flapping in the wind. This thing has "Final Boss" written all over it. A clawed foot hits the ground with a sharp sound. Myung-sik admits that they have no idea who the demon is talking about. He looks serious for once, telling you that whoever he is, he needs to be there in Busan right now. The mystery is getting deeper and more dangerous. The shadow of the massive demon falls over Myung-sik and his team. They're looking up in awe and terror at the sheer scale of the thing. Back in Seoul, another alarm bell starts ringing with a loud sound. It seems like they've finally reached their breaking point. A subordinate's hand slams down on a button, probably calling in the big guns. They're out of options and out of time. Chief Yu looks like she's about to have a breakdown, her face pale and covered in sweat. She's carrying the weight of the entire country on her shoulders. A military helicopter flies over the city at night, the blades making a loud sound. This is it, the cavalry has arrived. A handsome guy with long blue-gray hair is on the phone inside the chopper. Chief Yu asks him, "What's the matter?" her voice full of hope. He simply says he's almost there, sounding incredibly cool and composed. This guy definitely isn't a level 1 newbie. It's Jung Ildo, and he's standing on the open edge of the helicopter without a parachute. He tells her he'll call again once it is solved, which is such a flex. He just steps off the ledge into the empty air, his clothes flapping as he falls. This is the ultimate watch me work move. Ildo is falling through the night sky like a meteor, looking totally bored. He's got that S-rank energy where gravity is just a suggestion. He hits the ground with a massive beam of light, looking like a superhero landing from outer space. The whole mountain probably felt that one. He impacts the earth with a deafening thud, creating a crater and sending a shockwave through the forest. Talk about making an entrance. Dust and debris are flying everywhere as the impact settled. It looks like he just leveled the entire clearing with his landing. He looks up with glowing yellow eyes, his face intense and focused. He's not here to talk, he's here to end this nightmare. He starts to manipulate the air around him, golden energy swirling as he floats into the sky. It's like he's rewriting the laws of physics. The words, spatial inversion, appear in a cool, stylized font. This must be his signature move, and it sounds incredibly powerful. The whole world seems to flip upside down as he hangs in the air against the moon. He's literally turning the battlefield on its head. He lands perfectly on a traditional rooftop, looking like a ninja from a legend. His jacket flaps as he settles. A A close-up of his boot landing on the tiles with a soft tap. He's got that perfect, effortless grace that only the strongest have. He's silhouetted against the massive full moon, watching the scene below. The Gomjong team is looking up in shock, wondering who the heck this guy is. The female officer is totally stunned, shouting about who that is and how he appeared out of nowhere. She's never seen anything like this before. A male officer yells at him to get down, warning him that it's dangerous. Poor guy doesn't realize he's talking to the founder of the whole task force. The red-hooded demon turns its head with a creepy motion, its empty gaze fixed on Ildo. It seems to recognize that a real threat has finally arrived. Close up on the demon's smile, and it's even grosser than before. It looks like it's looking forward to a challenge. The demon lunges at a female officer, its claws reaching for her head. It's a total split-second life-or-death moment. Ildo is already moving, appearing as a blur of motion as he intercepts the attack. He's moving way faster than the eye can follow. He delivers a massive kick to the demon's chest, the impact making a loud crack. He just saved that girl with zero effort. The demon is sent flying backward, crashing through the air like it was hit by a truck. Ildo is already preparing his next move. He brings his hands together, his face calm and serious. This is where things get really crazy. He pulls his hands apart, and he's literally tearing a hole in the fabric of reality. You can see the dark void through the rip in space. The label calls it a spatial tear. It looks like he's using the dimension itself as a weapon, which is just insane. Massive waves of purple energy pulse out from the tear, looking like liquid lightning. This guy is on a completely different level than everyone else. He sends out a series of spatial slashes, purple energy cutting through the air and everything in its path. It's beautiful and terrifying at the same time. The red-hooded demon is cut clean in half by one of the slashes. Its body is already dissolving into blood and energy. The remains of the monster hit the ground with a heavy thud. Ildo just one-shotted the demon that was terrorizing the whole team for 3 days. The local officers are standing there with their jaws on the floor, completely speechless. They can't believe what they just witnessed. Ildo walks over with a casual, "All right, everyone, you've worked hard." He looks like he just finished a light jog, not a life-or-death battle. He waves them off, telling them to take a break while he handles the rest. He's got that "I got this" energy that makes everyone feel safe. One of the newbie officers is gushing about who that guy is with literal hearts in her eyes. The team leader is blushing too, totally fanboying over him. The leader explains that this is the legend himself, the first Rakshasa ability user who founded the entire task force. The GOAT has entered the building. Ildo starts rolling up his sleeves, looking around the battlefield. He asks if he should wrap this up quickly, like he's just doing chores. His hands are glowing with an intense, dark purple energy. The text calls him Director Jung Ildo, the strongest Rakshasa ability user at the moment. Talk about a title. He slams both of his glowing hands onto the ground with a massive impact. The earth itself starts to crack under the pressure. A massive surge of purple energy and lightning erupts from the ground, shooting straight up into the sky. It looks like a volcanic eruption of pure power. Pillars of purple spatial energy are striking all over the mountain peak, looking like some kind of celestial event. He's literally clearing the whole area in one move. The entire summit is engulfed in a massive vortex of purple energy, wiping out every demon in the vicinity. It's an incredible, overwhelming display of power. The pillars converge into a single point in front of the moon, looking like a cosmic flower blooming. Jung Il-do just ended the Busan crisis with a single slam of his hands. GG boys. A massive eruption of purple spatial energy shoots straight up into the sky, tearing through the clouds. It looks like a portal to another dimension is opening up right on top of the mountain. The purple lightning crackles with insane intensity, making a loud sound that probably shook the whole city. This isn't just power, it's a total, overwhelming force of nature. The energy pillars converge into a single blinding point of light right in front of the massive full moon. A loud thud rings out as the entire mountain peak is swallowed by this cosmic phenomena. The eruption finally settles, leaving the mountain peak glowing with residual purple sparks. It looks like whatever just happened there changed the landscape forever. A female recruit looks up at the sky with her mouth hanging open in total disbelief. She wonders what these black rifts are, looking like she's seeing a god for the first time. Another recruit with glasses is just as stunned, sweat dripping down his face. He's heard rumors about someone with spatial abilities, but seeing why it's called the strongest is a whole different story. Director Jung Il-do stands before a massive black void he just ripped into existence. Purple energy swirls around his hands as he literally plays with the fabric of reality. We get a close-up of his hands physically pulling a tier in space apart with a sickening ripping sound. This guy isn't just using magic, he's doing some serious manual labor on the universe. A perfect circular portal is now fully formed, glowing with an eerie mix of purple and gold light. It's a literal gateway to wherever Il-do wants to go next. The scene shifts to Chongye Mountain, which is currently a massive ball of fire. An explosion of flames lights up the night sky, showing the situation has gone from bad to worse. The wildfire is raging across the mountainside, thick smoke and crackling sounds filling the air. It's a literal hellscape out there, and someone's trapped in the middle of it. Standing right in the center of the blaze is a towering magma rakshasa. Its body is made of cooling rock and glowing lava, steam hissing as it stares down its prey. A female recruit is on the ground, panting heavily as the fire closes in around her. She looks completely defeated, wondering if this is where it all ends for her. A male recruit is also shown from behind, staring up at the massive magma demon in total despair. They both have the same thought: is this the end for us? The team leader, hair wild and eyes glowing, yells at Mr. Lee to snap out of it and run. He's desperately trying to keep his teammates alive while his own ice ability is being pushed to the limit. The magma monster lets out a bone-chilling roar that literally shakes the ground. The team leader stares it down with fierce determination, refusing to back down even an inch. The demon slams its massive molten fists together, creating a shockwave of heat and pressure that blasts everything in its path. It's a total power move meant to crush any resistance. The team leader grunts as he tries to brace against the explosion, his feet digging deep into the scorched earth. He fights to stay upright against the monster's overwhelming strength. The magma monster follows up with a devastating flaming punch that looks like it could level a skyscraper. The sheer heat coming off that thing is insane. The team leader's ice shield is smashed into a million pieces with a loud cracking sound. He's totally exposed now, and the monster isn't slowing down. The flaming fist connects right with the leader's arms as he desperately tries to block. He lets out a pained grunt as the force of the strike nearly breaks him in half. The leader is sent flying backward through the air like a ragdoll, trailing fire as he goes. He thinks he's completely outmatched by this beast. Close-up of the leader's battered face as he hits the ground, his eyes full of frustration. He mutters in anger, knowing he's at the end of his rope. The magma monster looms over its fallen victim, fist raised for the killing blow. The leader closes his eyes, thinking this is how he dies, with a look of pure resignation. A close-up of the leader's eye as he waits for the end. Suddenly, another small panel shows a mysterious figure appearing out of nowhere. Director Jung Ildo steps through a spatial rift, appearing right in front of the magma monster. He looks totally bored, like he just stepped into a convenience store instead of a battlefield. Ildo casually reaches up and grabs the magma monster right by the face with a sickening grip. Blood and lava spray everywhere as he exerts a terrifying amount of grip strength. He looks completely cold and unimpressed as he holds the struggling monster. He turns his head as he prepares to show this thing why he's the director. In a total blur of motion, Ildo performs a high-speed dash that leaves the monster spinning. His feet tap rapidly as he toys with the beast like it's a child. Multiple spatial spears slam into the ground with a massive impact, completely obliterating the area. Ildo isn't just fighting, he's erasing the enemy from existence. Ildo stands casually with his back to the smoldering crater where the monster used to be. He says, "Well then," sounding like he's just finished a mild workout. He holds out his hand with a smug look and asks if he should go take care of another place. The guy is a literal one-man army. He performs a quick horizontal swipe with his hand, opening up another wide spatial rift. He quickly prepares for another jump. Multiple black rifts suddenly appear in the sky across the entire country, silhouetted against the moon. The order is clear: activate hill units. The scene shifts to a different mountain peak at night. It looks peaceful, but we know the Rakshasas are everywhere right now. Back on Gumjung Mountain, Maru is getting absolutely stomped into the dirt by a Rakshasa's foot. He lets out a pained grunt as he's pinned down. A close-up of the Rakshasa's skeletal hand reaching for him. Red noise lines indicate it's making some seriously creepy sounds as it prepares to finish him. A dark, multi-armed demon looms over a recruit who is screaming in total terror. This is the stuff of nightmares, and they're all trapped. Suddenly, a spatial rift opens right through the demon's torso, cutting it clean in half. It lets out a final scream as Ildo's power arrives to save the day. A white, monstrous Rakshasa is pulled screaming into a purple and black spatial vortex. It's a total gotcha moment as the tables finally turn. Over at Mudong Mountain in Gwangju, another demon is being sucked into a rift. No matter where they are, Ildo's reach is everywhere. Even on Jeju Island, the Rakshasas are being hunted. Recruits watch in confusion and relief as a demon is pulled into a portal, one of them asking what that is. More demons are being sliced and trapped by purple spatial rifts appearing all over the battlefield. It's a total nationwide cleanup operation. The rifts are systematically swallowing up any monsters left standing. Ildo is literally vacuuming the country of demons from his office chair. A wide shot shows these purple energy pillars standing like monuments against the night sky. It's an incredible display of power that everyone in the country can see. The whole landscape is dotted with these glowing rifts, looking like some kind of cosmic graveyard for the Rakshasas. In the Seoul HQ, a frantic operator shouts to the director that the yellow dust has suddenly vanished from everywhere except Busan. Talk about a massive sigh of relief. Chief Yu closes her eyes with a faint smile, her shoulders finally relaxing. She tells them not to worry about it, as it's proof that he has arrived safely, having total faith in Ildo. Close up on director Jung Ildo's face, looking as serious as ever. He's back in Busan, and he's not finished with the Golden Gate yet. Ildo stands alone against a massive horde of demons that have gathered around the golden portal. He's completely surrounded, but he looks like he's the one in control. He looks over his shoulder at the army of monsters with a cool expression. He notes that it seems everyone has gathered, sounding almost pleased to have so many targets. Glowing with purple energy, Ildo looks totally smug. He asks if they should begin, and you just know he's about to unleash hell on these monsters. A blue-skinned demon roars right in the camera's face, showing off its terrifying teeth. It has no idea it's about to be deleted from existence. The horde of Rakshasas charges forward in a massive stampede, their eyes glowing with bloodlust. They think they can take him down by sheer numbers. The monsters are literally inches away from Ildo, surrounding him in a sea of gray and blue flesh. It's a terrifyingly close call, but he hasn't even moved. A massive whirlwind of spatial energy suddenly erupts from Ildo, blasting the entire horde backward with a deafening sound. He just cleared the whole yard in a second. Ildo points a single finger at the regrouping monsters, his face calm and predatory. He's picking them off one by one now like it's target practice. Ildo draws a wicked-looking blade made of pure purple spatial energy. The title, Spatial Rend, appears, signaling his most lethal move. A massive vertical slash of energy cuts through a whole line of Rakshasas with a clean slicing sound. He's literally slicing through space and everything in it. He's in the middle of a total massacre, demon parts flying everywhere in a purple-tinted slaughter. The sound of the air being cut is deafening. From a wide angle, we see the scale of the spatial rend attack, cutting a massive swath through the demonic army. It's a total one-sided slaughter. The recruits from Jumjung Mountain are staring with their jaws on the floor, sweat pouring down their faces. They gasp, asking what that is, completely overwhelmed by his power. The female recruit is literally blue from shock, her eyes wide with terror and awe. She thinks she has never seen such power in her life, realizing just how out of her league she is. The magma Rakshasa from before is shown lying face down and defeated on the ground. Its fire is out, and it looks like it's officially done. Ildo leans down to look at the defeated magma demon with a curious expression. He's searching for more than just a victory. He wants information. He snaps his fingers and shouts "translate" to a girl standing nearby. He's not here to play. He wants answers from these monsters. Ildo grabs the magma demon by its spiky head again with a firm grip. He's demanding a face-to-face chat, and he's not taking no for an answer. He asks the monster why they've been appearing so frequently this week. The monster's guttural sounds are translated into red text, repeating, bring him to me." The black-haired translator girl looks like she's in a trance, her eyes shadowed. She repeats the monster's eerie demand, leaving Ildo wondering who him is. Close up of Ildo's face, looking deep in thought. The mystery of him is clearly the key to this whole nationwide invasion. The magma monster repeats, "WHO, him," through its creepy red speech bubbles. Ildo notes that if it's not a specific person, it's just mimicking human language to be a troll. The translator girl looks shaken as she stares at the monster. Ildo sighs and concludes that there's no helping it as he prepares to finish the job. The magma monster's head explodes into orange goo with a loud impact. Ildo has had enough of its cryptic nonsense. A silhouette of Ildo stands against the cooling fire. He says with a cold, determined resolve that if they keep coming, they'll just have to kill them all. Splattered with monster blood, Ildo's face is a mask of grim determination. He says it's now time, sounding like he's about to start the real work. Ildo stands up and adjusts his jacket as his purple energy starts to fade into the night. He's got that job well done vibe, but he's not quite finished yet. He looks up at the massive, glowing golden portal. He says he needs to deal with that door too, knowing that as long as it's open, more monsters will come. Ildo kneels down and places his palms on the grass with a firm motion. He's tapping into a different kind of technique to handle the portal. A tight close-up of his hand glowing with intense purple spatial energy. He's focusing everything he has into a final, massive move. A massive pillar of spatial energy shoots up from his hands, looking like a reverse lightning strike into the sky. The power output is insane. The huge golden gate is suddenly engulfed in purple lightning and spatial energy with a deafening sound. Ildo is literally trying to fold the portal in on itself. The spatial rifts are completely tearing the portal apart. The recruits watch in pure awe, shouting about what this is and how amazing he is. The two recruits catch their breath, one saying it's reassuring to have someone like him in charge. They've gone from terrified to full-blown fanboys in 5 minutes. Close up on Ildo's face, looking like a total K-drama lead. One recruit notes he's in his 50s but definitely doesn't look it. The man is timeless. He performs a final handwave, and a dark swirling vortex swallows up everything that was left of the gate. Total erasure. The mountain is suddenly quiet and empty. The recruits realize he's gone as they look around at the empty night. He literally vanished like a ghost. Back at the Seoul HQ, the sun is coming up over the skyscraper. It's been a long, bloody night, but the city is still standing. Chief Yu walks into her office to find Ildo already sitting there casually in his suit. She asks how he's here, sounding both surprised and relieved. Yu doesn't waste time asking what he did with the gate. She's worried about a portal that massive just disappearing. Ildo adjusts his tie with a cool look. He says for now, he's put it in his dark space, which is basically the most badass way of saying he took it home with him. Ildo slumps back in his chair, sighing about how tired he is. Yu isn't buying it, telling him he's being dramatic again as she hands him some paperwork. Ildo asks if she can't just handle everything by herself as usual, looking like he's ready for a nap. Running a secret government organization is clearly a drag. He leans back with his hands behind his head, complaining about his limits and how overwhelmed he is. Even the strongest guy in the world needs a weekend off. Yu hands him a tablet, saying that's true and here's the information he asked for. It's time for some background checks. The screen displays a grid of all the new recruits from the recent orientation. This is the search for him that Ildo was talking about earlier. Yu asks why he's suddenly so interested in the new recruits. Ildo replies that he wants to find out exactly who the Rakshasas were trying to kidnap. A tight close-up on Ildo's serious blue eyes. He's determined to find the person behind this nationwide demonic invasion. He starts scrolling through the photos on the tablet, his eyes scanning for any potential candidates. He's getting closer. He stops on Maru's awkward orientation photo. He thinks about why they are interested in him, realizing he's found his man. A terrifying vision of a massive, red army of demons appears in Ildo's mind. Thousands of Rakshasas are standing together, waiting for an order. The red demonic horde is packed together, all staring with insane, wide-eyed expressions. This is the real army they're facing, and it's massive. A dark, hooded demon with glowing teal eyes floats in the middle of a red void. The boss demon finally shows its face. The demonic boss stares with its piercing eyes as the command, "Bring him," echoes in red letters. It repeats that for that, they need him, and you just know Maru's life is about to get a whole lot more complicated. We open on a bright, sunny day at the Manhwa Island Dust Emergency Department headquarters. The sign says it's a great place to live, but we know better by now. Maru stands outside the building in a sharp black suit, looking up at the entrance. He mutters that he's finally here, trying to find his courage. He looks incredibly tense, sweat dripping down his face as he prepares to walk inside. He's putting on a brave face, but his nerves are clearly shot. We see a flashback of his mom crying tears of joy because her son finally got a government job. The pressure of her happiness is a heavy weight on his shoulders. He remembers her clutching a bag of side dishes, her face lit up with pride. He couldn't bring himself to tell her he's actually a demon-hunting recruit. His mom gives him a warm, encouraging smile in his memory. He thinks he couldn't help it because his mom was so happy that he got a job, feeling like a total fraud. The scene shifts to a stark white background with heavy text. He wonders if anyone can really do well here, questioning if he's even cut out for this. Suddenly, we see Seon-woo looking absolutely miserable in his floral shirt. He yells, "WHY?" looking like he's having a worse morning than Maru. Seon-woo is complaining about why he has to work with a pussy like Maru. He smells like alcohol and looks like he just rolled out of a gutter. The guy in the floral shirt, who turns out to be Go Deokman, spots Maru and waves him over. He asks if he's here too, acting like they're old buddies. The elite recruit from the orientation stands in the hallway, looking completely out of place in his suit. He asks why a level 7 powerhouse like him was sent to Ganghwa instead of Seoul. Deokman just gives him a smug, toothy grin. He asks with a shrug why they would send a level 7 powerhouse here, clearly enjoying the other guy's frustration. Deokman laughs and welcomes them both to the Ganghwa team. He reaches for the office door, sounding way too cheerful for someone in this line of work. Maru stares at the door with a look of pure dread. He wonders what he'll be doing there, imaging the worst-case scenarios. A thin sliver of red light peeks through the opening door. It looks like he's about to step into a literal slaughterhouse. In his head, Maru imagines a terrifying, tall man in a suit looming over him. The vibes are incredibly dark and ominous. His imagination goes wild, picturing a team of butchers surrounded by surgical tools and blood. He thinks he's about to join some kind of underground organ harvesting ring. Maru looks like he's about to throw up again, his face turning gray with terror. He thinks, oh shit, completely psyching himself out before even entering. Deokman shouts for Maru, snapping him out of his nightmare. He asks what he is doing and if he isn't coming in. Maru stands frozen in the doorway while the other two walk inside. He's peeking into the office with a look of extreme caution. But instead of a horror movie set, it's just a totally normal, boring office. People are sitting at desks, drinking coffee, and doing paperwork. It's the most ordinary thing ever. Maru scratches his head, looking completely baffled. He feels a mix of relief and confusion, thinking this isn't what he had expected. Deokman introduces himself as the head of the reinforcement team. He's 41 years old and has been a civil servant for 12 years. He's a total veteran of the system. He points out Ms. Yoon Jaewon, who's 36 and has 7 years of service. She's calmly sipping tea, looking like any other office worker. Then there's Mr. Kim Yibik, a 51-year-old with 7 years of government service. He's busy trimming a bonsai tree at his desk, totally focused. Finally, he introduces Inspector Nam Yoseok, who's 25 and has only 1 year under her belt. She's focused on her computer, typing away. Deokman claps his hands and tells everyone they know what to do. He's acting like a typical manager, which is even weirder given their actual job. We get a close-up of a hand typing on a keyboard. The elite guy asks if he has anything else to say, clearly not impressed by the boring intro. Maru slumps into his new chair, looking completely drained. He was prepared for a fight for his life, not a data entry job. He watches his new teammates, realizing they all seem incredibly focused. He tells himself not to speak to them and to try to stay out of the way. He tries to put on a friendly face and waves to the elite recruit. He asks what's up, hoping for a clean slate. The elite guy just stares at him with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. He doesn't look like he wants to get along at all. He leans in with a terrifying shadow over his face. He snarls, asking what the hell he is looking at, completely terrifying poor Maru. Maru looks like he's just seen a ghost, his face pale and eyes wide. He thinks his colleagues are crazy, finally realizing what he's really in for. From above, we see Maru hunched over his desk, surrounded by his weird new coworkers. He wonders what's wrong with the reinforcement team, feeling totally out of place. Maru leans over to Yoseok, trying to get some actual information. He stammers a nervous greeting, but she replies with a curt "W, what?" without even looking up. Maru glances at her screen and sees she's just shopping for shoes online. He asks what kind of place the Gangwon department is, totally confused by the lack of monster hunting. Yoseok takes off her headphones and lets out a long sigh. She looks like she's already tired of explaining things to the new guy. She starts to explain the structure of the Special Yellow Dust Task Force. Apparently, there are 13 headquarters spread across the country. A map of South Korea pops up, covered in red and blue markers. It's a massive operation that most people have no idea exists. She explains that the elites level 7 and above are kept at the main headquarters for important missions. We see images of Director Ildo and Chief Yu in the background. Then she points to Gangwon Island on the map. She calls it a Hanjik area, where people with low sunshine and weak cloud cover are sent, meaning it's the dumping ground for the incapable or flawed. Yoseok spins around in her chair with a smirk. Maru shouts in realization as the pieces finally start to fit together. He points a finger in the air, finally understanding his situation. He yells that this is why he's here, realizing he's officially been labeled as one of the flawed ones. He looks around at the office again, seeing the flawed team in a whole new light. They're basically the rejects of the demon hunting world. Yoseok mentions that some highly capable people come here voluntarily. Maru asks who would do that, sounding completely skeptical. Suddenly, the door creaks open with a loud sound. Everyone turns to see who's arriving now. A tall, stylish woman with long black hair and a white hoodie walks in. She's even wearing Crocs, looking like she just rolled out of bed. Maru stares at her with a look of pure shock. He gasps, finally recognizing a familiar face in this weird office. It's the woman from the mountain, Captain Kang. She looks totally exhausted, her eyes half closed as she walks toward her desk. One of the other workers tells her she should just go home after her shift. Maru thinks, oh shit, realizing his savior is actually his new boss. Kang slumps into a chair with a heavy thud, looking like she hasn't slept in a week. She doesn't even notice Maru standing there. Yoseok is still trying to get Maru's attention, looking annoyed. Kang asks if the new guy who won the award is here, her voice full of disinterest. Close-up of Maru's face as the realization hits him. He's the award winner she's talking about, and the pressure is back on. Maru remembers the orientation, standing there in his floral shirt looking like a total dork. He looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. He screams in his head, WHA, what the hell? His face a mask of pure panic. He's starting to realize that his boring office job might actually be lethal. Yoseok mentions that he'll be getting a living allowance on top of his salary. Maru looks intrigued, his ears practically perking up. He grits his teeth, realizing that a high allowance means he'll have to fight for his life. The reality of the job is finally sinking in. Yoseok asks with a casual shrug if he knows that the living allowance is about 5 times his salary. Maru just stands there with a blank, questioning face, his brain trying to process that amount of money. His eyes literally turn into money signs as he imagines a massive stack of cash. He shouts that 5 times is a huge salary, his greed finally overcoming his fear. He sits back down at his desk, suddenly looking very motivated. Yoseok grumbles for him to stop bothering her and goes back to her computer. Yoseok is back on the phone, telling someone to wait until the bell rings. She looks totally unfazed by the potential for demon attacks. Maru looks over at her, wondering if he's being a bother. He worries about bothering him, his social anxiety kicking in. He stares at the alarm on the wall, waiting for it to go off. He tells himself he'll just wait until the bell rings, sounding like a nervous kid in school. The scene shifts to the empty lounge area as the afternoon sun starts to fade. The clock on the wall shows the time is slowly ticking by. Maru is calmly sipping coffee from a paper cup. He thinks this is so easy, looking like he's finally starting to relax. He imagines himself floating through a world of coffee and cash. He yells in his head about how this is a dream job coupled with a huge salary, looking like he's won the lottery. Suddenly, Deokman stands up and stretches with a loud groan. He shouts for everyone to get ready to get off work, much to everyone's relief. He waves a hand toward the new guys. He yells for the new dude, looking like he's ready to head straight to the bar. He walks over to Maru, leaning on his desk with a big, friendly grin. He seems to have taken a liking to the newbie. Deokman asks how his first day was, and if he has any questions, his face appearing right in front of Maru's. He looks like a fun, laid-back boss. Maru gives a shaky, awkward smile. He stammers that he doesn't really have any questions, still feeling a bit overwhelmed by the whole experience. The team walks through the office as the sun sets outside. Deokman is leading the way, looking like he's ready for a celebration. Maru finally finds his voice and asks the big question. He asks what exactly a Rakshasa is, and where it comes from, looking very serious. Deokman stops and scratches his head, looking totally stumped. He admits with a shrug that he doesn't know exactly what it is. He just waves a hand toward the ceiling. He says that a Rakshasa is just something that comes from above, giving the least helpful answer ever. Maru stares at him with a look of pure despair. He thinks maybe humanity is indeed doomed, realizing his coworkers are even more clueless than he is. Maru gives a frustrated, half-hearted laugh. He thinks this is so frustrating, his eyes looking completely dead. The whole team is shown standing together, looking like a totally mismatched group of losers. He wonders what's wrong with all of them, feeling like the only sane person there. The scene shifts back to the sleek Seoul headquarters at night. It's a complete contrast to the rundown Gangwon office. Chief Yu is alone in the elevator, her reflection looking grim and determined. She's heading deep into the building for a secret meeting. The elevator stops at basement floor B7 with a loud chime. This is where the real secrets are kept. We get a close-up of her red heels as they click-clack across the metal floor. She's moving with a purpose. She walks into a massive, high-tech lab where Director Ildo is waiting by a giant glowing tube. She asks what he thinks, her voice echoing in the chamber. Ildo looks at her over his shoulder, his face half hidden in the shadows. He looks incredibly intense and mysterious. Yu looks at a clipboard filled with data and graphs. She reports that the appearance pattern of the Rakshasas is returning to normal, sounding a bit relieved. Ildo places a hand on the glass of the tube, looking at something inside. The atmosphere is thick with secrets and danger. He mentions the yellow smoke and the golden gate, his voice low and serious. They're dealing with things way beyond human understanding. Inside the tube, we see a mysterious entity with multiple white tendrils floating in the liquid. It looks incredibly alien and unsettling. Yu gives him a sharp, intense look. She asks if he found the cause of their sudden rampage, her eyes narrowed. A silhouette is shown trapped in a cage of light, looking like a literal prisoner of war. Ildo admits with a heavy sigh that he can't tell right now. The two of them walk through the lab, their shadows stretching long across the floor. Ildo orders her to have the team leaders stay alert, sensing that the calm won't last. A stark white screen appears with black text stating that if the rest of the organization finds out, there will be chaos. This is a secret that could destroy everything. The scene shifts back to Maru, who's sweating and looks totally shocked. He screams in his head, "WHH, what the fine?" We see a sizzling BBQ grill with thick slices of pork belly. Someone yells over the noise of the restaurant that if that day is coming, they need to party more. The whole Gangwon team is gathered around a table, drinking beer and eating meat. It's a total welcome party for the new recruits. Deokman is stuffing his face with meat, looking like he's having the time of his life. He's completely ignoring the fact that the world might be ending. He leans in and drops a massive bombshell. He says with a casual grin that in a year from now, Rakshasas will be raining from the sky, according to a prophecy. Maru sees a terrifying vision of a hellish red sky filled with thousands of demons. He thinks that Rakshasas will rain down from the sky and he'll die, completely losing his mind. Deokman puts a finger to his lips and tells Maru to be quiet because it's a top secret. He's already drunk and is yelling for everyone to one-shot their drinks until they puke. Ms. Jiwon is laughing and holding up her glass, looking like a total party animal. Mr. Yibok is also drinking, his face red and a silly grin on his face. Jiwon is having way too much fun, raising her glass and yelling for everyone to keep drinking. She's already looking a bit tipsy, while the others are just trying to keep up. The elite guy is slumped over the table, muttering about his strength as he realizes he definitely can't handle his liquor. Yoseok looks totally bored, checking her phone and thinking about how much she just wants to go home already. The whole restaurant is a mess of noise and empty bottles. Yoseok is yelling at someone to stop drinking while Maru just sits there, looking completely overwhelmed by the chaos. Maru is sweating bullets and looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He screams in his head, asking why these people don't seem to care, completely bewildered by his co-workers' casual attitude toward a literal demonic apocalypse. The scene shifts to a quiet mountain range under a starry night sky. Suddenly, a brilliant, glowing star appears right above the peak, looking like a beacon in the dark. A massive, ancient-looking golden gate appears on the hillside, glowing with an intense and ominous light. This is exactly what Director Ildo was worried about, and it looks like it's open for business again. Massive, gray-clawed hands start to reach out from the golden portal with a loud sound. The invasion is starting all over again, and no one is there to stop it. More hands appear, their sharp nails digging into the air as they pull themselves through the gate. It looks like a horde of monsters is about to be unleashed. Claws are everywhere, reaching and scratching through the yellow fog with sickening sounds. The peaceful night is about to become a bloody nightmare. Just when things were calming down, a massive golden portal rips open in the sky. That eerie yellow dust is back, and it's clearly bringing some major trouble with it. Suddenly, everyone's phone starts screaming with red alert sirens. You know it's a national emergency when the government sends out the get-to-work notification in the middle of dinner. The whole team freezes mid-bite, staring at their screens in total shock. Yosiak looks like she's about to choke on her food, while the rest of the veterans realize their night off is officially over. Check out that spread of BBQ and drinks. It's a total tragedy to leave all that meat behind. Someone grumbles about having a monster attack at night, right when they were finally trying to relax. Captain Kang doesn't hesitate, ripping off her apron and declaring she'll be right back. The elite recruit jumps at the chance to impress her, offering to tag along for the fight. The guy looks all intense and ready for action, but Chana isn't having it. She hits him with a blunt no before he can even finish his sentence. Talk about a rejection. The elite recruit wants to tag along, but Officer Kang shuts him down with a cold no. She's clearly got other plans, and they don't involve him. She announces that she'll go with Mr. Han Maru, pointing right at our main guy. Maru is so shocked he literally spits his drink everywhere. He was definitely not expecting to be the chosen one. The scene shifts to a car speeding across a bridge at night. The engine roars as they head toward their mysterious destination. Maru is sitting in the passenger seat, looking totally drained. He's replaying Diokman's words in his head about Rakshasas appearing in droves soon, and it's clearly eating at him. He lets out a heavy sigh while sweat drips down his face. He's questioning his own existence, wondering what a guy like him could possibly do when the literal apocalypse hits. Officer Kang notices him spiraling and calls out his name. When he jumps and stammers a nervous yes, she tells him straight up to stop worrying about the prophecy. She keeps her eyes on the road, explaining that the higher-ups are already making preparations for whatever is coming. She sounds way more confident than Maru feels right now. Maru still looks skeptical, so she adds that there are plenty of strong people at the main headquarters. She's trying to reassure him, but the kid is still shaking like a leaf. As they drive along the coast, she breaks down their job description. Apparently, their only real responsibility is to find the Rakshasa on the map, and then kill them. The vibe shift is real as her eyes start to glow and she looks ready to personally end everything in her path. Maru is sweating bullets, thinking to himself that he's absolutely terrified, but then he stops and realizes she said something else that caught his attention. She says that he seems to have a special ability, adding that she's looking forward to seeing it in action. Maru starts blushing like crazy because nobody has ever called him special before. The compliment hits him hard, and he gets this goofy, bashful smile on his face. He wonders if that's a compliment, feeling a rare moment of pride. She brings up a flashback of him savagely biting that monster back at the mountain house. She notes that she's never seen someone who can binge that well, which is an interesting way to put it. Maru looks confused by the terminology while we see a gritty close-up of a hand clenching into a fist. He asks what binge means, not realizing he's just been given a very specific classification. He asks her exactly what she means by that. He's probably hoping it doesn't mean what he thinks it means. She thinks back to the monster he faced, wondering if it was a gluttonous Rakshasa. This world's lore is getting weirder by the minute. She explains that it's the ability to literally eat Rakshasas. Maru's face goes totally blank as the reality of his power-eating literal demons finally sinks in. She looks over at him with those intense pink eyes, waiting for a reaction. Maru looks like he's about to have another panic attack just thinking about it. He stammers, looking like he's about to lose his lunch. The idea of becoming a demonic gourmet is clearly not sitting well with him. The car continues its journey under the moonlit sky. The silence in the car is probably deafening after that bombshell. Suddenly, we get a horrifying close-up of a Rakshasa with its long, gross tongue hanging out. This thing looks like a reject from a nightmare factory. A spear or stick is violently rammed right into the monster's gaping mouth with a sickening sound. Someone's definitely playing for keeps. It's Officer Kang. She's holding the small, ugly creature by the stick and telling it to shut up. She looks totally unfazed by how disgusting it is. Maru screams, asking if she wants him to eat this, already gagging. He's making the face we all would in that situation. She gives him a cheerful why yes and explains the science. When he eats Rakshasa flesh, they lose their ability to regenerate for an entire week. That's a massive tactical advantage. She shoves the small, wriggling monster toward him, telling him to eat this one too. Maru is whimpering in the background, looking like he's about to pass out. He stares at the piece of monster in his hands, trying to summon some courage. He tells himself he has powers and he has to use them, remembering her compliment about being special. He tries to gaslight himself, telling his brain to just think of it as an octopus. We even see a picture of a cooked octopus tentacle. Nice try, buddy, but that is definitely not seafood. He roars that he's going in, opening his mouth wide and finally deciding to take the plunge. This is it, the birth of the gluttonous rookie. The scene cuts to a chippy version of Maru trying to nibble on the monster leg. Officer Kang is in the corner yelling at him to bite it with actual resolve instead of just playing with it. Maru is crying, whining about how gross it is, while she just keeps screaming for him to come on in his face. It's like the world's most messed up dinner time. She eventually loses her patience and tries to manually force the thing into his mouth. She bellows at him to eat it as he struggles for his life. The scene cuts back to the sunny exterior of the headquarters. It seems the training session is finally over, or at least Maru survived it. Maru is back at his desk, looking like he's been through a blender. He's clutching his head and groaning about being in total pain. Seonwoo, the blue-haired elite guy, leans over and starts mocking him. He calls Maru a dumbass for supposedly throwing up the moment he stepped into the field. Maru finally snaps and asks what he expects from him then. He's getting sick of this guy's constant attitude. Seonwoo is fuming, shouting about how he hasn't even seen the field yet because of an idiot like Maru. This guy's ego is truly something else. He gets right in Maru's face, pointing a finger and reminding him that Commander Kang is only training him because he's the only one left. Talk about a low blow. Seonwoo stomps away, throwing one last insult over his shoulder. Maru just watches him go, looking completely defeated. He looks down with a somber expression, realizing that despite the guy being a jerk, he's actually right. Maru thinks he needs to wake up, finally feeling a spark of motivation. Suddenly, the alarm on the wall starts screaming. Everyone jumps as Officer Kang's voice booms through the speaker, calling for Han Maru. She's standing in the middle of the office, looking ready for action. She bellows for Han Maru, but there's no answer from his desk. She stares at his empty chair with a blank expression. Our hero has officially gone MIA during an emergency. The camera pans to a bathroom door with a pained groan echoing from inside. It's not a good sign for his first mission. Maru is hunched over in a stall, his head buried in his hands. He looks like he's having a full-on existential crisis in the middle of a literal toilet. He's gripping his hair in frustration, wondering if he can actually eat a rakshasa while he's fully conscious. The trauma of the tasting session is clearly lingering. He lets out a long sigh, complaining that his ability isn't even that great. He decides to just skip today and try again tomorrow. Classic procrastination when you're a demon slayer. He starts limping down the hallway, clutching his stomach and groaning. He looks more like a zombie than a special government official. Suddenly, Officer Kang appears right in front of him. Maru lets out a terrified scream and practically jumps out of his skin. She stares him down with those piercing pink eyes, asking if he was hiding in the bathroom. She's definitely got his number. Maru starts sweating and makes up a weak lie about food poisoning. He's stuttering and looking everywhere except at her face. He whines that he doesn't feel very well, trying to look as sick as possible. She just stands there with her arms crossed, looking totally unimpressed. They both just stare at each other for a second, surrounded by literal question marks. The awkwardness is off the charts. She says he doesn't need to work for the government just because he has powers. She explains that he can just sign a non-disclosure agreement and walk away. But there's a catch. He'd have to live under constant surveillance for the rest of his life. We see a vision of a guy in a hoodie being followed by secret agents in broad daylight talk about creepy. Maru is horrified by the idea of losing his privacy forever, but she coldly tells him it's better than dying and that mentally weak people like him don't last long. Ouch. She stands there looking absolutely bored with his hesitation. She's giving him the harshest reality check of his life. She drops another bombshell, depending on the situation. He might even end up killing civilians by mistake. Maru's face goes totally pale as he realizes the stakes. She concludes by telling him to leave the team if he can't do his job, turning her back on him. She's officially done playing babysitter. She starts walking away, her boots clumping on the floor. She adds that they're not that short of staff, making him feel completely replaceable. They pass each other in the hallway, their faces a mask of different emotions. Maru looks like he's just been slapped, while she doesn't even glance back. Close up on her eye, she's looking totally cold and professional. She's given him his out, and now it's up to him to take it. She continues walking toward the office, leaving Maru standing alone in the hallway. It's the ultimate sink or swim moment. From a high angle, we see her small figure walking through the massive, empty hallway. Maru is nowhere to be seen. It looks like he might have actually quit. The scene cuts back to the office, where the rest of the team is working away. Deokman is looking around, probably noticing the sudden lack of a rookie. Deokman asks if anyone has seen Mr. Han Maru, looking concerned. He actually liked the kid, so he's the only one who seems to care he's gone. Yoseok is still glued to her computer, asking where he was last seen without even looking up. Typical government worker behavior right there. The scene cuts to a bright, sunny shot of a bridge over a river. Life is going on as normal for the rest of the city, totally unaware of the demon drama. There he is. Maru is walking along the bridge, looking surprisingly cool. He's decided that quitting was the right move after all. He stretches his arms and laughs, thinking it's way better to be under surveillance for life than to die fighting monsters. He's trying to convince himself he's making the smart choice. He pulls out his phone with a determined look. He thinks he'll call his mom and tell her he quit the government job, expecting her to be relieved. He starts talking to himself, wondering what the point of a career is if the world is ending in a year anyway. He's officially entered nihilist mode. He starts the call, but he stops walking when something feels off about her voice on the other end. He asks where she is, his voice trembling as he hears some weird background noise. She replies cheerfully that she's on Inwang Mountain. We see her with a group of friends, having a great time hiking, the one thing he explicitly told her not to do. Maru goes into a full-blown panic, clutching his head and screaming about why she is there, but his mom just complains that she can't hear him well. On the mountain, we see the forest is starting to get swallowed by thick, eerie yellow fog. She wonders why there is so much dust on the mountain, completely oblivious to the danger. Maru is screaming into the phone, but the connection is already starting to fail. He bellows into the phone as the line crackles and dies. The call disconnects with a series of beeps. Maru stares at his phone in total shock, realizing his worst nightmare is coming true. He remembers the warning about the yellow dust on the mountains. His face is a mask of pure horror as he realizes his mom is right in the middle of a level 5 threat. On Inwang Mountain, the security team leader is telling everyone to be careful because this is a serious incursion. The fog is so thick you can barely see a few feet ahead. Suddenly, one of the officers looks up with a confused sound. He spots someone standing nearby and yells at the rookie, asking what he is doing. Close up on the confused officer. He's staring at something in the trees that definitely shouldn't be there. The officers freeze in terror as they look up into the branches. There's a massive, dark silhouette perched up there like a predatory bird. It's a monstrous Rakshasa, and it's currently snacking on a severed human hand. The casual way it's eating is absolutely bone-chilling. Close up on its mouth as its jagged yellow teeth tear through the flesh. Blood is spraying everywhere in a gruesome red mess. The monster turns its head, revealing a single, glowing white eye right in the middle of its forehead. It looks like it's just found its next meal. Back on the bridge, Maru is sprinting with everything he has, his face twisted in a desperate scream. He's heading straight for the mountain. He's not quitting anymore. This poor guy is shaking like a leaf, sweating and crying while everything goes south around him. You can practically hear his teeth chattering through the screen as he watches his team fall. The scene is a total graveyard, with the team wiped out in the grass while a massive monster looms in the foreground. Someone's gasping that it's just a level 5 demon, but looking at the carnage, that label definitely feels like an understatement. The team leader finally shows up to the party, but he's already huffing and puffing like he ran a marathon to get there. He knows he's late, and from the desperate look on his face, he knows things are about to get even messier. The leader wastes no time activating his duplication ability, and suddenly there's a whole squad of him ready to throw hands. He bellows for the rookie to call in the big guns from Seoul HQ immediately because they are way out of their league. The rookie doesn't need to be told twice. He's hauling as fast as his legs can carry him. He shouts his understanding to the team leader, leaving the clones to hold the line against the beast. We cut to a locked-down, prohibited zone, where someone is frantically rattling the metal cabinet box. It's a race against time, and they need to reach the emergency communication gear before the signal is lost. Forget the latest smartphone, because those high-tech devices are completely useless in the thick yellow dust. It's time to go old school with a rotary field phone that looks like it's been sitting there since the 80s. The officer is losing his mind trying to get the message through the static, sweating bullets while he dials. He's yelling into the receiver that only this ancient tech can cut through the demon fog to reach the outside world. Back in the city, the call reaches a high-tech skyscraper that stands tall against the horizon. The news of the support request from Inwang Mountain has finally landed at the top of the food chain. Chief Yu Youngyun is standing at her podium, looking like she's about to enter her final boss phase with that intense stare. She's dead serious as she breaks the news about the mountain team's desperate situation to the assembly. She points to a map showing the demon's potential path toward a civilian hiking trail outside the green zone. If that thing enters the yellow zone, it's going to be a total bloodbath, and the task force is the only thing in its way. We get a shot of a normal city street where people are just going about their daily lives without a care in the world. They have zero idea that a literal nightmare is potentially heading straight toward their neighborhood. Talk about nightmare fuel. We get a close-up of the demon with blood dripping from its mouth and a creepy glow in its eye. This thing isn't just strong, it's a feral predator that's clearly found its next target. The city street from before has turned into a literal hellscape, covered in bodies and a grim red tint. The warning about civilian casualties wasn't an exaggeration. It's a total massacre that happened in the blink of an eye. This is the most depressing shot yet. A kid's pink backpack sitting in a pool of blood while a heavy sound rings out. The stakes just went from professional to personal real quick for everyone watching. Chief Yu is absolutely fuming, slamming the desk and yelling that they're officially out of time. She's giving the orders to deploy immediately and end this monster before the city is completely lost. The recruits stand as one, looking like a literal army of shadows against the red background. You can feel the tension as they prepare to head into the slaughter to fulfill their duty. We see a bird's-eye view of a white car racing down the road, and there's Maru leaping out with a quick thank you. He's finally arriving at the scene, and you just know it's about to go down. Maru is giving it his all, diving away from a car while yelling a quick thank you as he makes his frantic escape. He's desperate to get back to his mom and isn't letting anything slow him down. He passes a chain-link fence with a sign declaring the hiking trail temporarily closed, but rules aren't going to stop him today. The danger signs are everywhere, but his family is more important. Sprinting through the entrance, Maru scans the crowd of hikers with wide eyes, realizing his mom is nowhere to be seen. He's looking left and right frantically, heart pounding in his chest. He keeps pushing forward through the gathering crowd, his panic levels rising as he thinks about her still being trapped up on the mountain. He knows the danger is real and he's running out of time. A security official stops him dead in his tracks, but Maru desperately pleads to go back in because his mom is still in danger. He's pointing toward the trail, refusing to take no for an answer. The officer isn't budging, warning him that wild animals are on the loose and it's way too risky to head back up there. Maru looks absolutely furious, realizes the guard has no idea what's actually out there. Maru isn't listening, shouting back that it's not just a wild animal, it's a literal demon before bolting past the guards with incredible speed. He's officially a man on a mission now. We see a wide shot of him scaling a massive, jagged rock wall, showing just how desperate he is to reach her. He's bypassing the main trails entirely to take a shortcut through the dangerous terrain. He grips the edge of a cliff with a determined look, internally praying for his mother's safety. Every muscle in his body is strained, but he's not letting go. He finally hauls himself over the ledge, looking completely spent as he searches the forest for any sign of her. He's gasping for air, but his eyes are fixed on the path ahead. The dense trees below are shrouded in thick smoke, making it almost impossible to see where anyone could be hiding. The situation is looking grim as the yellow dust starts to fill the area. He spots someone sitting on a rock, clutching a badly bruised and swollen foot while asking what happened. He's found a survivor, but it's not his mom just yet. A man in a red jacket is tending to the woman's leg, while she explains that the thick smoke made her trip and lose her way. She looks dazed and in pain while the man tries to help. We get a tight close-up of the man's intense eyes as he scans the surroundings, sensing that they aren't alone. He's clearly on high alert for anything moving in the fog. Maru finally spots them and screams for his mom while shaking with relief that he actually found her in time. He looks completely overwhelmed, tears starting to form as he realizes she's alive. His mom looks up from the ground, totally shocked to see her son appearing out of nowhere on the mountain trail. She's looking up at him while still holding her injured friend. She holds up her phone with a grin, showing him a social media post and explaining that she tracked his SNS to find his location. Talk about a modern way to survive a demon attack. After the initial shock, she goes right back to being a mom, yelling up at him to ask what's going on with his job. She's more worried about his career than the monsters in the woods. Maru is not in the mood for career advice, shouting down that his job really isn't the most important thing right now. He's focused on getting them out of there before things get worse. The mom's friend is busy bragging about her civil servant son, while the mom complains that Maru isn't even popular with the girls. Even in a crisis, the neighborhood gossip doesn't stop. Maru lets out a frustrated roar, completely done with the casual conversation in the middle of a literal monster zone. He's trying to save their lives while they talk about his dating life. Suddenly, he notices some leaves falling right next to his face and freezes as he feels a massive presence above him. He's sweating bullets as a dark shadow falls over him. He slowly looks up and sees a terrifying silhouette perched on a branch right above his head. It's finally here. The monster he's been dreading has found them. A massive, primate-like demon stares down at him with a menacing grin, making its presence known with a dramatic reveal. This thing is huge and looks absolutely lethal. Maru's eyes go wide as his heart starts pounding out of his chest. He's having another full-blown panic attack. He's paralyzed with fear just like all the times before. He's sweating bullets and gasping for air, internally screaming about what to do as the terror takes over. His vision is starting to blur and he can barely stand. The monster watches him like a predator from the branch, while Maru remembers how he always used to faint the moment a demon appeared. He's stuck in a cycle of fear, and he knows it. He clutches his chest in agony, feeling completely useless and wondering how someone as weak as him can possibly save his mom. The guilt is hitting him just as hard as the panic. Down below, the mom and her friend are watching him wobble on the ledge, wondering why he's acting so strange. They realize he's in serious trouble and might actually fall. His balance finally gives out, and he starts tumbling backward off the cliff with a desperate gasp. This is looking like a total disaster for our hero. His mom lets out a blood-curdling scream as she watches her son fall, her face a mask of pure horror. She can't do anything but watch as he drops toward the jagged ground. Sensing its moment, the giant demon leaps down from the trees with a savage roar, its target clear. It's moving like a missile straight for the survivors. The beast lands right in front of the two women, towering over them as they shrink back in absolute terror. This thing is even scarier up close, and it's ready to eat. Still midair, Maru screams as he watches the monster prepare to strike the people he loves most. He's reaching out, but he's completely helpless while falling. He tries to reach out with his hand, but he's too far away and thinks it's already too late to stop the inevitable massacre. He's closing his eyes, preparing for the worst. We see a split screen of the monster's gaping maw, the mom's terrified face, and Maru's desperate, tear-filled eyes as he yells for her. This is it, the point of no return. Out of nowhere, a barrage of stone knives suddenly flies through the air, impaling the monster's back and stopping it cold. Talk about a clutch moment. The impact slams the beast into the dirt with a loud crash, while Maru hits the ground nearby, looking totally confused by what just happened. He can't believe he's still alive. He looks up from the dirt, gasping as he sees the demon pinned to the earth by several sharp, leathery-looking stone blades. The monster is struggling, but it's stuck firm. He stares at the monster's back, his mind racing as he tries to figure out where those knives could have possibly come from. He's looking at his own hands, wondering if he did this. His mom and her friend are trembling, staring in shock as they ask Maru what on earth that strange beast is. They're looking at him like he's a complete stranger now. The friend points at Maru with a horrified expression, asking what on earth that is on his head, while Maru just looks back with a confused sound. Maru looks up and sees a ring of stone shards hovering right above his head, and he's just as shocked as they are. He's literally got a halo of death following him around. He starts waving his hands in a panic, yelling about the knives around his head. Even he's terrified of his own new power. The two women watch him from below, completely baffled as he seems to be floating or suspended by some invisible force. It's a total vibe shift from the panicked rookie we knew. Maru has a sudden realization, remembering the skeletal demon he fought and realizing he's somehow using its signature ability. The gluttony power is finally making sense. A dark blue energy starts pulsing around him, and he grinds his teeth in pain as his body begins to react to the power. He's undergoing a literal metamorphosis. His shirt is shredded as his back begins to transform, revealing a dark and muscular demonic silhouette pulsing with energy. He's losing his humanity and gaining something terrifying. We see a close-up of the stone knives hovering near his back, showing just how much his physical form is changing during this awakening. The shards are glowing with a faint, eerie light. Maru hunches over, groaning as the stone shards align themselves behind him like a demonic halo of weaponry. He looks like a literal god of death right now. He looks at his hand, testing his fingers as he wonders out loud how he can possibly control a demon's ability like this. He's moving with a level of grace he never had before. He stares at the stone knives with an intense new gaze, realizing that he doesn't just have the power, he can actually command it at will. He's finally found a way to fight back. A flashback shows Maru biting into the demon's shoulder, and he remembers that his power is meant to stop them from regenerating. It's a brutal ability, but it works. An intense close-up shows Maru's eyes glowing red as he realizes that his gluttony ability might actually let him absorb the powers of the demons he eats. This is a complete game changer. Maru clenches his fists with a new sense of purpose, thinking that maybe he actually has what it takes to kill this demon with its own ability. He's finally found his resolve. He looks down at the monster and notes that it's surprisingly weak now that it's been pinned by the stone shards. The predator has officially become the prey. He starts questioning how the In-Wing Mountain team could have possibly missed a threat that seems so manageable now. Something about the power scaling doesn't add up. Suddenly, a pair of expensive-looking dress shoes step into frame as someone walks right up to the kneeling Maru. The mood in the forest just got a lot more professional. A man in a sharp suit asks if he's okay, but the vibe in the air is instantly cold and serious. This isn't just a regular rescue team, it's the big guns. Two men from the Seoul headquarters stand over him, looking totally unimpressed as they mockingly ask why he let the demon escape. Talk about some major headquarters attitude. The HQ official with the strange haircut gets right in his face, demanding to know why they failed to secure the area. He's clearly looking for someone to blame for the chaos. A local officer is shown trembling in fear, stuttering that the demon was way too scary and it completely wiped out their entire team. He looks like he's seen a ghost. The bald HQ man is not having it, pointing out that their team leader was supposedly a level 7 powerhouse. He's calling them out for their supposed incompetence. The other official smirks, leaning in with a patronizing look as he asks what kind of scary ability a level 5 demon could possibly have. They're completely underestimating the threat. Suddenly, the weak monster on the ground starts to pulse with a bright white light, catching everyone off guard. The energy output is skyrocketing in a matter of seconds. Maru looks over his shoulder with a worried expression, noticing that something is glittering inside the beast's glowing form. He's got a really bad feeling about this mutation. The demon's body begins to bulge and distort with a gross sound as it undergoes a sudden and violent transformation. It's growing way beyond its original size. Sharp stone spikes erupt from the demon's back with a sickening crunch. The HQ official finally realizes the truth. This is a mirror demon that can copy all abilities. Maru stares in total horror as he realizes the monster has just mirrored his own new stone shard power. It's a literal nightmare that reflects its opponent. The demon unleashes the attack immediately, firing a massive barrage of stone shards right at Maru with a deafening sound. He's under fire from his own moves. Maru is caught completely off guard, screaming as the impact sends him flying backward through the air. The elite HQ guys are just watching in shock. We get a brutal close-up of Maru's face as he's shredded by the incoming shards, blood spraying from his mouth. This hero moment just turned into a total bloody disaster. Maru is breathing heavy, blood dripping from his mouth as the shock sets in. He can't believe it. The demon just used the exact same stone shard ability he took from the skeletal Rakshasa. He looks down at the ground, seeing the sharp stone knives littered everywhere. The realization is hitting him hard. This isn't just a regular monster, it's a direct counter to his own powers. The mirror demon crouches low in the grass, watching Maru like a predator waiting for the perfect moment to strike again. It's got that creepy, blank stare that makes you realize it's not even trying yet. Suddenly, a massive impact rings out as a hidden attack connects. Maru grunts in pain, realized he's being pelted by his own moves while trying to catch his breath. He coughs out about the mirror ability, clutching his side as the truth finally sinks in. The demon is reflecting everything he does, turning his one advantage into his biggest nightmare. Maru stares at the demon's feet as more stone shards drop with a clanging sound. He thinks that it copies its opponent, realizing that the more he fights, the more dangerous this thing becomes. Maru reaches out with a shaky hand, his shirt already shredded from the impact. He's looking for any opening, but his body is starting to fail him. The demon mockingly snaps its fingers with a casual sound. It's literally flexing on him, showing that it can summon the stone knives whenever it wants without even trying. The monster points a mocking finger at Maru, who's looking absolutely miserable. He thinks this feels so bad, his pride taking just as much of a beating as his ribs. Maru is totally dazed, his vision starting to swim, but then he hears a voice that snaps him back to reality. Someone is screaming for Maru's mom, and his heart skips a beat. He whips his head around and sees the Inwang Mountain team leader holding onto his mom in the distance. They're both covered in dust and look absolutely terrified. Maru forgets his own injuries and rushes toward her, shouting for his mom and asking if she is alright with everything he's got left. We get a nasty look at a bloody wound on an arm, showing that the yellow dust isn't healing them as fast as it should. Maru thinks that the yellow dust can't heal them, realizing they're in deep trouble. The team leader looks at Maru with a grim expression, telling him he's bleeding out. Maru just grits his teeth and yells that he's fine. He's officially in full protective sun mode. Maru stands up tall, revealing his shredded shirt and some seriously impressive abs, but they're covered in blood and grime. He tells himself there's no one to help, and he has to protect Mom. He stares down the demon through the thick, swirling fog. He bellows that he will protect her no matter what, looking more like a specialized officer and less like a panicked rookie. He tells his mom and the auntie to go hide immediately while he holds the line. He's standing firm, even though his knees are shaking. The mountain leader is totally confused by the shift in Maru's energy. Maru declares that he's a civil servant who protects civilians, and honestly, he's never looked more like the real deal. He gives a bloody, confident grin that's actually kind of terrifying. He says he'll be back in a sec, sounding way cooler than he has any right to. Maru turns his back on his family and starts walking into the dust. He looks like a man heading straight into a wood chipper, but he's not looking back. He launches himself forward with a massive sound. He's moving with a level of speed we haven't seen from him yet, fueled by pure desperation. He slams into the mirror demon with a brutal tackle. The impact sound echoes as he wraps his arms around the beast and drives it into the dirt. Maru is screaming at the top of his lungs as he wrestles the creature on the ground. He's not using powers anymore, he's just fighting like a wild animal. With a massive heave, he hurls the demon through the air. He's literally throwing the monster away from his mother, buying her every second he can. The mountain team leader is screaming for help as the situation spirals out of control. It looks like the reinforcements are still nowhere to be found. A wide shot shows birds scattering from the trees in a panic. The whole mountain feels like it's holding its breath for what's coming next. Maru is shown lying on the ground, his body looking broken and motionless. It seems like that last burst of energy might have cost him everything. His fingers twitch in the dirt as he groans in pain. He's still alive, but he's definitely not okay. Maru is on his hands and knees, gasping heavily while blood pools beneath him. He's at his absolute limit, and the demon is still out there. He looks over his shoulder at his mom, his eyes hazy with pain. He repeats as a mantra that he needs to keep that Rakshasa away from his mom, forcing his body to keep moving. He thinks that if he can just buy some time, the Inwang Mountain team will get here for sure. He's still trying to play the hero even though he's falling apart. Suddenly, two guys in suits show up, looking totally unimpressed by the carnage. One of them asks what this is, and you just know they're the A-team from headquarters. They see multiple mirror demons standing over the bodies of the local security team. It looks like the monster has been busy while Maru was trying to recover. The two newcomers stand together, their shadows stretching long across the field. They look like they've seen this 1,000 times before. A demon approaches them with a low sound. One of the suits wonders why there are so many Rakshasas that look the same. The officer with the bowl cut explains the situation. Inwang Mountain team leader's ability is self-duplication, and that Mirror Rakshasa copied his ability. Talk about bad luck. The bald officer stares at the horde of clones, his face a mask of calm calculation. He's trying to figure out the trick before they get swarmed. The clones let out a synchronized roar that probably rattled their teeth. This is a literal army of level 5 demons now. The bald guy muses that if they destroy the main body, the clones will disappear, but which one is the main body? He's looking completely unbothered. The hot-headed officer slams his fists together. He bellows that he doesn't care, and they should just kill them all, looking ready to punch a hole through the entire mountain. He throws a punch that's so powerful it leaves a literal shockwave in the air. This guy is definitely a damage dealer. A massive impact shatters the ground, sending demons and rocks flying everywhere. Now, that is how you clear a room. The bald officer just sighs, calling him ignorant. He clearly prefers a more surgical approach, but he's letting his partner have his fun for now. The hothead is in the middle of a wrestling match with a clone, looking like he's actually having a great time. The other officer asks where it is, still looking for the real target. A close-up shows the demon's terrifying maw, rows of sharp teeth ready to snap. It's making a sickening gurgling sound as it tries to bite. Maru is standing on a high rock, looking down at the fight. A ring of stone shards is floating around his head, but he looks like he's about to pass out. Maru is clutching his head, blood dripping from his chin. He groans about what a headache it is. The strain of his power is clearly taking a toll on his mind. He starts to limp away from the ledge, his vision turning red. He hears his mom's voice again, asking what's wrong with him. He stops dead in his tracks, realizing the voice is coming from the fog. He looks absolutely devastated, realizes the demon is still playing mind games with him. He points his shaking finger into the mist, shouting not to copy his mom and not to even come near her. His eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity. The demon roars back, totally unfazed by his threats. It's like it's feeding on his anger. A barrage of stone shards slams into the ground around the demon, but they all miss their mark. Maru's accuracy is totally shot. He grunts in frustration about the accuracy of these knives. He's realizing that just having the power isn't enough if you can't aim. The demon goes on a total rampage, jumping through the air and pelted Maru with shards from every angle. It's a literal storm of stone, and Maru is getting shredded. Maru grits his teeth, his face a mask of blood and fury. He's taking hit after hit, but he refuses to fall again. He bellows for it to just get hit, launching a massive shard with everything he's got left. The shard connects. It slams right into the demon's chest with a sickening thud and a loud scream from the monster. Maru throws his fist in the air, shouting that he hit it once. He's looking totally thrilled, like he just won the lottery. But then, his smile fades. The demon casually reaches up and pulls the stone shard right out of its own chest with a sickening sound. The wound on the demon's chest sizzles and closes up instantly. Maru looks absolutely crushed. He realizes they both have the same ability, meaning it has his healing factor too. Maru gets hit again, this time right in the arm. He realizes he can't beat its regeneration speed, no matter how many times he hits it. He thinks back to Captain Kang, remembering a conversation they had during training. A flashback shows Kang looking down at him with a serious expression. She asks if it's that again, and if he didn't listen to her words. She's looking down at him while he's slumped on the ground. She looks bored, but also like she knows exactly why he's failing. Back in the present, Maru is lying on the ground, totally defeated. He thinks maybe he's not built for this field and he can't fight, ready to give up. He's clutching his stomach, gasping for air. He looks like he's completely given up on living, let alone fighting. In the flashback, Kang's hand reaches out to him. She says he's just scared of getting hurt, cutting right to the heart of his problem. She places her hand firmly on his chest. It's a moment of actual connection that clearly stuck with him. She explains that they can heal their wounds in the yellow dust, so getting hurt doesn't even matter. She's trying to build up his confidence. Maru is mumbling to himself about the gluttony ability, looking completely lost in thought while she lectures him. He jumps and apologizes to her with a loud sound. He's such a nervous wreck, even in his own memories. He asks her if there is another way to fight, hoping for a magic solution that doesn't involve him getting eaten or stabbed. Kang thinks for a second, tapping her chin. She explains that to kill a Rakshasa, you have to chop its head off to stop it from producing yellow dust. She point-blank tells him he doesn't have any killing abilities. She adds with her typical bluntness that it's a shame, but he's only a supporter, not a damage dealer. She points a finger at him. She says with a rare bit of encouragement that his healing ability is the strongest, so he shouldn't be afraid of fighting Rakshasas. Maru looks up at her, blushing a little. No one has ever told him he was the strongest at anything before. He takes a deep breath, his eyes refocusing. He realizes that his healing ability is the best, and if he's not afraid, he can win. He realizes that with the gluttony ability, he actually did gain a killing move from the skeletal demon. He just needs to use it right. The mirror demon is crawling across the jagged rocks below him with a sickening sound. It thinks it's already won this fight. Close up of Maru, his face looking totally focused now. He realized that it's just that his accuracy is terrible, so he can't hit that guy's neck. The demon mimics his mother's voice again, asking what's wrong. It's still trying to bait him into another mistake. Maru grabs one of his stone shards with a firm grip. He's not going to throw them this time. He's got a much better plan. He performs a massive, high-speed spin in the air. He's using his own weight and momentum to turn himself into a literal human drill. Maru is coming down like a meteor, screaming that he'll just stab at himself at the top of his lungs. He's closing the distance for good, and the demon looks like it finally realized it messed up. Maru is giving it everything he's got, thinking he's finally secured the bag. He screams internally that he's won, but he might have celebrated a little too early. Shock hits him like a freight train when the mirror Rakshasa casually blocks his ultimate strike with one hand. He gasps that it blocked it, realizing his strongest move didn't even leave a scratch. Maru's face is a mask of pure desperation and effort as he tries to push through the block. He's baring his teeth like a cornered animal, but the monster hasn't even budged. Suddenly, the demon's hand shoots out with a sickening sound. It's moving way faster than Maru can react, and the tide of the battle just shifted instantly. The mirror Rakshasa hoists Maru up by the throat, looking him dead in the eye. To make things even creepier, it starts mimicking his mother's voice, whispering why he is like this while he struggles to breathe. Maru is completely helpless, dangling in the air while the monster uses his most painful memories against him. The distorted red speech bubble repeating his name is absolute nightmare fuel. The demon slams its free hand into the rock wall next to Maru's head, the stone shattering with a loud crack. It's just showing off its overwhelming strength now, toying with its prey. The mirror demon is absolutely dominant here, pinning Maru against the jagged rocks. It looks down at him with a predatory grin, ready to end this pathetic struggle once and for all. With a massive heave, the demon hurls Maru across the clearing like he's nothing but a ragdoll. The force of the throw is insane, and Maru is flying toward a very painful landing. Maru's eyes are wide with shock as he realizes he can't stop his momentum. He's about to eat dirt in the worst way possible. He hits the ground hard, a massive cloud of dust exploding around him from the impact. He gasps that he can't breathe, the wind completely knocked out of him. Maru is flat on his back in the dirt, coughing up dust and blood. Every breath is a struggle, and he looks like he's about to pass out right then and there. We get a tight close-up on Maru's teary eyes, and you can see the wheels turning. He realizes he can't win by being a normal human. It's time to tap into that terrifying gluttony ability. Blood drips from his mouth as his expression turns cold and animalistic. He thinks that he has to eat this guy, and there's no time to hesitate, finally accepting his monstrous side. The mirror demon doesn't give him a second to think, lunging through the fog with its claws bared. It's coming in hot, and Maru is still pinned to the ground. The beast sinks its teeth right into Maru's shoulder with a sickening crunch. Maru roars in agony, a massive scream echoing through the forest. Despite the pain, Maru finds a second wind and screams back in the demon's face. He's not going down without a fight, and the rage is starting to overcome his panic. Maru flips the script and bites the demon right back, sinking his teeth into its neck. He's officially using his gluttony ability in the middle of a death match. He thinks that he got bitten as the two of them tear at each other like rabid dogs. Blood is spraying everywhere in a gruesome red fountain. Maru pulls away, clutching his mangled shoulder as he realizes just how bad the wound is. He's losing blood fast, and the demon is still standing. Maru's vision starts to spin and blur from the blood loss. He mutters in confusion, feeling his consciousness slipping away. The demon just stands there, watching him with that creepy, unmoving eye. Maru realizes with horror that his wounds aren't closing. He screams internally that the bleeding isn't stopping and he can't recover. He slumps against a rock, looking like he's about to check out. A terrifying thought hits him. Could it be that it even copied his gluttony ability? Maru is looking like a ghost now, his skin pale and eyes sunken. He knows he's on a very short timer before he bleeds out completely. He stares at his bloody hand, his mind racing with panic. He wonders how long a human can survive after losing this much blood, counting down his last seconds. The mirror demon slowly stalks toward him through the yellow fog, looking like the Grim Reaper. There's no more fight left in Maru, and he knows it. Maru's head rolls back, his eyes half closed as he prepares for the end. He looks like he's already halfway to the other side. Suddenly, Officer Kang is just standing there, looking down at him with a totally unimpressed face. She asks how many times he's fainted by now, which is some top-tier sass given the situation. Maru can barely even speak, whispering that his panic disorder is out of control. He's totally given up on himself, even with his boss right there. He clutches his chest, gasping that it feels tight and like he's literally dying. Officer Kang doesn't look like she's going to offer him a hug though. She looms over him, telling him straight up that if he thinks he's dying, he needs to try even harder. She's giving him some very brutal, tough love right now. She bellows that if he doesn't, it won't just feel like he's going to die, he'll actually die. She's trying to shock his system into fighting back. Maru looks up at her, stunned by her intensity. She declares she's the last line of defense, but we all know she wants him to step up. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoes through the trees calling his name. It's not the demon this time, it sounds like the real deal. His mom is shown running through the forest, heading right toward the center of the fight. She's about to stumble into a total bloodbath, and Maru's panic just turned into protective rage. Maru sees his mom in the yellow dust, and his heart nearly stops. The sight of her in danger is the only thing that could make him ignore his own shredded body. He's hyperventilating, his eyes looking wild and unfocused. He's having another massive panic attack, but this one feels different. He grips the jagged stone knife in his hand until his knuckles turn white. The fear for his mom is overriding the fear for himself, and it's a terrifying sight. The mirror demon is looming over them, looking ready to deliver the final blow. It's a literal wall of muscle and teeth, and Maru is just a bloody mess on the ground. Maru finds a sudden, explosive surge of strength and stands up, his eyes glowing a menacing pinkish red. He roars that even if he dies, he'll take the demon down with him, looking like a total demon himself. He bites down hard on his own lip, drawing even more blood to fuel his power. He's going all in on this final gambit, and he's not holding anything back. Maru lets out a primal roar and launches himself at the monster like a cannonball. He's a total blur of motion and pure rage right now. The two of them clash in a brutal explosion of dust and motion. Maru takes a hit, groaning, but he manages to stay on his feet. Maru drives his stone shard right into the demon's head with a sickening sound. He finally landed a clean hit, and it looks like a lethal one. The force of his attack is so massive, it literally craters the ground beneath them. Debris and shock waves fly everywhere in a total display of power. We see a gruesome close-up of the demon's head being crushed under Maru's grip. It tries one last time to use his mom's voice, whimpering about why he is doing this, but it's too late. Maru grabs the monster by the face and lets out a victorious, guttural roar as he finishes the job. He's completely surrendered to the beast within. He's screaming with a look of pure, unbridled fury. He's no longer the scared rookie, he's the guy who just slaughtered a level 5 demon with his bare hands. A barrage of stone knives suddenly rains down from the sky, following Maru's command. He's raining literal death upon the monster's remaining body. The ground is pummeled by the stone shards with sharp sounds. It's a total overkill, but Maru isn't taking any chances. The mirror demon is being shredded by its own copied ability, or at least Maru's version of it. The purple rifts are tearing through the air in a display of total spatial destruction. The area is a chaotic mess of sounds and stone impacts. Maru is literally erasing the monster from the face of the earth. The demon's head is shown one last time, its eye full of pure terror. It finally realized that it tried to copy the wrong human. Maru is a whirlwind of slashes, his hands moving so fast they're just blurs in the air. He's completely dismantled the demon in seconds. He delivers one final, massive overhead strike that looks like it could split the mountain in half. The impact is absolutely deafening. The demon's head falls to the ground with a soft thud and rolls away. The monster is officially dead, and the silence that follows is heavy. Maru stands alone in the middle of the carnage, his clothes shredded and his body covered in demon blood. He looks like a survivor from a total war. Suddenly, someone calls out with a confused sound. It looks like the rescue team finally made it to the party. The two suit guys from headquarters arrive on the scene, seeing the demon clones literally dissolving into thin air. One of them asks if the clones are disappearing and if they killed the main body. The bald officer looks around and shakes his head. He says no, the main body died somewhere else. They realized someone else did their job for them. They find the main body's mangled remains and look at it in shock. They wonder who killed the main body, not even considering the pathetic rookie as a candidate. Maru is off to the side, checking his own neck. He thinks that his wounds are healing now that it's dead, feeling the life flow back into him. He looks at his hands, which are no longer trembling. The healing factor is working overtime now that the mirror demon's interference is gone. Maru lets out a long, shaky sigh. He admits that this time, he really thought he was going to die, realizing just how close he came to the end. He says he will go to his mom because she'll be worried, starting to limp back toward where he left his family. He's done with demon hunting for one day. But then, his vision flashes red, and a dark, distorted voice whispers for him to eat it right in his ear. Maru's eyes go wide with a new kind of terror. A dark silhouette, maybe his dad's memory, looms in a sea of red light. The voice bellows for him to eat it, and it's a command he can't ignore. He mutters about how he could have forgotten, his mind suddenly flooded with dark childhood memories. It seems his hunger is tied to something much deeper than just powers. Maru is stuck in a dark mental space, questioning everything. He wonders why his dad kept telling him to eat, realizing the voice in his head might be a lot more than just a hallucination. Maru stands over the corpse, looking down with a somber expression. He notes that the demon was actually incredibly strong and had a totally unique ability. It's like he's admiring a rare item he just found. The realization hits him. If he eats it, he can gain its power with the ability of gluttony. He's officially done being the weak supporter and is ready to start his villain arc, or at least his apex predator arc. He thinks back to Deokman's casual warning about demons raining from the sky in a year. Maru knows that if he wants his mom to survive that apocalypse, he needs every single drop of power he can find. He kneels down beside the monster, the yellow dust swirling around him like a shroud. He mutters, "Well then, and you just know things are about to get really gross." Close up on Maru's face, and man, his eyes look totally dead. He's completely surrendered to the hunger, and any trace of the panicked civil servant is officially gone. From behind, we see Maru hunched over the demon's body, and the sound effects are bone-chilling. He is literally tearing into the monster, consuming its essence to make it his own. A gruesome close-up of Maru swallowing a piece of the demon, blood and saliva dripping from his chin. It's absolutely revolting, but that's the price of power in this world. He wipes his mouth with his hand, his eyes glowing with a brilliant, predatory yellow light. He vows that he'll definitely eat any strong Rakshasa he encounters from now on. The hunters have a new monster to worry about, and it's one of their own. The chapter wraps with an epic, terrifying close-up of Maru's golden eyes staring into your soul. He looks like a total S-rank threat now, and honestly, the demons should probably start running. Maru is officially cooking. The scene shifts to a local hospital where the sun is shining bright. It's a nice change of pace after all that mountain madness, but things are still pretty heavy inside. Maru's mom is awake and sitting in her hospital bed, looking completely confused. She asks if she really fainted on the mountain, showing the memory wipe definitely worked on her. She admits that she doesn't remember a single thing that happened. Maru just watches her, trying to keep his cool while the weight of his secret life starts to sink in. Maru lets out a shaky breath and thanks God. He's genuinely relieved that she doesn't have to carry the trauma of being demon food. A quick flashback shows the brutal end of that mirror demon. Maru knows the truth, and he's determined to keep his mom in the dark for as long as possible. Another flash of the bloody combat hits Maru. It's clear that even if his mom forgot, these moments are permanently burned into his brain. Maru shows his mom a news report on his phone about a supposed fire incident on the mountain. He gives her a stern warning to not go to the mountains anymore. He makes up a story about someone looking like his dad being seen on the mountain as the reason he was there. He's getting way too good at these cover stories. His mom listens intently, her face full of sadness at the mention of her missing husband. Maru is playing with fire here, using his dad's memory as an excuse. Against a dark, blood-red sky, Maru wonders if that terrifying Rakshasa could have actually been his dad. It's a chilling thought that changes everything about his mission. We get a glimpse into Maru's past, a small, lonely boy standing in the middle of a dark, eerie forest. This is where all his nightmares started. Young Maru looks absolutely paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide as he stares into the shadows. He's clearly seen things no child should ever witness. Violent, fragmented memories of blood and monstrous teeth flood Maru's mind. The trauma of his childhood is coming back to haunt him in the worst way. Back in the present, Maru is standing in the hospital hallway, dripping with cold sweat. He's reeling from the sudden vision, wondering what that was just now. He clutches his head, his face a mask of distress. He realized there are huge gaps in his memory that are finally starting to crack open. Suddenly, he hears his mom call his name and whips around with a startled sound. He's clearly still on edge after that mental breakdown. His mom looks at him with genuine concern, asking why he looks so pale. She can tell something is deeply wrong, even if she doesn't know what. She asks if working at the company is hard, still believing he's just a normal government office worker. The irony is almost too much for Maru to handle. Maru forces a weak smile and tells her not to worry, claiming he's getting used to the job. Inside, he's probably screaming, but he's got to keep up appearances for her sake. We cut to the task force HQ where the peace is shattered by someone screaming for Officer Han Maru. Maru is definitely not in for a relaxing day at the office. Jaiwan is absolutely fuming at the office entrance, her face red as she bellows for Maru. He looks like he just wants the ground to swallow him whole. Maru stammers a nervous good morning while Jiwon demands to know where he disappeared to yesterday without saying a word. Talk about an awkward return to work. Jiwon looms over Maru's desk, her shadow engulfing him. She's giving him the ultimate lecture, and the poor guy looks like a scolded puppy. Seonwoo can't help but join in on the bullying, mocking Maru and saying it's obvious he chickened out and ran away. This guy is a literal professional hater. Seonwoo is laughing his head off while Maru sits there in silence, taking the heat. It's hard to watch our hero getting dumped on after literally saving the day in secret. Maru quietly apologizes, but suddenly Officer Kang steps in to save him. She casually mentioned that she forgot to tell everyone she sent him home because he looked sick. Kang stands there with her hands in her pockets, looking totally cool while she covers for him. She's the ultimate boss for this, even if she's being a bit mysterious about it. Maru's face is priceless. He's completely shocked that his scary boss just lied for him. You can see the gears turning in his head as he processes this win. Officer Kang gives Maru a sharp, intense look. There's definitely a silent understanding between them now, and Maru knows he owes her one. Ji-won turns her anger on Kang, scolding her for forgetting such an important detail. Kang just sighs, clearly over the office drama. Ji-won keeps nagging about how sorry isn't enough and that work isn't being handled properly. Kang is just ignoring her, showing exactly how much she cares about office politics. Suddenly, the red alert sirens go off with a deafening sound. The petty office bickering is instantly replaced by a life or death situation. Kang is already on the move, telling Ji-won she'll listen to the rest of the nagging later. It's a level 2 incursion, and she's strictly business now. Without even thinking, Maru jumps up and shouts that he'll go with her. He's done hiding in the bathroom, the rookie is ready for action. The whole office goes dead silent as they stare at Maru in shock. Nobody expected the coward to volunteer for a dangerous frontline mission. We cut to a beautiful shot of the Green Mountains under a clear sky. It looks peaceful, but we know there's something nasty waiting for them up there. The team, Kang, Maru, and Yoseok, is hiking up the rugged trail. Maru is huffing and puffing, but he's keeping up with the veterans. Maru catches up to Kang and apologizes for making her take the fall for his absence earlier. He looks genuinely guilty about the whole situation. Kang looks over her shoulder, asking why he even came back after she was so harsh to him. She's testing his resolve, and she's not pulling any punches. We get a close-up of a heavy combat boot hitting the dirt. The tension is building as they get closer to the heart of the yellow dust. Maru looks up with a fierce determination, telling her he came back because he has a family to protect. He's finally found his why, and it's making him a whole new person. Kang doesn't say anything, just keeps walking into the thickening fog. She's a woman of few words, but she clearly respects his answer. A massive, dark silhouette starts to form in the swirling dust ahead. The monster is here, and it looks like a big one. The team stops in their tracks as the beast fully emerges from the trees. Even for a level 2, this thing is incredibly imposing. The demon is a huge, gray, bloated monster that looks like it could crush a car. Maru and Yoseok are hanging back, taking in the scale of the threat. The monster lets out a guttural sound, indicating it is ready to fight, showing it's way more intelligent than the low-level grunts they've faced before. This is getting serious. Kang gives a final warning, telling Maru not to take a level 2 lightly. She's seen these things kill veterans, and she doesn't want to lose her favorite rookie. Maru looks confused, thinking to himself how the Inwang team was wiped out by a measly level 5. He's starting to realize the danger levels aren't what they seem. Yoseok explains that the Seoul HQ team were the ones who took care of the level 5 demon. She has no idea she's standing next to the guy who actually did the work. She starts fangirling over the amazing level 7 ability users at HQ. Maru just looks at her with a deadpan expression, the irony of the situation merely killing him. Maru is screaming internally because he can't even mention his victory without admitting he stayed behind. He's stuck in a total lose-lose situation here. The poor guy is literally pulling his hair out in frustration. He's a hero in hiding, and the secret is starting to drive him crazy. Maru focuses back on the level 2 demon and notices something weird. The thing is vigorously rubbing its own armpits. Yeah, that's definitely a unique combat prep. The fat demon is really going to town on its hairy pits, making a gross rubbing sound. Maru is staring at it with a mix of disgust and confusion. Suddenly, Maru steps forward and holds out a hand, stopping the girls. He declares with total confidence that he'll fight and they should step back. He walks toward the monster with a swagger we haven't seen before. Kang and Yoseok are completely floored by his sudden burst of bravery. Yoseok is losing it, wondering which level 1 on Earth thinks they can beat a level 2. She thinks he's officially lost his mind. Maru gives a cocky grin and points a thumb back at himself. He's ready to show off what he learned from the mirror demon, no matter how gross it is. The fat demon strikes a pose, looking like a demonic sumo wrestler ready to unleash its secret weapon. The stage is set for a truly bizarre showdown. Maru clutches his head as a glowing diamond shape appears on his forehead. He's tapping into the stolen power for the first time on purpose. The text bellows, activating the mirror, Rakshasa's ability. Maru is about to show everyone that he's definitely not a useless member of the team anymore. He's full of determination, thinking about how much he's grown since the Inwang mountain fight. He's ready to clear his name and be recognized. Suddenly, a thick cloud of toxic green gas starts billowing out from the demon's armpits. It's literal chemical warfare, and it looks deadly. The demon's face is a mask of pure malice as the stink cloud surrounds it. It lets out a creepy sound as the air turns sour. Maru gets hit full force by the stench and his eyes start to water. He gags, realized he definitely underestimated the pit stink attack. Maru is coughing and drooling, his whole face turning green. He's struggling to even stay upright against the absolute biological disaster coming off this thing. He bites his lip and forces himself to move, shouting that he won't lose to something so disgusting. He's launching a punch through the cloud with pure willpower. He dashes through the green mist, thinking he'll attack it while moving. He's trying to stay mobile so he doesn't have to inhale too much of that foul air. Yoseok is in the background, desperately clutching her nose and gagging. She's never seen an ability this wrong in all her years of service. Close-up of Yoseok looking like she's about to pass out. She calls it chemical warfare, and you can practically smell the panel from here. Even Officer Kang is wobbling on her feet, looking dizzy and nauseous. If a level 7 is getting affected, you know that smell is a war crime. Yoseok yells at Kang to pull herself together, shocked that she's actually being taken down by a mere smell. The whole team is on the verge of a total wipeout. The fat demon stands triumphantly while Maru is collapsed on the ground, gasping for air. It looks like the new and improved Maru just met his match. But then, Maru's eyes snap open, full of tears and fury. He realizes his team is done for if he doesn't do something big right now. Maru lets out a primal roar, shouting not to look down on him because he's faster. He's pushing past his limits, his body glowing with an intense yellow light. He starts moving so fast, he's a total blur, buzzing sound effects filling the air as he circles the confused monster. He's creating a whirlwind of motion, his speed lines carving through the forest clearing. The demon can't even track where he is anymore. The monster is spinning around, trying to catch a glimpse of the rookie. Maru is playing with his prey now, waiting for the perfect moment. Maru suddenly appears right in front of the beast, his face a mask of pure concentration. He screams for it to gather all its strength. He delivers a massive blow while yelling, "Take this," that connects right with the demon's stomach. The impact is so powerful it sends a shockwave through the ground. The green gas cloud is violently dispersed by the force of the strike. The demon lets out a pathetic, high-pitched scream as it's folded in half. The fat monster is sent flying backward through the air, face planting into the dirt with a massive thud. Maru just soloed a level 2 like it was nothing. Maru is shown from behind, leaning on his knees and panting hard. He's completely spent, but he's the one still standing. He turns back to the girls, looking totally drained but proud of himself. They're still just standing there with their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Maru gives a goofy, blood-stained grin and a weak, "I won." He's back to being our lovable dork, even after that epic fight. Kang and Yoseok just stare at him with totally blank expressions. They're trying to wrap their heads around what they just witnessed. We get a wide shot of the beautiful mountain river scene as the fog starts to clear. The immediate danger is over, but the questions are just starting. Kang gives Maru a cold, serious look that makes him instantly stop celebrating. She's got that "we need to talk" face on. Maru is on his knees, desperately rubbing his stinging eyes. Kang calmly explains the mechanics of his power. Eating a Rakshasa lets you absorb its abilities. Maru realizes she's right, explaining that the last Rakshasa he ate had mirror abilities. He's starting to understand the terrifying nature of his own growth. He puts it together out loud. That's why he could copy the armpit ability of the demon he just fought. It's a powerful but incredibly weird skill tree. Yoseok suddenly bursts into a fit of hysterical laughter, pointing a finger at him. She thinks the whole armpit smell attack is the funniest thing she's ever seen. She's dying of laughter, mocking his weird-ass ability while Maru just stands there looking completely humiliated. Talk about a tough crowd. Maru scratches his cheek, blushing with embarrassment as he asks if it's really that weird. Poor guy just wants some respect. Suddenly, Officer Kang reaches out and places a hand on his head with a gentle tap. She tells him no, that he did a good job and has improved, giving him the validation he's been dying for. Maru's whole face turns beet red from the unexpected praise. He looks like he's about to cry tears of joy after finally being recognized by his boss. But then, Kang leans in and gives him a cold, piercing look. She adds that it was gross, completely destroying the wholesome moment in one word. Maru is physically shattered by the gross comment. His heart is literally breaking in a hilarious chibi-style mental damage. Infinite. Kang and Yoseok casually walk away to check their gear, totally ignoring the emotional wreck they left behind. Maru is just a background character now. Maru slumps down on the grass with a long, defeated sigh. He's complaining to himself about meeting such a weird demon and ending up being the butt of the joke. He covers his face with his hand, still blushing. He thought this was his big chance to clearing his failures, but he just ended up smelling like a locker room. He lies back in the grass, staring up at the clouds with a tired smile. He's starting to realize that even if it's weird, he's actually making real progress. Suddenly, a massive shadow falls over him. A cool, deep voice asks if he is Officer Han Maru, and the air instantly gets heavy. Maru looks up, startled, to see a tall man in a sharp black suit silhouetted against the sun. He nervously asks who he is while squinting. The stranger mentions the level 5 Rakshasa on Inwang Mountain, showing he knows exactly what Maru did. The rookie is starting to realize he might be in over his head. The man's face is revealed. It's director Jong Ildo. He looks down at Maru with a calm but incredibly authoritative gaze that says he's seen it all. Director Ildo leans down slightly, watching Maru scramble to sit up. The power dynamic is off the charts, and Maru is shaking like a leaf. Ildo looks down at him with a contemplative expression. He knows that a mere level 1 killing a level 5 is impossible unless there's something very special about him. Maru can barely even find his voice, stammering a nervous yes while he tries to process that the founder of the task force is talking to him. A mysterious, small smile appears on Ildo's face. He says he wants to scout him to the Seoul headquarters, dropping the biggest bombshell of Maru's life. Director Ildo extends a hand toward Maru in a dramatic pose. The offer of a lifetime just landed right in Maru's lap. Looks like the rookie is heading to the big leagues. Maru looks like he just saw a ghost, staring in total shock at Director Ildo's offer. He stammers about being scouted, clearly unable to wrap his brain around why the top dog is interested in a level 1 newbie like him. Director Ildo keeps that calm, cool guy smile on his face, looking like he's just asking about the weather. He asks if he knows about the Seoul headquarters team, dropping hints that Maru might be getting a major upgrade. Maru is literally sweating bullets, waving his hands in a panic. He mentions that he knows that's where the top elites are, making it clear he thinks he's way out of his league here. Our boy is genuinely confused, clutching his bag and looking Ildo right in the eye. He asks why him, probably waiting for someone to jump out and tell him this is all a hidden camera prank. Ildo gives him the ultimate vote of confidence with a gentle, legendary tear smile. He says it's because he can recognize a person's potential, basically telling Maru that he's got that main character energy hidden deep inside. Close up on Maru, and man, he looks completely dazed. He repeats, potential, trying to reconcile that word with his history of failure and panic attacks. The scene shifts to the Seoul HQ boardroom, and it's tense. Chief Yu is fuming, asking Ildo where the heck he's been and why he postponed their important meeting. Ildo just walks past her with total swag, adjusting his sleeves like he didn't just stand up the entire leadership. He mentions that a new recruit caught his attention, and you just know he's talking about Maru. Ildo has this knowing look in his eye that says he's playing 4D chess while everyone else is playing checkers. He's clearly got big plans for our rookie hero. Chief Yu looks suspicious as heck, her eyes narrowing. She straight up asks him if it could be his son, thinking he's just out there looking for his long-lost kid. We get a shot of some documents with a photo of a familiar-looking blue-haired guy, Seonwoo Eden. A sticky note reveals some serious family drama, mentioning that Seonwoo hates his dad after the divorce and won't meet him. Ildo puts on his jacket, looking ready for business. He clarifies that the one he's interested in is another new recruit, officially confirming that Maru is the one he's banking on. He leans against a chair, repeating that it's definitely this other newbie who has piqued his interest. He's looking for something specific, and Maru has it. Chief Yu presses him, asking if he thinks the recent high-level Rakshasa appearance was triggered by this new guy. The plot is definitely thickening. Ildo just gives a mysterious, yeah, saying he has a feeling while leaning on his hand. He orders Yu to keep a very close eye on Manhwa Island for anything unusual. Looks like things are about to get spicy. Outside, we see the golden portal still glowing with that ominous energy. It's a literal beacon of trouble just sitting there in the fog. Inside an abandoned house, the yellow dust is everywhere, thick and choking. The hallway looks like something out of a haunted house movie. And here's the nightmare fuel. A pale, shriveled figure is hunched over in the dark kitchen. It looks like a literal zombie is just chilling by the sink. Close up on the demon's face, and man, it's gross. Its skin is gray and leathery, and those eyes look like they haven't seen the sun in decades. Back at the sunny Manhwa headquarters, things couldn't look more different. It's just another boring day at the office, or so Maru thinks. Maru is at his desk, blushing like a schoolgirl and grinning from ear to ear. He's still thinking about Seoul, riding that high from Director Ildo's scout offer. He looks like he's about to jump out of his chair with excitement. He can't believe he might be going to the Seoul headquarters, ready to leave his incapable label behind. But then, reality hits him like a ton of bricks and his face turns serious. He realizes the Seoul elites only fight the most dangerous Rakshasas, which is a huge step up from his armpit-smelling adventures. Maru doubles down on his safety-first mantra, trying to convince himself he's totally fine where he is. The office is super peaceful, with people literally napping at their desks. He tries to act cool, crossing his arms and reminding himself that he was acknowledged by the top of the top. He's really trying to boost his own ego here. Suddenly, a familiar, arrogant voice cuts through his daydreams. Seonwoo is standing right behind him, calling out to the level 1 with that annoying smirk. Maru looks totally weirded out and annoyed. He wonders why Seonwoo is smirking, sensing that a massive round of bullying is about to commence. Little did he know what was coming next. Seonwoo looms over him, his face shadowed by a menacing red aura. He asks Maru why he's been smirking so disgustingly all day, acting like he's the office police. He goes on a full-blown rant, calling Maru a weakling who loves lazing around because he's scared. He's really trying to get under Maru's skin. Seonwoo straight up accuses Maru of being too incompetent to make it to Seoul. Maru finally snaps, standing up and demanding to know who he's calling incompetent. Maru is baring his teeth now, looking genuinely furious. He's done being the punching bag for this blue-haired psycho. Seonwoo shouts back, getting right in Maru's personal space. He looks like he's ready to throw hands right there in the cubicle. Maru delivers the ultimate comeback, reminding Seonwoo that his power is literally just armpit sweat. Talk about a total burn. Seonwoo loses it, his face turning beet red from embarrassment. Maru looks like he's actually winning the argument for once. The two of them are going at it like cats and dogs, both yelling that there's no way they're losing, while Yoseok just watches from her desk, looking like she's dying of boredom. In the corner, team leader Deokman is absolutely losing it, laughing his head off at the ridiculousness of the situation. It's total office chaos. Deokman is clutching his stomach, pointing and laughing about the comment. Maru looks totally annoyed that his boss is joining in on the teasing. Ms. Yoon Ji-won finally steps in, putting her hands out like she's breaking up a schoolyard fight. She bellows for everyone to be quiet and stop teasing Han Maru. Maru looks up at her with literal sparkles in his eyes. He thinks of her as Miss Yoon, feeling like he's finally found his guardian angel. But then, Ji-won turns the tables and joins the teasing with a huge grin. She mentions how Maru used to hide in the bathroom, and poor Maru's heart just shatters. Maru slumps over, his face buried in his hands. He groans about how much he hates this and how embarrassing it is, wishing the floor would just swallow him. Officer Kang is in the background, casually sipping her coffee and watching the dumpster fire. She mutters her hatred for the situation as she watches the team act like total children. Maru rests his chin on his hand, looking totally defeated. He realized that everyone in this office sees him as completely incompetent. He closes his eyes, trying to find some inner peace. He tells himself to forget this humiliation and make a fresh start, focusing on the sole offer again. Suddenly, the alarm blares and Officer Kang jumps to her feet. She announces a level 2 Rakshasa alert and prepares to head out into the field. But Maru's hand shoots out and grabs Seonwoo's arm. He's not going to let this chance slip away. Maru stands his ground against Seonwoo, declaring that this time, he'll go. He's determined to prove his worth, no matter what it takes. This decision would change everything. Seonwoo looks like a total psycho here, his eyes practically glowing with bloodlust. He hisses that he's so bored he can't stand it, clearly itching for a real fight. Seonwoo looks over his shoulder with a creepy grin, telling Maru they should get along as newbies. It's a total red flag if I've ever seen one. Maru looks like he's regretting every decision that led him to this point. He's stuck with the office maniac, and he knows it's going to be a disaster. The scene cuts to the lush green mountainside under a bright sky. It looks so peaceful you'd almost forget about the soul-eating monsters. Maru and Seonwoo are trekking up the trail, looking like they've already been hiking for hours. Seonwoo is panting, and honestly, it's nice to see him struggle a bit. Close up on Seonwoo huffing and puffing. For a level 7 powerhouse, his cardio is looking pretty suspicious right now. Maru watches him from behind, thinking to himself that Seonwoo has officially lost his mind. He's genuinely scared to be alone on a mountain with this guy. Seonwoo stops on a ridge, boasting that he'll finish this quickly and call the director. The guy's ego is literally bigger than the mountain they're on. Maru is doubled over, trying to catch his breath. Seonwoo looks down at him, complaining about how annoying this is, as if Maru is the one slowing them down. Seonwoo gets intense, pointing out something in the distance. He asks Maru if his eyes are blocked like a Rakshasa's, which is a pretty low blow. They see an old house in the valley, and man, it's literally spewing thick yellow fog into the air. That is definitely not a regular wood-burning fireplace. Maru's jaw drops as he realizes there might be people inside that fog. He gasps, wondering if that house is spewing yellow dust, finally realizing the danger. Seonwoo doesn't hesitate for a second, shouting for him to follow as he bolts down the hill. Maru just mutters an insult as he tries to keep up. They burst into the house, and the dust inside is insane. Seonwoo notes that it's even thicker than outside and guesses it's a level 4 or higher threat. The hallway is dark and filled with creepy creaking sounds. It looks exactly like the kind of place where you definitely shouldn't be wandering around. They find a messy living room with a drying rack and a table. The atmosphere is heavy with the yellow fog, and you just know something is watching them. Seonwoo looks around, casually noting that it looks like an empty house. Famous last words if I've ever heard them. Maru is panicking, waving his hands and yelling at Seonwoo to be careful. But Seonwoo is just ignoring him, walking ahead with zero concern for his own life. Close-up of Seonwoo's boots as he marches forward. Maru bellows at him to stop wandering around recklessly, but it's totally falling on deaf ears. They reach a closed green door at the end of the hall. Seonwoo whispers that it must be in this room, and the tension is off the charts. Maru is huddled behind Seonwoo, looking like he's ready to bolt at the slightest noise. The shadow of the door looms over them both. Seonwoo tries the handle and it doesn't budge. Maru asks if it's locked, while Seonwoo just snaps at him to wait because they don't know what might pop out. The two of them start bickering right in front of the monster's door. Seonwoo tells Maru to get out of the way, looking completely annoyed. Seonwoo pulls on his black combat gloves with a determined motion. He decides that if the door won't open, he'll just break it down. Seonwoo starts charging up a punch, white electrical sparks dancing around his fists. Maru lets out a terrified scream and prepares for the explosion. Maru is huddling in a total defensive pose, covering his head and preparing to be blasted. He looks like he's having a minor heart attack. But nothing happens. Seonwoo is just standing there and the door is still perfectly intact. He wonders why it won't open, looking totally confused. Maru starts laughing hysterically, pointing at Seonwoo. He bellows that he's still alive, mocking Seonwoo for being so confident and failing so hard. Seonwoo ignores him and leans down to peek through the keyhole. He's determined to see what's on the other side of that reinforced door. Through the keyhole, we see a dark, shadowy figure sitting on the floor. It looks like someone is just huddled there in the middle of the room. Maru is shouting for him to let him see too as he tries to shove Seonwoo out of the way. He's gone from terrified to intensely curious in about 3 seconds. Maru finally gets a look, and he's totally baffled. He asks why it's locked inside, noting that the figure actually looks weak. Seonwoo leans against the wall, acting like he's the world's leading expert on demons. He calls Maru a fool and drops the bombshell that the dust is level 7 or higher. Maru's face goes totally pale as the realization hits him. He stammers about it being stronger than the one on Ganghwa Island, his panic returning with a vengeance. Close up on Maru's mouth, and man, he is gasping for air. The idea of facing a level 7 demon is making his heart feel like it's going to explode. Meanwhile, Seonwoo is stretching his arms, looking absolutely maniacal. He says his heart is racing and he's thrilled to finally have a chance to fight a strong one. Seonwoo has this terrifying, wide-eyed grin on his face. Maru realizes he's stuck with a total maniac and decides the best move is to report to headquarters immediately. Maru bolts down the hallway, sprinting away as fast as his legs can carry him. He's not waiting around to see what Seonwoo is about to unleash. He grabs the handle of the front door, but screams that it won't open. He's trapped in the house with the psycho and the level 7 monster. Maru is frantically rattling the front door handle, his face a mask of pure terror. He's realized he's a literal sitting duck right now. He starts slamming his shoulder against the door with a loud impact, but it's like trying to break a bank vault. He wonders if the monster in the room is the one who locked them in. Maru looks back toward the hallway, his eyes wide and full of fear. He knows something big is coming and there's nowhere left to hide. The scene shifts back to the hallway, where Seonwoo is standing in front of the green door. The fog is getting even thicker as the tension builds. Seonwoo is literally kicking the door and punching the walls, yelling for the reclusive loner to come out and fight. He has officially lost every bit of his sanity. Close up on Seonwoo's face, and he looks absolutely unhinged. He's screaming at the demon to fight him, completely ignoring the fact that it's a level 7 threat. Maru is clutching his head, shaking in fear. He laments being stuck with a Rakshasa-obsessed psycho and wishing he could leave right this second. The figure inside the room is finally revealed. It's a pale, stone-skinned demon with its eyes literally sewn shut with thick stitches. Meet the level 7 Ikaikomori Rakshasa. Maru looks toward the hallway as the sound of Seonwoo's banging echoes through the house. He looks totally done with this mission. A tight close-up on the demon's stitched eyes. It's incredibly unsettling and makes you wonder exactly what this loner demon is capable of. Suddenly, a creepy, distorted voice whispers from the dark, "Loner." It's a low, guttural sound that would make anyone's blood run cold. The demon's full face is shown, and it's a mask of total misery and ancient power. The red text repeating "Loner" just adds to the horror. The demon's head starts to stretch and distort in a sickening way, the loner chant getting even more intense. It looks like the boss fight is finally about to begin. Seonwoo is staring at his hands in disbelief as smoke rises from his black gloves. He realizes that all 10 of his fingers are broken, but the door hasn't even taken a single scratch. He stands there in the hallway, looking completely baffled by the green door. He shouts about what the hell this thing is made of, his ego taking a major hit from a piece of wood. Maru isn't doing any better, trying to smash a wooden chair against the walls with a loud impact. He's desperately searching for a weak point, but nothing is budging. Maru bellows for it to break, putting every ounce of strength into a swing with a heavy stool. It's literal life or death right now, and the house is winning. Maru slumps over, panting and drenched in sweat as he gives us the bad news. The doors, the walls, and even the glass windows are way too sturdy to break. This isn't just a house, it's a vault. Close up on Maru's face, and you can see the panic starting to set in. He wonders if this is the special power of the loner Rakshasa trapping its prey inside a reinforced cage. He leans against the wall with a pained grunt. He's completely drained, both physically and mentally, and the walls are starting to feel very close. He's clutching his chest, feeling a full-blown panic attack coming on after being trapped for just an hour. He desperately hopes the people back at the office are starting to get worried. A title card flashes on screen. 2 hours passed. The silence in the house must be deafening by now. Maru has officially reached his breaking point, his face a mask of sweaty rage. He screams, asking if they have been forgotten, feeling totally abandoned by his coworkers. We cut back to the sunny exterior of the headquarters building. A muffled scream echoes from inside, showing the internal chaos hasn't stopped. Inside, Seonwoo is having a complete meltdown, clutching his head and screaming. He yells that this is bad, and for once, I actually agree with the guy. Things are getting frantic back at the office. Ms. Jiwon is a total blur as she scrambles to get things organized, and you can practically feel the stress levels rising. She is absolutely fuming, screaming about how someone could possibly forget the date for the Busan training. Talk about a high-stress workplace, she's definitely not in the mood for excuses. The whole department is in crunch mode, with keyboards clacking everywhere as they race against the clock. Jiwon barks about if the material is ready, while everyone yells back that they're on it and almost done. We see a close-up of a hand slamming the enter key with a dramatic spark of light. It's finally done. The files are sent just in the nick of time. Yoseok lets out a huge sigh of relief, leaning back as she finally finishes her part of the report. She looks totally drained after that digital sprint, but at least the hard part is over. Yoseok doesn't waste a single second, hurling the files toward the team leader and yelling a quick thank you to everyone. She's officially clocked out and bolting for the exit before anyone can give her more work. Meanwhile, the rest of the office is casually clocking out for the day. Someone yells to see them all tomorrow morning, while Seonwoo and Maru are literally fighting for their lives. Yoon Jiwon slumps onto the yellow couch with a massive sigh of relief. She's looking forward to a relaxing evening, completely oblivious to the horror movie her rookies are in. She takes a blissful sip of her coffee, her eyes closed in total contentment. She says that she's finally getting some peace, and talk about the ultimate irony. The whole team is just chilling in the lounge, enjoying the quiet. It's a total contrast to the desperate smashing happening over on the mountain. Suddenly, Tuwon's eyes snap open as the realization hits her. She asks what happened to those two, noting that it's been 3 hours since they left. Better late than never, I guess. Close-up of the team on the couch as the atmosphere shifts from relaxed to concerned. Yoseok looks up, realizing they might have a major problem on their hands. Jiwon is stressing out big time, rubbing her forehead in frustration. She mutters that this is why she shouldn't have sent those rookies, finally feeling the guilt of sending them out alone. She jumps into action, ordering Yoseok to come with her while the others stay behind. But Kang Chana isn't staying put, saying she's going too because something feels off. Chana is already pulling on her black tactical shirt, looking ready for a war. She's got that focused main character look that tells you things are about to get serious. Chana looks intense while she gets ready, her hair flowing behind her. She's not wasting a single second, and the team is following her lead. Yoseok asks Chana if she's really okay, noting that the site is close to that place. Chana just gives her a cold, empty stare, looking completely unbothered. Chana throws on her yellow jacket with a sharp motion. She tells her not to worry and to go, looking like a total boss as she leads the rescue mission. The scene shifts to the exterior of the old house, now completely swallowed by the eerie yellow fog. It looks even more menacing as the sun starts to set. The rescue team arrives at the house, looking around with confused expressions. Yoseok asks the obvious question, where are the two of them? Yoseok notices the thick smoke billowing from the building. She asks what's going on, hearing the sounds of frantic shouting from inside. Maru and Seonwoo come sprinting out of the darkness, screaming at them not to close the door. They look like they've just escaped a literal hellhole. The door slams shut with a metallic sound before they can fully get out. Maru is on the other side, screaming about why they came in. Maru is hyperventilating, his hands held up in a panic. Jiwon is totally bewildered, asking what's wrong with them and why they're acting like they saw a ghost. Maru and Seonwoo are literally on their knees, looking broken and defeated. They've spent hours trying to escape, and now their backup is trapped right along with them. The whole group is now standing in front of that mysterious green door. Jiwon asks if it's true that the Rakshasa won't even come out of the room. Maru, dripping with sweat, confirms that the monster is just sitting there. The whole team looks incredibly small and vulnerable in that narrow, dusty hallway. Officer Chana steps forward, her face a mask of cool determination. She orders everyone to step back, ready to show them how a professional handles a level 7. We see a close-up of Chana's hand gripping her specialized weapon. She's channeling her energy, and the blade is starting to glow with a menacing red light. Chana takes a wide combat stance, her long ponytail whipping behind her. She looks like a literal Valkyrie ready to tear that door down with zero effort. She delivers a massive, flaming, horizontal slash with a loud sound. The power behind it is incredible, and the air itself seems to be burning. The blade connects with the door with a deafening impact, but as the smoke clears, the green door is still perfectly intact, not even a scratch. Yoseok is completely stunned, her mouth hanging open as she mutters how amazing it is. She can't believe Chana's strongest attack did absolutely nothing. Yoonjiwon pushes her glasses up and says she'll try. She's acting totally calm, as if she has a secret trick that can handle a reality-warping door. She rolls up her sleeve, and a literal black hole opens up in the skin of her forearm. It's a gross but fascinating display of her Spider Rakshasa ability. A small black spider with glowing yellow eyes slowly crawls out of the portal in her arm. This is definitely one of the weirder abilities we've seen so far. Jiwon holds the spider on her fingertip, the title SPI Dear Rakshasa ability appearing in gold. She looks like she's about to have a nice chat with her little pet. She sends the spider toward the door, calling it My Mini and telling it to go on. It's honestly kind of adorable and disturbing at the same time. The spider manages to squeeze into the tiny gap of the keyhole while Jiwon cheers it on. She coos that it did a good job and is well done, acting like a proud pet parent. But then she slumps over, sighing that it's not working because the hole is too small. Even her little spy spider can't find a way through this supernatural barrier. Maru looks totally weirded out by Jiwon's behavior. He shouts that she's treating the summoned creature like a pet and that she's weird, and honestly, Maru, I'm with you on this one. Shonwoo crosses his arms and stares at Yoseok, demanding that she show them what she can do. He's already over the waiting around phase of the mission. Yoseok turns away, looking totally embarrassed and sweating. She admits that she doesn't have any attack abilities, which is basically the worst thing to say right now. Seonwoo is not impressed, calling her useless on the field with a dismissive wave. He then turns to Maru and reminds him that he absorbed the Mirror Demon's power, so he better start using it. Close up on Seonwoo's face, and he looks like he's about to punch Maru just for existing. He's got zero patience for level 1 excuses. Maru stammers that he can't see the enemy properly and they're too far for his ability to work. Seonwoo just laughs in his face, calling his power completely useless. The whole team is huddled together in the hallway, looking completely lost. Yoseok asks if there's anyone left in the office who can come and rescue them. Yeah, good luck with that. Jiwon reminds them that the team leader is at training and won't be back until tomorrow. But then her eyes light up as she remembers they still have Officer Kim Yibak. Yoseok gets all excited, pointing out that Yibak is still an option. It's like they just found a secret weapon they forgot they were carrying. Everyone screams in terror as Kim Yibak suddenly appears right in the middle of the group. They bellow about when he got here, looking like their hearts just stopped. Yibak just gives a small, calm smile and says he came because nobody was coming back. The text notes that he has zero presence, which is apparently a literal superpower. The whole team is standing there with their jaws on the floor. It's hilarious that the strongest people in the department didn't even notice a middle-aged man walk into a small hallway. Yibak casually reaches out and touches the green door that everyone else was so scared of. Jiwon asks him if he can handle it, her voice full of hope. Yibak examines the door with a focused look behind his glasses. He's the only one who doesn't seem panicked by the level 7 dust swirling around them. Yibak suddenly lies down flat on the floor, crawling around in the dust. The team just watches him with total confusion on their faces. The whole group stands in a perfect line, staring down at the man crawling on the rug. They have absolutely no idea what he's doing or how this is supposed to save them. Maru asks if he's sleeping, looking totally annoyed by the weird performance. Jiwon admits she has no idea because Kim mainly works indoors and she's never seen him use his ability. Jiwon shrugs and makes a funny face, showing she's just as lost as the rookies. This team is a complete disaster in a crisis. Maru and Seonwoo look like their souls have officially left their bodies. They mutter that they can't believe this, realizing their rescue is just a man taking a nap on the floor. Yibak is still lying there, Jiwon is playing with her spider, and Chaina is just staring at the wall. Seonwoo bellows that the team members who came to rescue them are all completely useless. Everyone is just standing around awkwardly while the house continues to feel like a death trap. A clapping sound shows someone is trying to get people's attention. Jiwon claps her hands together and tells everyone they need to find another way out together. She's trying to be the optimistic leader, but the vibes in the room are at rock bottom. Seonwoo screams back that there is no way out and asks if they're just going to sit there and wait to die. Yoseok tries to calm him down, suggesting they just wait for the actual team leader. Maru is covering his mouth, looking like he's about to lose his lunch. The idea of staying stuck in a house with a level 7 monster until tomorrow is a literal nightmare for him. The team is huddled in a tight circle, the tension thick enough to cut. They look like a group of kids who just realized they're lost in the woods at night. Maru glances over and notices that Officer Kang Chana is being awfully quiet. It's a very ominous detail that usually means things are about to get a lot worse. Close up on Maru's face, his eyes wide and full of fear. He's starting to sense that the real danger hasn't even started yet. Yoseok is deep in thought, wondering why the Rakshasa hasn't moved at all or tried to kill them yet. It's like the monster is just waiting for something specific. Suddenly, a massive rumble shakes the entire house, making everyone jump. Chana yells that the sound is coming from the master bedroom. Chana is already sprinting down the hall, a blur of motion as she heads toward the source of the noise. She's finally seen something that's pushed her into action. Maru's eyes start to glow a menacing red as his mirror ability activates automatically. He's seeing the physical walls of the house starting to vibrate and buckle. Close up on Maru as he lets out a terrified sound. He's seeing the house literally coming to life in a way that's impossible for any normal building. The walls of the master bedroom are shown warping and folding in on themselves with a sickening creak. It's like the room itself is a living organism. The whole team is shown looking down the hallway in absolute horror. Seon-woo yells that the house is shrinking, and he looks like he's finally understood the gravity of the situation. Seon-woo has a breakthrough, screaming that he finally gets the loner Rakshasa's purpose. He looks like a mad scientist who just solved the dark puzzle. Close-up of Seon-woo's wide, intense eye. He bellows that its purpose is something terrible, and the suspense is absolutely killing me right now. The loner Rakshasa is shown sitting in its room, its face a mask of stone and those stitched eyes looking more unsettling than ever. It's the architect of their destruction. The monster's shriveled, gray hand starts to move, its clawed fingers twitching with a rhythmic creak. It's like it's pulling the invisible strings of the house. The demon has multiple faces on its chest and arms, all looking equally miserable. Its purpose is revealed, to make the entire house disappear, leaving only the tiny space it occupies. The rumbling intensifies as the house continues to fold in on itself. The text drops the bomb. The Rakshasa wants to be the only one left alive in this building. A shot of the Rakshasa towering over everything in its twisted, shrinking room. Maru realizes that if they don't kill it right now, they're all going to be crushed to death by the walls. Maru is gritting his teeth, his face a mask of sweaty desperation. He's realized that his safety-first mantra isn't going to save him this time. It's fight or become a pancake. The whole group is shown standing in the middle of the collapsing house, looking totally helpless. The walls are literally closing in on them from every side. The chapter ends on Maru's terrified face as he asks the million-dollar question, what do they do now? Man, talk about an epic cliffhanger. Everyone is definitely getting crushed in the next one. We open on a peaceful-looking farmhouse surrounded by crops. It looks like a nice, quiet place to retire, but we know better by now. The scene shifts to 4 years ago. This is the calm before the storm that changed Chana's life forever. A younger, happier Chana arrives at the gate, waving and shouting for her grandmother. She looks so much more carefree here, just a normal college student visiting home. A little boy comes sprinting out of the house, screaming Chana's name with total excitement. This kid is clearly her world, which makes the upcoming tragedy hit even harder. Grandma gives her a warm welcome as the boy tackles Chana with a massive hug. She welcomes Chana home, and the vibes are 100% wholesome. From a high angle, we see them heading inside. Grandma tells them to come on in, and everything looks perfectly normal and safe. The three of them are tucked into their sleeping mats, looking totally cozy. Grandma mentions how nice it would be if they could always be together like this, total red flag in a manhwa. The little brother is full of energy, playing around while Chana laughs and promises to visit every university break. The kid chirps his agreement, completely happy. Chana's expression turns curious as she looks at the wall. She notices some fresh artwork that definitely wasn't there before. There's a crude drawing of the three of them on the wall. Grandma warns the kid that he'll get in trouble for scribbling, but he's already defending his masterpiece. He proudly tells Chana that Grandma actually said he did a good job. He's looking for some big sister validation here. He beams with pride, showing off his picture of their happy family. It's a heartbreakingly pure moment considering what we know is coming. Back in the present, the house is literally coming apart at the seams. The walls are cracking and dust is flying everywhere as the loner Rakshasa continues to shrink the building. Officer Chana is muttering no to herself, her eyes wide with total trauma. This house isn't just a mission, it's the site of her worst nightmare. She screams no as her specialized arm blade starts to glow with an intense yellow energy. She's not letting this monster destroy the last piece of her past. She delivers a massive, flaming vertical slash. The impact is so powerful it sends shockwaves through the room, but she lets out a pained grunt. The blade connects with the supernatural barrier with a loud impact. Chana is putting every ounce of her life force into this one strike. She stares at her weapon with a chilling intensity, thinking the knife needs to drink more blood. This girl is officially playing for keeps. She lunges forward, her blade leaving a trail of red energy. She's moving with a desperate, lethal speed that's almost too fast for the eye to follow. She grabs her own throat, gasping as the strain of the transformation hits her. Someone yells for Officer Kang Chana to stop because it's dangerous, but she's already committed. Jiwon screams for her to stop, her face a mask of pure concern. Chana is pushing herself way past the point of no return. Chana delivers a massive horizontal punch or swipe, her eyes glowing red with fury. She looks more like a Rakshasa than a human right now. She delivers a follow-up strike with a loud impact. Her movements are a chaotic blur of action and blood. Suddenly, Chana's eyes roll back and a single tear falls. Maru yells for Officer Kang, asking if she's okay as her body finally gives out. The screen starts to blur as Chana loses consciousness. The rumbling of the house seems to fade as she drifts away. A massive impact echoes through the building, but then silence. Someone says it's stopped as the group stands in the eerie calm. Maru and the others look around, totally confused. They're trying to figure out if Chana actually managed to stop the house from shrinking before she passed out. Maru catches Chana as she collapses, her body totally limp. He's panicking, shouting if Officer Kang is okay while she just groans. Jiwon rushes over to check her pulse, looking seriously worried. She explains that it looks like she fainted from using too much blood. Maru looks at Chana with a mix of awe and confusion. He wonders why she went to such lengths, his face full of questions. Maru repeats the question, wondering why she went to such lengths. He's realizing there's a much deeper story here than just a regular monster hunt. Jiwon looks down with a somber expression. She drops the bombshell. This place is actually Officer Kang Chana's grandmother's house. Maru stands there with his jaw on the floor. He gasps in shock, finally understanding why Chana was so desperate to save this specific building. We see a silhouette of Chana's past, surviving alone and gaining her abilities in the midst of a massacre. This house is where her world ended. Maru looks down with a heavy heart, realizing the trauma Chana has been carrying. He mutters to himself that he understands now. Maru gently places a hand on Chana's head as she rests. He's feeling a new level of respect and sympathy for his scary boss. Yosiak touches the wall, relieved that the house seems to have stabilized for now. She says that she's thankful and thought the whole house would be gone. Jiwon agrees, but warns that they need to leave before the walls start closing in again. They're still trapped in a death trap. Jiwon adjusts her glasses and asks if they know the saying that dripping water hollows out stone. She's got a plan, but it's going to take some manual labor. She gives a determined smile, looking ready to lead the team. She's moving from grief to problem-solving mode. The team is hard at work, hammering away at the walls with a rhythmic sound. They're trying to brute force their way through the supernatural barrier. Seon-woo is putting his back into it, but even he's starting to lose his mind. He shouts that this is driving him crazy, and at this rate they'll never break through the wall. Seon-woo continues to smash the wall with a heavy stool, sweat pouring down his face. He vents his frustration with heavy swings. The whole group is shown huddled in the dusty kitchen, looking completely spent. Maru is gasping heavily while the others are just trying to keep their eyes open. Maru is gasping for air, looking totally drained. Seon-woo tells him to switch now. It's time for Maru to take a turn at the wall. Maru screams back at him, totally startled. Seon-woo mocks him, asking if he's already done, while Maru groans about his arm hurting and being hungry. Maru slumps over, muttering that his arm hurts, he's hungry, and he's thirsty. He's officially reached his limit for physical labor. Suddenly, a hand reaches for a knife on the floor. A voice says they'll do it, and you just know Chana is back on her feet. Chana stands up, looking pale but determined. She repeats that she'll do it, taking the knife from the floor to continue the work. Maru jumps up, asking if she's really okay and telling her she should rest more, but she just ignores him with a blank, "I'm okay." She goes back to work, chipping away at the wall with a rhythmic sound. Maru nervously mentions that he heard this was her grandmother's house. Maru scratches his head, feeling awkward. He notes that it was weird how the empty house was so clean, realizing she must have been maintaining it all these years. Maru looks at her with a curious expression. He's trying to understand what keeps her coming back to this graveyard of memories. Chana looks over her shoulder with a blank expression. She says simply that it's because she's waiting. Maru asks what she's waiting for. She says with a chillingly calm voice that she's waiting for the Rakshasa that killed her family, because it'll come back here. She's a hunter waiting for her prey to return to the scene of the crime. Maru asks the obvious question, how does she know it will come back? He looks totally skeptical of her theory. Young Chana is shown hyperventilating, her face pale with terror. She's staring at a massive, glowing red blade that's entering her room. She's huddled in the corner of her bed, her world turning into a nightmare. You can practically hear her heart pounding in the silence. The monster is fully revealed, a lean, terrifying demon with multiple arms and glowing eyes. It's the stuff of legends, and it's the monster Chana has been hunting her entire life. Chana finishes her thought with an intense gaze. She says that Rakshasa was different from others. She's certain it has the intelligence to return to its original hunting ground. She explains that she only cares about the Rakshasa that killed her family. It's her one and only goal in life. We see a terrifying silhouette from her past, a dark figure with glowing eyes looming in the fog. This is the monster that haunts her dreams. A close-up of a young Chana's eye shows a reflection of the multi-armed beast. She watched it kill her family, and that memory is what defined her. The full form of the monster is revealed, a lean, terrifying demon with multiple arms and glowing eyes. It looks like a literal god of death. Chana looks down, her face shadowed by grief. She believes that when Rakshasas like that appear, they always come back to the scene of their original feast. Maru looks at her with a mix of awe and concern. He asks if that's why she's on the Manhwa team, even though she's a level 7 powerhouse who belongs at HQ. Chana gives him a somber look. She asks if he is disappointed, since she only cares about the Rakshasa that killed her family. Maru scratches his neck, looking sheepish. He admits he's just in it for the money, saying that the salary is good classic Maru honesty. Chana notes that he'll probably go to the Seoul headquarters since the salary is higher there. Maru jumps, blushing and shouting about how she knew. Flashback to Chana, watching Maru being scouted by director Ildo. She saw the whole thing and knows exactly what's on his mind. Maru stammers that he haven't decided yet, his face a total mess of embarrassment. He's caught red-handed. Chana stares him down with a very intense expression. She starts to say that it's because he's, and you just know it's going to be something profound. Suddenly, a massive rumble shakes the house again. Chana looks up at the ceiling, her eyes wide with shock. Seonwoo and Yoseok are totally panicked. Seonwoo screams, asking what that is and if it's moving again as the building groans. Seonwoo screams that it's starting again, and for everyone to move to the hallway. The group bolts through the house with a loud patter of footsteps. Maru grabs Chana and pulls her along, the house literally collapsing around them with massive impacts. They're running for their lives. Maru is gasping for air, thinking about what he couldn't hear. The guy is still worried about a cliffhanger. The scene shifts to the next morning. The house is shown from the outside, still surrounded by thick yellow dust. The group is huddled in the hallway, looking exhausted and hopeless. Yoseok asks if it has stopped, her voice barely a whisper. Seonwoo sighs, saying the only person they can rely on now is the team leader, but he's taking a detour from Busan and might not be here for hours. The team is shown slumped against the walls, looking like they've officially given up. The yellow fog is everywhere. Officer Kim Yibik is shown lying on the floor, seemingly asleep. Maru notes that Officer Kim Yibik has been sleeping the whole time and hasn't woken up at all. Maru looks totally done, muttering about how they're struggling to escape while Yibok just naps. He's reaching the end of his rope. Suddenly, everyone jumps as a loud "already" fills the hallway. Something is definitely happening with the napping veteran. Maru turns back toward Yibok, shouting about waiting and needing to wake Officer Kim Yibok too. Maru lets out a terrified scream as Yibok stands up. He bellows about what's wrong with his face, his eyes wide with shock. Yibok turns around with a creepy smile, his face half covered in a gross, fuzzy mold. He says calmly that he figured now would be a good time, sounding totally creepy. The door bursts open with a massive impact, yellow dust billowing out. This is the moment they've all been dreading. A shriveled, leathery demon with its mouth sewn shut leaps out with a loud scream. It's the Loner Rakshasa, and it looks ready to kill. The group is totally shocked. Maru yells about what he did and what ability he used as Yibok just stands there looking completely unbothered. Yibok explains that he put mold spores through the crack in the door to force them out. It's revealed that he has the mold spore Rakshasa ability, and yeah, it's as gross as it sounds. The team is actually impressed. Maru shouts that he did a great job, while Jiwon notes they should have been told about his power earlier. Someone yells to save the chit-chat for later, and look over there. A massive, high-pitched whining sound fills the air as the monsters regroup. The Loner Rakshasa is shown clutching its head, screaming in pain from the mold spores. It's a gruesome sight, but it gives the team a chance to strike. More hands reach out from the dark room, clawing at the walls with a sickening sound. The Loner chant is getting louder and more distorted. The monsters are literally pouring out of the master bedroom, their faces looking like twisted masks of agony. This is going to be a bloodbath. Multiple faces of the Loner Rakshasa peek out from the room, their eyes glowing with a menacing light. It's like the house is full of them. A whole pack of the shriveled monsters charges out with a synchronized Loner chant. This just went from a boss fight to a horde battle. Maru is absolutely losing it. He screams that it's not a reclusive Hikikomori Loner Rakshasa, but a whole pack. The monsters are everywhere, crawling on the walls and ceiling. Maru yells about how the hell they're supposed to fight all these level 7 Rakshasas at once as the team prepares for a total massacre. The massive pack of level 7 Loner Rakshasas charges down the narrow hallway like a flood. The team braces for impact, looking completely dwarfed by the sheer number of monsters. Officer Kang Chana is back on her feet, though she looks like she's running on fumes. She immediately barks an order to Yoseok to hide the rest of the team while she takes the front line. Yoseok doesn't hesitate, slamming her hands down to activate her specialized technique. A golden, shimmering energy begins to expand from her palms, creating a protective barrier. The Zero Presence Rakshasa ability is fully deployed, encasing Maru and the others in a safe dome. It looks like they've vanished from the world, hopefully making them invisible to the charging horde. Chana lets out a fierce yell as she lunges directly into the pack. She's moving with insane speed, her eyes glowing with a terrifying intensity. She's a total whirlwind of death, her blade carving through the air with massive slashing sounds. She's cutting down multiple level 7s in a single motion, but the hallway is getting crowded fast. A massive horizontal slash connects with the wall and the monsters with a deafening impact. The force is so strong, it actually shatters the supernatural reinforced wood of the house. Chana grinds her teeth, realizing she's in a bad spot because the hallway is too narrow for her massive weapon. She thinks the knife got stuck and won't come out as a demon leaps right for her throat. Chana's eyes widen as a gray, shriveled hand reaches out to grab her. She's wide open, and things just went from bad to worse in a split second. Maru leaps out from the barrier to save her, tackling a demon that's letting out a blood-curdling scream. He's putting his own life on the line to keep his captain safe. It's a complete dogpile as Maru gets swarmed by 3 or 4 demons at once. They're clawing and biting at him, and the hallway is filled with the sound of a brutal struggle. A demonic hand reaches up through the dust, looking like it's searching for a final kill. The team is being pushed back by the sheer physical pressure of the horde. A heavy fist slams into the floor with an impact that shakes the entire house. The structure is literally failing under the weight of the combat. Maru is pinned to the ground with a monster on his back, gasping for air. Someone yells that they're doomed because the Rakshasa is trying to bring down the ceiling. Yoseok is losing it, screaming that there's no way as she looks up at the cracking ceiling. They're about to be buried alive in the shrinking house. Maru looks up with glowing eyes and blood dripping from his mouth, his face a mask of pure grit. He's tired of losing, and you can see he's about to do something absolutely insane. Maru lets out a primal roar, his teeth having fully transformed into sharp fangs. He surrendered to the hunger again, and the power surge is visible in his eyes. The dude is literally playing Atlas right now, holding up the entire collapsing ceiling with his bare hands. Yoseok is just standing there behind him, completely stunned by this level 1 rookie's strength. Yoseok gives him a thumbs up and says, "It's not a great sight, but well done." She's definitely starting to see why the director wanted this guy. A demon creeps up behind Maru with a growl, but he can't move because he's busy holding up the house. He's sweating bullets, screaming that he's reaching his limit. Suddenly, a demon's head is cleanly severed and sent spinning through the air. A whipping sound echoes as someone provides some much-needed backup. It's Suwonwoo, looking cool as ever even though he's covered in dirt. He tells Maru to hide inside the barrier and that he's in the way classic Suwonwoo, being a jerk even while saving lives. Maru's eyes bug out as he yells for him to wait and be careful. He sees something Suwonwoo missed in his arrogance. A demon sinks its teeth right into Suwonwoo's shoulder with a sickening sound. He yells in frustration, realizing his cool entrance just turned into a disaster. Suwonwoo is being mobbed by the horde, screaming as they drag him down. It looks like the elite rookie just got humbled real quick. Suddenly, white beams of energy shoot through the heads of the demons with sharp sounds. Someone else is finally joining the fight. A massive, terrifying spider with glowing yellow eyes looms in the hallway behind the team. Jiwon is finally letting her summoned beast go all out on the horde. Close up on Jiwon as she pushes her glasses up, 3 glowing dots appearing on her forehead. She looks like a total boss now that she's serious. Jiwon takes charge, yelling for Seonwoo to help Captain Chana while she and the others protect the useful rookie, Han Maru. The power dynamic in this hallway is shifting fast. Chana is back in the zone, spinning through a group of demons and slicing them into ribbons. Her blade slashes through the air as she clears a path through the hallway. The whole team is shown in a chaotic brawl. Maru is still holding the ceiling, Jiwon's spiders are biting, and Chana is slashing. It's total beautiful mayhem. Chana delivers a final, massive overhead strike that sends blood spraying everywhere. She's making sure none of these level 7 clones get back up. Maru and Yoseok are just standing there, looking like they walked into the wrong movie. Maru is staring in awe, while Yoseok looks like she's just happy to be alive. Maru admits that the veterans fight really well, while Yoseok laughs and says they're just hiding out of fear. At least, they're honest about it. Jiwon remains focused, her eyes glowing as she monitors the spider mold spores filling the air. She's the MVP of this hallway fight for sure. Maru is still panting, but he notices something strange. The Rakshasas just keep coming out of that room. Jiwon wonders out loud why the supply of monsters seems endless. Maru suddenly lets go of the ceiling and bolts. Yoseok yells, asking where he is going as he disappears into the thick yellow fog. Maru is sprinting toward the master bedroom, his mind made up. He's realized that the only way to end this is to take out the main body. He roars for them to let him go in the room right now as he barges through the remaining clones. He's done playing it safe. Chana and Seonwoo can only watch in total shock as their weakest member charges into the heart of the nest. They can't believe he's being this reckless. Maru leaps through the doorway with a fierce yell and a blur of motion. He's moving with a level of confidence we haven't seen since the mountain fight. He skids into the dark room, his eyes scanning for the target. He comes to a halt in the middle of the nightmare. Maru looks down with a horrified expression as he sees the true form of the loner Rakshasa's nest. Close up on Maru's face, and he looks absolutely disgusted. He's seeing something that even a demon hunter shouldn't have to look at. He sees dozens of pale, huddled bodies stacked in the dark room, all of them chanting, "Loner," in a creepy, synchronized whisper. This is some high-level horror right here. The main body is shown, a small, pathetic-looking figure huddled in the corner, surrounded by glowing red veins. This is the coward that's been trying to crush them. Maru stands over the monster, blood smeared on his cheek. He snarls, calling it a coward for holing up in the room and fighting with clones, projecting all his own past insecurities onto the beast. The main body starts to warp and expand with a gross sound, its face distorting into a mask of pure hate. It's not going down without one last trick. Maru raises his arms high, his silhouette dark against the glowing yellow dust. He says, in that case, looking like he's about to drop the hammer. He slams his hands against the floor with a massive impact and yells for it to just stay in the room. He's using the mirror ability to lock the monster inside its own spatial trap. Maru is straining with everything he has. His shirt shredded as waves of energy ripple out from him. He's literally forcing the room to stay small while the rest of the house expands. We get a shot of his hands glowing white hot as he maintains the lock. The physical strain is insane, and you can see the veins popping in his arms. Maru bolts for the exit as the room begins to implode. His feet patter rapidly as he sprints away from the collapsing spatial rift. He looks over his shoulder one last time, his face a mask of sweaty exhaustion. He's done it. He's neutralized the threat. He groans as he collapses near the doorway, the mirror ability finally fading from his eyes. He's completely spent. Through the small opening left in the wall, we see the others looking in. They scream for Maru to run as the portal starts to close for good. Maru reaches out a desperate hand toward the light, his eyes wide. He's barely going to make it out before the space vanishes. He's yelling as he lunges for the opening, the yellow light of the hallway beckoning him. It's a total photo finish escape. A hand shoots through the opening and grabs Maru's arm. He's being pulled out of the collapsing room at the very last second. It's Soyeonwoo. He's got a firm grip on Maru, looking surprisingly intense and serious, their hands locked together. Soyeonwoo hauls Maru onto the hallway floor with a heavy thud. They both just lie there for a second, gasping for air while the room they were just in vanishes into nothing. The two rookies stare at each other, covered in blood and grime. The silence in the hallway is finally peaceful. Suddenly, the team erupts into cheers. They yell, "Hooray!" throwing their hands in the air as the yellow dust starts to clear. They actually survived the level 7 pack. Jiwon and Yoseok are swarming Maru, telling him his mirror ability was really amazing. Maru just laughs awkwardly, scratching the back of his head and soaking up the praise. Captain Chana is standing in the background, watching the scene with a faint, rare smile. She's clearly proud of her team, especially the rookie she took a chance on. The hallway is shown from a distance, looking normal and quiet once again. The mission is officially a success. We get a quick flashback to Chana's happy family meal. It's a bittersweet reminder that she managed to save the house where those memories were made. Back in the present, Chana looks at Maru with a serious expression. There's a new level of respect in her eyes that wasn't there before. Maru touches his face, realizing the mirror ability is gone now that the Rakshasas are dead. He's back to being a normal level 1 for now. Maru stands up and stretches, looking determined. He thinks that in that case, he has one more thing to do before they leave. Soyeonwoo yells, asking what he is doing right now as he sees Maru leaning over a pile of demon remains. Maru is literally biting into a piece of the level 7 Rakshasa. Close up on Maru as he swallows the piece with a sickening sound. He's not letting all that level 7 power go to waste. Maru stands in the hallway with his hands outstretched, sensing the energy. He says there's still some smoke in the house so he can use it, his eyes focused. The walls start to rumble with a deep sound. Maru is testing out the Loner Rakshasa's spatial manipulation power himself. He's literally moving the walls of the hallway with a wave of his hand. The house responds to its new master. Soyeonwoo is completely floored, his mouth hanging open as he watches the level 1 rookie rearrange the architecture. Maru is putting his back into it, shouting as he tries to fix the damage he caused. He's leaning against the wall, gasping that there's not enough smoke, but he's determined to fix just a little more. He's actually trying to repair Chana's grandmother's house. A hand reaches out and places a firm stop on Maru's arm. A soft voice says, "Enough," and Maru stops immediately. It's Chana. She looks him in the eye and simply says, "Thank you." It's the first time she's truly acknowledged him as an equal. Maru is totally dazed, his face heating up as he looks at Chana's gentle expression. The main character vibes are off the charts right now. We get a wide shot of the two of them standing in the repaired hallway as the morning sun shines through the windows. It's a genuinely beautiful moment of peace. We see the drawing on the wall, the one Chana's brother made. It's still there, safe and sound, a symbol of everything they fought for. The scene cuts back to the Manhwa Island headquarters. The building looks bright and cheerful in the daylight. A voice calls out that they're here. It's team leader Deokman. He's back from Busan and is holding a bag of Busan's famous bread for everyone. He looks way too happy for someone who just missed a war zone. Deokman walks into the office and is totally confused. He wonders why no one is here, looking at the empty desks. He takes off his sunglasses, looking around with a puzzled expression. He wonders where they are as he heads toward the lounge area. He stops at the door of the night duty room, his eyes scanning the nameplate. He asks if they are here, reaching for the handle. He opens the door with a loud click, and his jaw hits the floor at what he sees inside. His mobile phone starts ringing on the desk with a loud sound. The caller ID shows, Director Mobile Phone. It's the big boss calling. Director Ildo is on the other end, sounding surprisingly casual. He asks what the matter is as he looks out his office window. The scene shifts to Chief Yu at the Seoul HQ. She's explaining that she offered Maru a position at the headquarters, but he declined. She's baffled by why he would say no. Ildo gets a small, knowing grin on his face. He says, "Well," sounding like he's already figured out the answer, From a high angle, we see the whole Manhwa team, Chana, Jaewon, Yoseok, Maru, and Seonwoo all curled up on mats on the floor, fast asleep. They're a total mess, but they look like a real family. Ildo muses with a smile that maybe he's finally adjusted to the Manhwa team. The chapter ends on this wholesome shot of our exhausted heroes finally getting some well-deserved rest. What a win. A massive blast of energy light up the screen, leaving nothing but a trail of white-hot power. Whatever just hit must have been absolutely devastating. Maru is standing his ground in his yellow uniform, looking incredibly focused as he braces for a fight. The rustling sound effects show that the air itself is vibrating around him. We jump back to 7 hours ago, and Maru is the complete opposite of a hero right now. He's letting out a massive yawn, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else but at work. Maru is trudging along the street in his suit, looking totally drained. He's grumbling to himself about how much he hates the daily grind, especially after everything he's been through. We get a close-up of his dress shoes hitting the pavement as a car horn blares in the background. It's a loud, annoying start to a stressful morning. Maru stops and looks over his shoulder with a deadpan expression. He's clearly not in the mood for any road rage or surprises today. A sleek, white luxury SUV pulls up right next to him on the bridge. Maru just stands there, looking at this expensive ride and probably feeling even more depressed about his paycheck. The driver lowers the window, and of course, it's Seonwoo looking like a total K-drama lead. He's got that smug, unbothered look that just radiates, "I'm better than you." We get a quick mental flash of the chaos of the house, with Maru and Chana struggling to survive. It's a sharp contrast to the peaceful, wealthy vibe Seonwoo is putting off right now. Maru leans in with a big, fake-looking smile, asking if Seonwoo can give him a ride to work. He's totally trying to secure a free trip in that fancy car. Seonwoo doesn't even hesitate, giving him a cold look and telling him to get lost. Talk about a brutal rejection before the first cup of coffee. Seonwoo speeds off, leaving Maru in the dust. Maru is left shaking his fist and yelling, "Rascal," while feeling a massive wave of jealousy toward that foreign car. Maru is now walking with team leader Go Deokmin, who is rocking his signature floral shirt. Deokmin is walking with a swagger, completely unfazed by the morning rush. Maru is venting his frustrations, complaining about Seonwoo's shitty personality. Deokmin just sighs and tells him that his attitude isn't exactly right either. Deokmin gets a cheeky grin, noting that no matter how rich or handsome someone is, they're pointless with a bad personality. He confidently guarantees that a guy like Seonwoo has 0 friends. The two of them burst into a fit of laughter, sharing a loser bonding moment. But then Maru realizes that he doesn't have any friends either, and the realization hits him right in the feels. They arrive at the Manhwa Island headquarters, which looks surprisingly peaceful in the morning sun. It's the calm before the office drama starts. Maru and Deokmin walk into the office with a casual "good morning." The rest of the team is already settling in, but the vibe feels a bit heavy. Seonwoo is sitting at his desk, his back to everyone. A cracking sound effect shows he's clenching his fists or cracking his knuckles in frustration. Close up on Seonwoo's hand as he slams it onto his desk. He's clearly reaching his breaking point with the team's casual chatter. Seonwoo turns around with an intense glare, telling everyone that working hours have started and to end the chit-chat. He's acting like he's the boss of the whole department. Maru is sweating bullets, thinking to himself that he didn't even say anything to trigger this outburst. He's totally confused by why Seonwoo is so pissed off. Maru looks down at his computer with a nervous expression. He can feel Seonwoo's eyes on the back of his head, looking down on him as usual. Jaewon is shown at her desk, looking equally stressed by the tension in the room. Another cracking sound echoes, showing the office is becoming a pressure cooker. Another shot of a fist clenching. Seonwoo is really losing it. He's desperate for some kind of action to vent his energy. Seonwoo is staring at his screen, his jaw set. He repeats that work has started, trying to force an atmosphere of strict professionalism. Maru is hiding behind his monitor, wondering if Seonwoo is just mad because they were laughing earlier. The guy really is an office buzzkill. Suddenly, Chana appears behind Maru while he's typing. She leans in and asks how about they talk for a bit, and Maru looks like his heart just skipped a beat. Maru looks up at her with a stunned expression. Being called out for a private chat by the captain is definitely not what he expected on a Monday morning. We get a wide shot of the two of them standing by a blue vending machine outside. The building looms over them, making the meeting feel very formal and secretive. They're sitting on a bench now, each holding a can of soda. Maru breaks the awkward silence, asking what it is with a nervous look. Chana is staring at her drink, her face uncharacteristically soft. She quietly thanks him for what happened at her grandmother's house, finally showing some gratitude. Maru takes a big, awkward gulp of his drink, blushing. He stammers that it's all good and that they're a team, so it was only natural to help. Chana gets a very serious, intense look on her face. She says that after this incident, she's become certain about something. She leans in close, her eyes wide as she mentions how she feels about him. Maru is absolutely losing it, his eyes bugging out as he wonders if this is actually happening. She doesn't think he's a level 1 ability user. Ouch. Chana drops the truth bomb, completely crushing Maru's romantic delusions in one sentence. Maru is totally dazed, stammering about what she means. Chana points out that his healing and consumption powers are way too high tier for a level 1. We get a quick flashback of the creepy level 1 demon Maru faced on day 1. It's a reminder that his journey started with something much weaker than he is now. Chana asks him directly if he met any other Rakshasas before he became an official civil servant. She's trying to figure out where his massive power surge actually came from. Maru is deep in thought, his hand to his mouth. He's searching his memories, but the trauma of his past is making everything feel hazy and terrifying. Chana looks over her shoulder, perhaps sensing Maru's distress. The atmosphere between them has shifted from awkward to heavy and ominous. Maru's face is suddenly shadowed in red light, his expression turning hollow. It looks like he's having a total mental breakdown as the dark memories surface. A vision of a dark, clawed hand appears in Maru's mind. Something from his childhood is trying to break through his repressed memories. The horrifying gluttony demon silhouette looms in the dark, its mouth filled with needle-sharp teeth. This is the monster that truly awakened him. Maru clutches his chest, gasping for air. He thinks he's seeing things again and that his panic disorder is acting up as the hallucinations take over. His soda can falls to the ground with a clang as he loses his grip. Chana jumps, shouting his name and asking if he's okay and what's wrong. Maru is hunched over, sweating profusely. He tries to play it off, muttering that his mind just comes up with scary thoughts sometimes. Maru is clutching his head, his face a mask of agony. He looks like he's fighting a war inside his own skull right now. Suddenly, Chana's hand reaches out and grabs Maru's wrist with a firm grip. She's trying to ground him and pull him back to reality. Chana looks him dead in the eye, telling him he's safe here and that she's right by his side. It's an incredibly rare moment of genuine comfort from the Ice Queen. Maru is completely stunned, his face heating up as he looks at her hand on his. The world seems to stop moving for a second. But then, Deokmin appears in the background like a total third-wheel ninja. He asks what the two of them are doing, catching them in a very compromising-looking position. Maru screams and practically jumps 10 feet into the air. He's waving his hands frantically, looking like a guilty teenager caught by his parents. Maru is desperately trying to explain that it's not what it looks like, but Chana just cuts him off with a cold number. She's already back to her professional self. Chana explains that dating is nonsense because in a year, they'll all be dead anyway when the Rakshasa army arrives. Talk about a mood killer. Maru makes a face like he just swallowed a lemon. He thinks that went straight to the heart, feeling the sting of the ultimate rejection. Maru looks like he's about to faint, his eyes rolling back. He's realized that she's either not interested in him or just doesn't see the point in dating while the world is ending. Chana walks away without a second glance. Deokmin just sighs and mocks Maru, saying he got dumped. The disrespect is real. Maru falls off the bench and hits the dirt, looking completely defeated. He groans that it wasn't what it was, but no one is listening. Close up on Chana as she walks away. She has a tiny, almost invisible blush and thinks to herself why she feels bad about it. There might be hope for Maru yet. The clock on the wall shows that time is moving forward. The daily routine is slowly setting back in. Jiwon is shown in the office. Noting that they have 1 hour before they're off duty, she suggests they check the yellow dust warnings one last time. We get a beautiful, scenic shot of the Green Mountains. It looks peaceful, but we know that's where the monsters are hiding. Chana and Maru are back out in the woods, heading toward a monitoring station. Maru is still blushing and acting awkward after the bench incident. Maru is huffing and puffing as he climbs the trail. He's muttering about how Team Leader Go made things even more awkward for no reason. They reach a tall, metallic monitoring pole in the middle of a clearing. Chana starts checking the device while Maru stands guard, still feeling the tension. Chana is focused on her tablet, scrolling through data and graphs. Everything seems normal, but you can tell she's looking for the slightest anomaly. Maru is chewing his lip, thinking about how they might all die soon. He thinks he doesn't have time for this stuff, feeling the urgency of the prophecy. Maru looks at Chana's back, realizing how much he still doesn't know about Rakshasas. He needs more info if he wants to survive the upcoming year. Suddenly, a phone starts ringing with a loud sound. Both of them jump, alerted by the sudden noise in the quiet woods. Chana picks up the specialized field phone with a firm grip. She yells that it's a backup request, her face instantly shifting into combat mode. The scene shifts to a dark, bloody area. A voice on the other end gasps that it got Team Leader Go too. This sounds like a total disaster. Yoseok is shown on the phone, bleeding heavily from her chest. She manages to cough out that the monster is heading right in their direction. Chana is screaming into the phone, her eyes wide with terror. She's desperate for more info, but it looks like Yoseok might have passed out. Chana stands there in a daze, the phone still in her hand. She mutters, "No way," as the reality of Deokmin's defeat sinks in. Maru is absolutely losing his mind. He screams about that lazy-ass uncle being a level 10 ability user. He can't believe the strongest guy on the team just got taken out. They both sense something approaching through the trees. Maru yells that it's coming this way and to be careful, getting into a defensive stance. Chana draws her specialized arm blade, her face a mask of grim determination. She notes that if the Rakshasa could beat a level 10, it's way stronger than anything they've faced. A massive dark shadow looms in the yellow fog, its shape looking like a giant bell or a hooded figure. The pressure is absolutely suffocating. Maru and Chana are shown from behind, staring into the thick smoke. They're standing their ground, but you can see they're terrified. The monster finally emerges, a tall, skeletal demon wearing traditional robes. It has a massive red eye for a face and looks like a terrifying priest from hell. Maru and Chana are completely paralyzed with shock. Maru screams in his head that it just talked as the monster opens its mouth. The skeletal priest demon gives a creepy, polite bow. It says nice to meet them and asks if they can chat for a bit. Talk about nightmare fuel. This thing is intelligent. The skeletal priest demon gives a creepy, polite bow. It greets them and asks if it could possibly speak with the one in charge, sounding way too civilized for a monster. Maru is sweat-dropping and looking totally baffled by the situation. He thinks this bastard talks like a human, his eyes wide with shock. Captain Chana is shown from behind, her long hair blowing in the wind. She notes that it's a Rakshasa that can speak, while the demon tells them there's no need for hostility since it doesn't want to fight. The demon reaches out a long, gray hand in a welcoming gesture. It's trying to act like a friendly host, which makes the whole scene feel even more like a trap. From a high angle, we see Maru and Chana standing in a clearing facing the demon. Maru wonders what kind of conversation he is trying to have, looking incredibly small compared to the threat. Flashback to Chana's brother being taken away, a memory that still haunts her. She warns Maru not to talk to that bastard as her face darkens with trauma. Maru looks conflicted, his hand to his chin as he weighs the risks. He thinks this is an opportunity to learn more about the Rakshasas since they have so little information on them. Maru steps forward and asks the first big question, "Where are you from?" He's trying to be the brave diplomat, but you can see he's shaking. The demon points a leathery finger toward the ground with a chilling smile. It whispers that they come from Naraka, its red eye glowing with intensity. Maru looks totally confused by the answer. He asks where Naraka is, probably hoping it's just a weird village in the mountains. The demon's mouth opens wide, showing off rows of sharp, yellow teeth. It reveals that it's the very bottom of hell, and yeah, that sounds about right for where these things live. We get a hellish vision of red, mangled bodies piled high in the darkness. It's a place where those who committed great sins are trapped and forced to fight for eternity. The vision gets even grimmer, showing more screaming figures in the red static. The demon mentions their previous lives, suggesting these monsters used to be something else. Maru's face goes pale as the realization starts to sink in. He stammers that it can't be true, his heart racing with a new kind of terror. Close up on the demon's smug, wide-mouthed grin and Maru's terrified profile, the psychological warfare is definitely working on our rookie hero. Chana looks on with a mask of pure intensity, her eyes narrowing as she watches Maru struggle. She knows exactly what the demon is trying to do to him. A horrifying mental image of a Rakshasa being torn open and revealing a human-like form inside. Maru realizes with a sick feeling in his gut that that bastard was a human. Maru covers his mouth, looking like he's about to lose his lunch. He screams in his head about what he's been eating all this time. Total cannibalism panic. Maru is literally retching, yellow bile spilling out as he collapses. He is completely revolted by the thought of his own powers now. The demon points its long finger at Maru with a mocking tone. It asks if it can ask a question this time, taking total control of the situation. Maru looks up, dazed and pale, with a pathetic question. He's in no condition to be answering anything right now. A hand suddenly grabs Maru's arm with a firm grip. Someone is trying to snap him out of his downward spiral. It's Chana. She pulls him back, yelling for him to stop talking to him. She knows the demon is just poisoning his mind with lies. Chana draws her blade and slices her own hand open with a sharp cut. She declares that even if they seem friendly on the outside, they're still heartless monsters. Chana is fuming, reminding everyone that these are the ones who attacked Chief Go and Officer Nam. She's shifting into full combat mode, ready to end the chat. Chana stands tall with her blade raised, her silhouette looking like a total boss. The demon just holds its hands up and says to stop it because it hates violence like a total troll. A massive shockwave of energy explodes. Chana has officially lost her patience and is making her move. Chana lunges forward, her hair flying and her blade glowing with a red aura. She's a blur of motion as she goes for the demon's throat. Chana leaps high into the air, closing the distance with incredible speed. She's putting everything she has into this one-shot kill. The demon just smiles calmly as she approaches. It mockingly tells her that killing it now won't avenge her brother, hitting her right in her weakest spot. Chana's face turns pale as she freezes midair. She gasps as the demon continues its cruel monologue about her family. The demon points a long finger at her, its red eye glowing with a sinister light. It's got her right where it wants her, paralyzed by guilt. close up on that creepy, wide-toothed mouth. It hisses that it's her fault that her brother died, and you can practically feel the mental damage landing. Chana is shown with a look of pure devastation, her hand trembling. The psychological attack has completely dismantled our strongest fighter. Suddenly, a dark spike or beam pierces through a white shirt. Someone just got hit by an invisible attack while they were distracted by the demon's words. We get a quick flash of the past standing between a younger Chana and a monster. It's the memory of the night her brother was taken from her. Young Chana's brother is shown crying out for his sister to run away as he sacrifices himself to save her. It's a total heartbreaker of a flashback. A dark blade pierces right through the little boy's chest with a sickening sound. The brutality of this memory is absolute nightmare fuel. Young Chana is shown falling backward, her mouth open in a silent scream. She was forced to watch her only family member get slaughtered right in front of her. Young Chana is shown huddled over her brother's bloody body on the floor. This is the moment that turned her into the cold, distant captain we know today. Close up on a small, limp hand as it loses its grip. The life has officially left her brother, and Chana is left all alone in the dark. Back in the present, Chana is shown screaming in absolute agony, tears streaming down her face. The demon's psychological attack has totally broken her. Chana's eyes are hollow as she stares into space, blood dripping from her lip. She's completely checked out of the fight, lost in her own grief. The demon continues its cruel taunts, telling her she should have been the one to die instead of her brother. It's pure, unadulterated evil. Maru yells for Officer Kang as he sees her start to fall. He's the only one left to stop the demon from finishing her off. Maru catches Chana as she collapses, his face a mask of pure terror. He's holding on to her like she's the only thing left in the world. Maru sees a massive bloodstain appearing on Chana's chest. He screams about what happened, realizing she's been stabbed in the heart. The demon just stands there with its finger to its mouth, looking totally pleased with itself. It says it was so fast that he didn't see anything. The demon starts walking toward them with a slow, heavy sound. It mockingly asks if they want to continue their conversation now that Chana is out. Maru is hunched over Chana's body, his head bowed. He whispers, "No," and you can tell he's about to snap. Maru tells the demon to shut its mouth, his face shadowed with a dark energy. He's had enough of the psychological games. Maru bellows not to talk carelessly about Officer Kong Chana's pain, finally standing up and baring his teeth. Maru launches a massive, desperate punch right at the demon's face. He's putting every bit of his rage into this one strike. The punch connects with a sickening crack. Maru actually managed to land a clean hit on the level 10 tier threat. The demon just looks at him, totally unfazed. It mockingly asks who's talking, as if he didn't get dumped by that woman. Maru tries to swing again, but he freezes. He realizes his body won't move, his arms stuck mid-punch. A thin, invisible beam of energy pierces through the air with a pinging sound. The demon is using its hidden attacks again. Maru gasps as he feels a sharp pain in his chest. He thinks something just stabbed his heart, his eyes wide with shock. Maru coughs up a massive spray of blood, his body failing him. He yells that he was never dumped, still arguing even as he dies. Maru is hunched over, his vision going dark. He's trying to convince himself that he never liked her romantically, but his grief says otherwise. Chana is shown lying motionless on the ground nearby. Maru is failing to protect the one person he actually respected. Maru is shown crying, apologizing to Chana's limp body. He feels like the same useless guy who failed the civil service exams all over again. Maru stares into space with a hollow expression, blood dripping from his chin. His mind is a total mess of grief and psychological trauma. Maru gasps as another wave of mental pain hits him. He's realizing the aftermath of the psychological attack is worse than the physical wounds. A massive pool of blood expands on the ground around him. The demon notes that emotions make a person weak. Talk about a cold-blooded philosophy. Maru is desperately trying to claw his way through the dirt. He mutters that he's never felt like this, his strength fading into the red static. The demon looms over Maru, its silhouette dark against the yellow fog. Maru realized he can't move his body no matter how hard he tries. The demon gets right in his face, screaming about why he isn't answering and if he's lost his tongue now. It is literally enjoying his suffering. Maru gives a look of pure, weary resignation. He realizes that as long as they have emotions, they're just playthings for this monster. The demon picks up a massive boulder with its skeletal hands. It says it's time to wrap this up and that this is the end. Maru is lying in his own blood, waiting for the end. He's wishing for some cold-blooded bastard immune to psychological attacks to save them. The boulder is raised high, its shadow falling over Maru. This looks like the final page for our hero. The demon stiffens as its arms start to shake. It repeats that its vocal cords are strong and not easy to break, but it looks like something is wrong. We get a close-up of a black-gloved hand catching the boulder. Someone just stopped the execution with one hand. It's Sonwoo. He's standing there looking totally unbothered while holding up the massive rock. He asks Maru why he's lying down like a level 1. Maru looks up with a dazed, bloody grin. He says he's glad he's come, you sociopath, sounding genuinely happy to see his rival. Sonwoo grabs Maru by the tie and yells about what he is grinning about, calling him a piece of shit. He's clearly not feeling the heroic vibe. Sonwoo gives Maru a sharp head flick with a flicking sound, making Maru yell, ouch. He mutters about him not being dead yet with a look of pure clinical annoyance. It looks like the rescue has officially arrived. The monster is literally holding its head and cackling like a maniac, bragging that its vocal cords are strong and won't break easily. It's making these creepy cracking sounds as it resets its body, looking completely unbothered by Seonwoo's arrival. Sonwoo stands tall and looks down at the demon with total disgust, while Maru is still huddled on the ground looking like he's been through a meat grinder. Maru is stunned that Sonwoo is calling a level 10 tier threat a low level, while Sonwoo just wants that loudmouth bastard to shut up. The vibe shift is real as Seonwoo glares at the priest demon, his eyes cold and ready for a slaughter. Maru is still spitting up blood, but the background is exploding with orange flames as the real fight is about to kick off. Maru and Sonwoo stand together in their yellow uniforms, staring down the priest demon through the thick yellow fog. The tension is real as they prepare to face off against a monster that literally beat their team leader. Maru yells out a warning to Seonwoo, telling him to be careful because this guy can read minds and uses psychological attacks. He's already seen what this monster did to Chena and doesn't want Seonwoo to fall for the same tricks. Seonwoo just gives him a bored, arrogant look as he adjusts his gloves. He snaps that he doesn't need a warning from a low level like him, and for him to just shut up and watch as if he's got everything under control. Maru grinds his teeth, fuming at Seonwoo's constant disrespect. He thinks that little brat's way of talking is just like that Rakshasa, realized that his rival is just as much of a headache as the monster. Seonwoo stretches his arms, looking completely ready for a fight. He declares that they should keep fighting, his eyes focused on the demon as the battle finally begins. Seonwoo launches himself forward as a blur of motion. He's looking to end this quickly with raw speed and power. The priest demon doesn't even move, just gives a creepy smile through its mask. It mockingly tells Seonwoo that he's never going to earn his father's approval at this rate. Seonwoo is shown from behind as he continues his approach, but the monster's words have clearly struck a nerve. A subtle tapping sound shows a shift in his movement. The demon cackles hysterically, its mouth opening wide. It asks if he was also a person without emotions like itself, digging even deeper into Seonwoo's mental state. Close up on Seonwoo's shadowed face, as the monster mentions what happens when you're the child of a woman who went mad and committed suicide after being abandoned by her husband. The trauma is literally being dragged into the light. We get a horrific glimpse into Seonwoo's past, a young boy standing beneath the feet of a hanging body. This is absolute nightmare fuel and explains why he's so cold-blooded. Maru watches from the sidelines, his jaw dropping in shock. He thinks he didn't know he had such a painful backstory, finally seeing the human side of the office, sociopath. Maru feels a pang of guilt for judging him so harshly. He realizes he just thought Seonwoo was some pampered rich kid, but the reality is way darker. Maru looks serious, trying to process this information while the demon continues its psychological assault. The weight of everyone's trauma is making the atmosphere feel even heavier. Sonwoo continues to walk toward the demon with a slow, heavy pace. The silence is deafening as he prepares to respond. The demon gets right in his personal space, mockingly asking what he's going to do about it. It thinks it's already won the mental battle. Seonwoo bellows that it's not his fault, but his mother's fault for being weak, delivering a massive, flaming punch right to the demon's face. He's using his rage to power through the psychological block. Seonwoo stares down the demon with glowing, intense eyes. He declares that in the end, only the strong survive, looking like he's finally snapped. The demon just laughs, its mouth stretching in a sickening way. It retorts that in the end, he won't survive till the end, sounding like it's got a very bad omen for him. The monster leans in close to Seonwoo's ear and whispers the ultimate insult. He's weaker than Han Maru. Talk about a low blow to Seonwoo's ego. Seonwoo is completely stunned, his eyes wide and vacant as that comment lands. Being compared to a level 1 is the worst possible thing the demon could have said. Seonwoo lashes out with a blind, desperate swing, but he's clearly off balance. The demon is totally playing him like a fiddle. The demon's tongue lashes out like a whip, nearly catching Maru. Maru thinks he found it, realized he's finally spotted the hidden weapon. Maru and Seonwoo both realize they've been had. The monster was using psychological attacks just to distract them from its real killer move. Maru explains the strategy. He used a psychological attack to throw us off, then stabbed the heart with a tongue blade. It's a brutal and effective way to hunt. Suddenly, Chana is seen descending from above, her blade glowing with a fierce red light. She's not finished yet. She delivers a massive, vertical slash that cuts right through the demon's face. It screams in actual pain for the first time. Chana lands and immediately turns to her team, asking if they're both okay. She looks like she's just finished a mild workout, not a fight with a priest from hell. Maru looks at Chana with hearts in his eyes, thinking how cool she is. He's totally fangirling over his captain again. Maru shakes his head violently, trying to clear the romantic thoughts. He shouts internally not to think about it while blushing. Maru grabs Seonwoo by the shoulders and starts shaking him. He yells for him to snap out of it and asks if he's okay, trying to bring his rival back to reality. Seonwoo is completely out of it. His eyes rolled back as he relives the trauma. The mental damage from the demon was more than anyone expected. Maru actually kicks Seonwoo in the shin to get his attention. He bellows for him to snap out of it and ignore what that guy said. Maru puts on a confident face and tells Seonwoo that he's great, but Seonwoo is even better than him. It's the ultimate pep talk from a guy he usually hates. Seonwoo finally reacts, letting out a dismissive, of course, level 1. It looks like the arrogance is back, which is actually a good sign for his recovery. Seonwoo smirks, calling Maru a simpleton. He's back to his usual self, but you can tell he actually appreciated the support. They decide to take that guy down and head home. They're finally working together as a real unit. The team huddles together as the demon regroups. Maru wonders what they should do since they can't get close because of that lethal tongue blade. Maru looks at Chana, waiting for a plan. The woods are getting darker, making the situation even more dangerous. Chana gets a fierce look in her eyes. She declares that she'll fight and that now is their chance, since it can't speak, ready for round 2. Seonwoo looks skeptical, asking if she can really fight in that condition. He's worried about the massive hole in her chest. Chana checks her wound and her eyes go wide with horror. She screams, asking what happened and why her wounds aren't healing. Seonwoo realizes the terrible truth. Shit. Unless we kill that Rakshasa, the psychological attack keeps us from recovering. They're on a ticking clock now. Maru starts sprinting through the trees, his face full of determination. He thinks he needs to do something, to get past that tongue blade and take him down. Maru yells out for it to come over here to lure the demon away from Chana. Seonwoo calls him an idiot for becoming a human target. The demon takes the bait, launching itself through the air toward Maru with a terrifying speed. Its feet tap rapidly as it moves. Maru shouts directions over his shoulder for Seonwoo Eden to take care of Officer Kang. He yells that he'll use the new power he gained against this guy. He's stepping up to be the hero. Chana is shown reaching out, shouting to please help Officer Han Maru and hurry. She's genuinely terrified for him now. Maru is running for his life, his feet kicking up dust as he leads the monster away. He's putting all his faith in his speed and his new ability. We get a close-up of Maru's boots as he hauls. His feet patter rapidly. He's really pushing himself to the limit. Maru glances back and sees the demon is right on his heels, its tongue ready to strike. He's realized he needs to find a building or some cover fast. Maru looks around in a panic, realizing there are no buildings or residential areas nearby. He's trapped in the middle of nowhere with a level 10 tier monster. Maru screams in his head about what to do. He's reaching his breaking point, and the monster is closing the gap. Maru's face is a mask of pure stress as he hears the demons breathing right behind him. This looks like the end of the line for our protagonist. Suddenly, a loud car horn pierces through the woods. Maru stops, totally confused by the sound. A sleek white SUV comes crashing through a fence nearby. It's a total miracle in the middle of a nightmare. Seonwoo leans out of the driver's side window and bellows for Han Maru to come here. He actually came back to save him. Maru sees the car, and his first thought is jealousy. He yells about that bastard wasting such an expensive car, even while he's dying. Maru leaps over the fence with a massive sound. He's heading straight for the car, jealousy and fear fueling his jump. Maru lands on the roof of the SUV, shouting about how he's so jealous of a young and rich kid. The guy has his priorities all messed up. Close-up of the SUV door slamming with a sharp click. They're finally secure. The demon roars in frustration as it hits the side of the car. Its strikes make loud sounds against the luxury metal. We see the SUV speeding through the dark forest as Seonwoo yells for Maru to get in properly. The chase is on. Maru is shown scrambling into the back seat through the open door, his face covered in blood. It's a total action movie getaway. The car door finally shuts with a firm click. Seonwoo yells that the door is shut as they accelerate away from the demon. Maru is flat on the floor of the car, gasping for air. He starts to say all right before the reality of the situation hits him. Maru is shown sitting up in the car, looking like he's just seen a ghost. He's safe for now, but the team leader is still out there somewhere. The car speeds down the road, leaving a trail of light. The engine whirs as they head back toward HQ. Suddenly, a figure in a yellow jacket with messy black hair appears in the road. It's team leader Go Diakman, and he looks like he's seen some things. The demon leaps onto the roof of the car with a massive impact. It's not giving up that easily. A hand suddenly reaches up and grabs the demon by the throat with a firm grip. Someone is fighting back from inside. The demon looks totally confused, its single red eye looking around with a big question mark bubble. It has no idea who just grabbed it. The mysterious hand slams the demon's head right into the road with a massive impact. The force is enough to crater the asphalt. The demon is shown being dragged or pinned by a dark energy. Maru is using his gluttony power to hold the monster down. The monster lets out a final, terrified screech as its head is crushed. The loner chant ends abruptly. We get a gruesome shot of Maru literally swarming the demon's body with multiple heads or shadows. He is consuming the level 10 tier threat hole. The hunger has completely taken over. Maru is absolutely losing it, literally biting a massive chunk out of the priest demon's head. The blood splatter is insane. He's completely surrendered to that primal hunger. It's a total frenzy as multiple shadowy versions of Maru swarm the monster. They slash at it, tearing the level 10 threat into ribbons from every angle. Back in reality, Seonwoo is losing his patience, slamming his fist against the car window with a loud impact. He bellows for Han Maru, asking how long he's going to be in there, having no idea what's happening inside. Close up on Seonwoo looking totally annoyed. He mutters about that bastard and why he isn't getting out, probably thinking Maru is just taking a nap after the crash. Shauna comes running up, clutching her chest wound and shouting about what happened and where Han Maru is. She's clearly the only one actually worried about him right now. Inside the gluttony dimension, the demon is being shredded, but still has the nerve to talk. It mockingly asks if there's a need for this, or if he's naturally a violent person through its mangled mouth. Mental Maru stares back with a blank, haunting look. The demon whispers the ultimate trigger, just like your father, and you can see the mental damage landing. We get a quick flash of young Maru huddled and crying. He whimpers, the trauma of his childhood being dragged back to the surface. Close up on the kid's teary eyes. The heartbeat lines show his panic is reaching a fever pitch as he relives his worst memories. A dark, looming silhouette of his father stands over the terrified child. The boy pleads for him to stop, but the shadow just keeps getting bigger. Adult Maru is shown in the void, looking totally hollow. He repeats, "Stop," as his mind begins to fracture under the demon's psychological assault. A flurry of claws strikes tears through the red mental space with loud sounds. The demon asks how he felt when his father disappeared, twisting the knife even further. Maru is back in the car, shaking his head violently as a high-pitched ringing fills his ears. He looks like his brain is about to melt from the mental overload. Maru lets out a fierce scream to stop playing around with people's emotions. He's covered in blood, but his eyes are burning with a new level of rage. The demon just gives a wide, creepy grin, its yellow teeth exposed. It's totally enjoying the fact that it's got Maru on the ropes emotionally. Close up on the monster's gaping maw. It boasts that his attack means nothing, sounding way too confident for a guy being eaten. Maru bellows to shut up as a swarm of shadowy hands starts reaching for him from the darkness. It's like he's being pulled into a literal grave. A gruesome close-up of dozens of pale, shriveled hands grabbing at anything they can touch. The loner pack is trying to drag Maru down with them. A fist clenches tight as a massive explosion of golden energy erupts. Something just reached its breaking point. The white SUV is being crushed like a soda can by a massive shockwave. Someone is screaming, "Stop," as the whole scene goes up in flames. Chana is shown screaming, "Stop," with a look of pure terror. She's watching her rookie get pulverized by his own unstable power. Sanwoo has to physically hold Chana back as the car implodes with a sickening crack. He yells for her to back off, realize the car is now a ticking time bomb. The SUV is now a mangled wreck of metal and dark energy. The impact lines show that the power output was enough to level a small building. The car is completely flattened and bleeding dark fluid into the road. Chana notes with a shaky voice that the yellow dust is starting to disappear. Close up on Chana's face as the realization hits her. She looks absolutely devastated, staring at the spot where Maru should be. Chana walks toward the wreckage with a hollow look, while Seonwoo just stands there behind her. The silence on the mountain is heavy and grim. A wide shot of the destroyed car on the empty mountain road. It looks like a literal graveyard after that energy blast. Chana falls to her knees by the wreck, screaming that they need to pull Han Maru out quickly. She's not ready to give up on him yet. Sunwoo gives her a cold, clinical look. He says it's too late and that at this point he must already be dead, sounding like a total sociopath. Chana turns on him with fierce, glowing red eyes. She roars that if they get him before the dust totally disappears, they can save him. Chana starts desperately clawing at the crumpled metal, blood spraying from her hands. She's putting her own life on the line to reach him. She continues to pry the car apart with a rhythmic sound. Her face is a mask of pure determination and grief. A hand in a black glove reaches for the wreckage. Seonwoo finally decides to help, muttering about how he can crumple his whole body and calling him a fool. Seonwoo and Chana work together to tear the car open with a massive impact. They're ripping through reinforced steel like it's paper. We cut to Maru's soul floating in a dark, empty void. He's huddled in a ball, looking completely lost and broken. Maru is shown glowing blue in the darkness, clutching his chest. He thinks to himself, wondering what this is and why he can't feel his body, wondering if he's finally crossed over. He looks around the empty space, realized he can't see the demon anymore. He wonders if he got rid of him. Suddenly, the demon's mouth appears in the void. It whispers, its leathery lips pulling back into a grin. The mouth opens wider, the red throat visible. It continues about the abyss, its voice echoing through the dark. A giant silhouette of the priest demon looms over a tiny Maru. It hisses that the abyss is looking for him and for him to remember his calling. Maru looks up with a dazed expression. He wonders what calling means as the reality of the situation starts to shift again. A voice screams for him to wake up as a flash of red energy explodes around the demon's face. It looks like Maru is being forcibly pulled back to consciousness. Maru's eyes snap open with a terrified gasp. He's sweating bullets and looks like he just escaped a literal nightmare. He's flat on his back, staring up into the dark red atmosphere. He groans, feeling the full weight of his injuries hitting him all at once. Suddenly, he's hoisted into the air by his collar. A violent whipping sound effect shows someone or something is tired of him lying around. A massive, pitch-black clawed hand reaches out and grabs Maru by the throat with a sharp sound. He's being pinned against a red, static-filled wall. The dark monster is right in his face now, its glowing eyes staring into his. Maru is struggling to breathe, his face a mask of pure terror as he's pinned down. Close up on the monster. It's a jet-black beast with rows of needle-sharp teeth. Maru is paralyzed, wondering what this is as he stares into the mouth of the thing that's been living in his head. Maru looks absolutely petrified, his face dripping with sweat as he stares into the darkness. He's stuck in some kind of mental loop, asking himself what this is while his world turns blood red. The jet-black monster is right in Maru's face, its glowing yellow eyes and sharp teeth looking like a total nightmare. It whispers, asking if he remembers it, and you just know this thing is the source of all his trauma. The beast looms over Maru in a hellish landscape filled with red static and shadows. It's got a massive, muscular build and sharp claws that look ready to tear our boy apart. Close up on Maru's eyes as he realizes the horrifying truth. The red lighting makes him look like he's already halfway to the abyss himself. We get a flashback of a young, messy-haired Maru looking totally lost and scared. This is the kid who went through hell and back before he could even tie his shoes. A dark, wolf-like demon stalks through a forest of red trees. This must be the original monster that Maru's dad wanted him to face all those years ago. The demon lets out a silent snarl, its long tongue and sharp fangs dripping with malice. It's the definition of a high-level threat. Young Maru is desperately grabbing onto his dad's pants, pleading with him to run away. He cries that it's a monster and for them to run away, but his father isn't budging. Suddenly, his dad grabs him by the collar and hoists him up with a sharp motion. Maru looks terrified as he's forced to look the situation in the eye. Maru's dad has a terrifyingly intense look on his face, his eyes completely shadowed. He says that starting from now, they should fight it, sounding more like a drill sergeant than a parent. The poor kid is hyperventilating, asking why and for what reason. He just wants to go home, but his dad has other plans for him. His dad drops the bombshell because they need to obtain that bastard's Rakshasa unique ability. He's clearly using his own son as a weapon or a tool for power. The dad literally starts dragging Maru toward the monster, shouting for them to go into the abyss. Maru is screaming for his life, desperately trying to break free from his father's grip. From a distance, we see the small figure of the boy being pulled into the darkness. It's a tragic shot that shows exactly how Maru's childhood was stolen from him. The monster lunges forward with a massive roar, its jaws wide open. Maru is being thrown right into the path of the beast by his own father. Back into present, Seonwoo looks exhausted but determined. He notes that there's still some yellow dust left, so he can still use his abilities to finish this. Suddenly, a massive spray of blood or energy erupts with a sound. Seonwoo looks completely stunned as something shifts in the wreckage. Seonwoo is blown back, or reacts in shock as the energy surges. He can't believe what he's seeing coming out of that crumpled car. Maru is slumped in the dirt, looking like a total wreck. He's covered in blood and grime, and it looks like his life is literally leaking out of him. Chana and Seonwoo stand over him, their faces full of dread. They were hoping for a hero, but they found a broken man instead. Chana points out the terrifying reality. The yellow dust needed for recovery has already vanished. Without the dust, Maru has no way to heal those fatal wounds. Chana is crouched over Maru, her hands hovering over his body. She looks completely lost on what to do next. Chana desperately shakes him, shouting his name and asking if he hears her. She's begging him to wake up, but he looks totally unresponsive. Chana stares at her own bloody hands in total shock. She stammers about how this can be, realizes something about Maru's condition is fundamentally wrong. Seonwoo and Chana are frozen in place as they look down at Maru. The atmosphere is thick with a new, strange energy that shouldn't be there. Close-up of Maru's face, and man, he looks possessed. Chana realizes the unthinkable. This bastard can create yellow dust on his own as a human, just like a Rakshasa. Thick, yellow smoke begins to billow out from Maru's body with a rhythmic crackling sound. He's literally transforming into the very thing he hunts. He's drenched in blood, his eyes are glowing a menacing yellow, and he looks like he's ready to devour the entire world. Maru has officially entered monster mode.